them likes and shares. Y'all come on up in here. I know some people just be popping in the midst of the thing. I know this number be lying. They be having people about 50, 58 people in there. But y'all keep on hitting them like, share, same old, same old. Get some black people up in here, some YT people up in here, man. We about to talk about the talk that we dodged. We got to put our feelings first to the side before we can hear anything. I believe we can learn some things about one another, you know. So as we see, what do black people not like about YT people? And then vice versa. What do YT people not like about black people? I gotta see the reasoning. Is it the teachings? Is it personal experiences and stuff? All you do is hang around your circle? And you just go off what television show you or something like that? Because some people just got brought off, just the teachings and stuff, and I get it. They just got brought up, hey, I don't like this person because what they did is because of the ancestors, That's interesting. That's what I'm trying to see. Do you even know your ancestors? Oh, no, you don't. So it's just a word, a throw out word. Is it because grandma, our grandmas had bad experiences or something like that? I'm trying to say something. What's that there? We back at this again, man, but we gonna get a whole different crowd today. You feel me? We gonna talk about the talk. Oh, you thought I was playing when you say I wasn't gonna do this topic? Well, yeah, I told you I'm taking this offer. I will take this challenge. I believe I could talk about it all. We just got to be able to regulate a little bit. I think we'll learn some things. We got to see where this internal hatred comes from. Where do this thing come from, man? I see it's so bad that we see it, especially with us, man. If they skin is too bright, what do you mean? That's one of our favorite words. What do you mean? What do you mean? That boy said he was trying to tie his shoe. No, when you say tie your shoe, we know what you meaning. What you gonna do with them tied shoes? It's on. We can't even. Hey, scared. And then I think one question I got. What question was asked? I think last time when I did this topic, they asked, what they say when we said what they don't like. Somebody said, I don't like that they act like they scared or something like that, right? And then one proved it in the room, the reason why somebody would be scared. Because sometimes, especially with one of us, you don't know how one of us gonna take things, because some of us be on edge for the most part. And we ready just because we have this, I guess, this bias or whatever. So, and then I was like, this one, she flat out proved it on the panel off rip. And I'm like, that was a fine example of why a lot of them are scared to talk to us. We don't know how to react. They don't know what's offensive. And then we tell them what we know that they know. And how would they know? People can't read minds. So the thing is, some people take gambles, but I think it to be different. Then I feel like we can actually add the mixed ones, the things that they go through. All that, man. I feel like we better talk all this stuff, man. We got to talk about the stereotypes. Stereotypes that we love and the stereotypes we try to act like we get offended by sometimes. Yeah, I never understood that. He said, we just need to understand stereotypes exist for a reason, but not all people fit that stereotype. Exactly. That's the point. I don't know why they thought stereotype mean all people. Yeah, I don't know. I think people put their strings, and then the people that do take offenses to it be part of the stereotypes and try to play it off like they not. Why see people assuming all black people rap? I mean, who would think that? We would think that too. That's why I said stuff like that. We do that to our own selves. We wouldn't expect one of us sitting here singing rock and all that. Come on, now we got to be real. So I don't even know that's a stereotype. That's just something we see. You see, people. What was that? I missed the comment. Dang. What did I say? I love all people of different races. Facts. What the heck this thing keep scrolling up for? People, I feel you. I feel you on that too, man. Um, look, people. And that's why I asked that last question like that because the way it's like the way a lot of us talk. I'm trying to see if we really proud of the skin we in, right? Or that's why I asked that last one. Like, would you change your race? You know, because I understand there's gonna be problems on both ends. That's just the way of life. That's literally the way of life. There's gonna be problems, and then even saying that, some people, well, your problem's not like my problems. You know, it's obvious, right? All of us go through the different problems, and no matter what the skin color is, we the same skin and go through different problems. So same skins, different whatever. So I never understood that, but that's where we play the competitive thing. We compete with our problems and our traumas and stuff, and that's why we know we'll never get anywhere. And if you keep thinking you at the bottom, you're gonna stay at the bottom. And that's how I look at that. But I think we got to just get that mentality up out of here, or we just never will grow. I think I heard one thing that I know a lot of us, hey, we say, why you always saying that we playing a victim if if the victimizers and all that stuff. Well, I mean, if it's black people saying the exact same thing about other black people, it's obvious something is going on. You know, all of us literally going through the exact same thing, or maybe had different experience from different things, but playing victim is playing victim. Why not say you're a survivor? And then the thing is, most of it ain't go through a lot, nothing. You know, it was just our grandma in 1700 that went through something, and then we take on it. Like, bro, ain't nothing happening in between. All it's 2024. You acting like this, boy. Oh, what's the deal, y'all? What is the deal? Y'all keep on tapping it up. Let's get the 5K. I try to get it early because I'm getting off this thing a little later because I know I gotta go to work tomorrow. There's no oppression in the United States. I think I will agree on that. I will agree. It's the land of the free. It's the land of the free. Ain't nobody getting forced into nothing. Ain't nobody ain't no constructed thing. So yeah, I believe on that. I even don't like with the four. They got this 4B movement. I'm like, what is y'all having that for? None of y'all getting forced to do anything. If it took that to close y'all legs, you know, what the heck? I mean, that's what you had to wait on somebody else to say we're gonna stop sleeping with men. We should have been stopped doing that when you was twerking and all that stuff on the thing. You're getting pregnant by 'em. Now you want to wait? No. They stuff all backers though. But if that take things for them to change, that's how I know it just be all talk for the most part. They just be talking. You know, because people just want attention. What's the deal, Michael?
Hey, how you doing?
How you feeling, man?
Oh, I'm doing a hell of a lot better than I've been doing the past 4 years. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Make sure to
Listen, I,
keep
I,
that
I
shit,
like I
man.
like I like I like your statements about here stereotypes and shit. Um, I played ball for 13 years, man. 50-50 down the line, black and white. When I worked
Mm-hmm.
construction, my running partner, we used to do turnarounds. He was a black dude. We'd share, he'd pay gas. I drove, he paid gas. We shared the room. You know, we never had this shit until the media decided that racism is running rampant.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like I think, and I'm going to say this bluntly, I think you're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit, no matter what color you are. If you're a good person, you're a good person, no matter what color you are. I
Next.
think color needs to be taken out of the equation. And I think I am a big fan of Martin Luther King, judged by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin.
Yeah, look, right. I think that's how a lot of us kind of get played because we think our skin gonna take up for us. It's
Well, the
just
media, the media, the
horrible
media,
care.
the media keeps telling the black community, you're being oppressed, you're being oppressed, you're being oppressed. There are no laws that oppress black folk. You get what you get. You work for what you want. My black brothers, they making bank. They making bank. They get out there and they hustle every day. I get out and I hustle every day. Other than today, it's Sunday. I'm home, but hey, you know. But
Mm-hmm.
listen,
But I
and
know there's a I'm gonna put it to you this way. There we do know the system of white supremacy does exist. We do that. And what we're talking about, what I hear you guys talking about is just being self sufficient and treating each other right. Now I'm a musician, singer. Majority of the people that support me are white people. I'm
hmm
just being honest with you.
okay.
All the events that I do, It's just white people.
Well,
The
you can't
people that
deny
pay me the
talent.
most,
You
the,
can't
the
deny
people
talent.
that the people that support me the most. When I go to my people, that's a whole nother story.
Mm-mm.
I don't get that same support from my people. I'm just being honest. I just don't. I'm just being straight up honest. Uh, the love that I get, I don't get that. I don't get shown that same love. I don't.
Hey,
And when
Keith.
you think, yes,
Oh,
sir.
go ahead. Go. You finish, my man. I'm sorry. I thought the pause. I thought the pause was done. Go ahead.
No, and what I'm saying is, if it wasn't for the white people, some of our black culture would be lost. It would not even be remembered anymore. Just
Mm.
take the blues for instance. Who do you think upholds the blues community? It is not black people. Black people don't support the blues anymore. It's white people that are supporting the blues in the blues community. BB King himself said that if it wasn't for white people, he wouldn't be who he is. So a lot of the stuff that people are talking about, we got to go look back and look at and examine the stuff a little bit deeper because oftentimes it's just in people's minds. Alan.
For sure, right. This need to be heard. What you got, Michael? I know you was about to say something else. Let me get main thing after that too.
No, he was. I kind of got intrigued by what he was saying because, um, and it's here's the truth. Here's the true fact. When you're attacked, it is natural. When you are attacked, it is natural to generate towards your tribe. True or false? Hello.
Who that question for?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Whoever has an opinion on it, and it's just like I walked into work one day, and this was early, like 2015 or something like that. And I was sitting there, and one of my black coworkers came up to me. He goes, "Are you supporting Trump in the presidential election?" I said, "Yeah, I am." And he looks at me, and goes, "You're a racist." And I got so mad at him. I promised him I would stomp him to a greasy spot on the ground. I really did. I was just so. I said, "Don't you ever tell me that again." I said, "You don't know me." I said, "You don't know me like that." But the media perpetrates it. Thank God for Elon Musk, because Elon Musk let us see the rest of the story. It took the sound bites out of it and let us see what the conclusion was to that statement that sound bite was. Thank God for Elon Musk. He saved 1A, single-handedly saved 1A in this country, I feel.
So ask that question again.
What question was it?
I think you just asked.
Well, the original question was, I think when you are being attacked and when you're being attacked on a racial issue, it is natural instinct to generate towards your tribe. Because quite frankly, I was a moderate Republican. I was a fiscal Republican. I was conservative, fiscal conservative. Okay, money wise, I think you should work for what you get. That's just how I feel. But I had some moderate issues. I thought weed should be legal because I think it has medicinal qualities. I thought the minimum wage should be higher. And at the time, it was $7.25. I didn't think 15, but I thought $11.75 or 12 should have been accurate at the time. And but when the attacks came, it pushed me to my corner. It made me stand with my back against the wall and take on all comers. It really did. I mean, we're all human beings. We all bleed the same red blood. Listen, I'm Sicilian, boss. I promise you, I got some soul in the woodpile somewhere. Probably 13%, maybe even more than Kamala. I don't know. Yeah, but Italians are blonde hair, blue eyed people. I got olive skin, hazel green eyes, and curly hair. You do the math.
Mm-hmm. You got that ice, boy. You doing your thug over there, huh?
But listen, it's my football Sunday. I'm gonna go here and watch my games, and y'all have a blessed day, and God bless everybody.
For sure, man. For sure.
Wait, well, listen. We need to. I am just as guilty as everybody else by being angry and saying shit online and getting pissed off. But it's time for us to come together. And I really love 20%, 26% of the black men in this country voted conservative. Okay. And I truly believe they voted their own wallets. I truly do.
Don't tell me they got in the bag.
You know?
No, you ain't about to tell it.
Facts.
I truly believe they voted on wallet. And you can't afford to. Listen, rule number one is survival. Everything else is secondary. Everything else is secondary. But listen, you beautiful people, y'all take care, and
For sure.
wish y'all the best. Okay.
Oh yeah, for sure, brother. Man, this thing done messed up. I gotta turn this thing on. This is.
Yo, what up, though?
What up?
Hey, D.
What's going
Hey,
on?
these nuts.
Man,
What's
it's crazy.
up, peeping? I ain't seen you. I seen you in a minute. Kim? Oh, like this.
It's crazy you even talking about this, cause
Yes, sir.
when I was in college, when I was going to Western Michigan, my group of friends used to be like, "Oh, like you a Uncle Tom," or they would call me stuff like that because I don't really think just because somebody is prejudiced that make them racist, because like I always say, we prejudice against each other and our own people. So why is it wrong when somebody else is like that? It's a lot of things that we do that we want a double standard for, and we act like, I'm not gonna say act, yeah, it's terrible things that happen to our ancestors, but honestly, when I look at things, I see a lot of successful black people. I see a lot of successful YT people. And one thing I see that they have in common is hard work. They either use their brains, hard work, or if somebody pass something down to them. Of course, they gonna be more privileged when it comes to that because they people came over here and fought for this country, and it just so happened that we became a part of their history. When you honestly sit down and think about it, they broke apart from Great Britain to come over here and colonize, and they was set out to make their country work at all costs, just like any other country in history. People raided each other and did things to each other. It been religion wars and stuff like that. So we just so happen to be a part of the people who broke apart from goddamn Great Britain, came over here, they colonized, they wanted to build a country and be their own country, and they said, hey, shit, what we need? Shit, enslave some people, get real cheap labor. And I mean, it just so happened to be black people, but other people have been enslaved too.
Yeah,
If I'm
remember,
not
we
mistaken.
enslaved ourselves first before we got sent over here.
Yeah, all because of
People
greed. They didn't
don't
come
want
over
to hear
there.
that.
You feel me? They didn't come over there guns pum pums blazing.
Yes. You know, it was 90% of us getting sold because they act like what they only teach in history. And I did a live on that too. When they teach in history, they make it seem like all of us got stolen from there. No, it was a couple, actually, it was slaves that got stolen. And so the thing is, we were slaves to the West Africans first. Then
Right.
they sold us to here. They don't really teach it like that. They probably did it, but they don't focus on it. They want to focus more on, hey, here's another skin color that took us and brought us over here. No, it was 90%. 90% we was already slaves already. We were slaves that got transferred to a different type of slave.
Hey,
Just
they was taking kids away from their parents as soon as they born, and it didn't even matter if the baby even had a name. They just Soon as your ass pop that motherfucker out your womb, it's gone.
For real. But the thing is, so many other cultures do it to themselves too. Like so many other cultures enslave their own people.
Yes.
Chinese and well, China. What they do, they got sweatshops. They not hiring other different races. They not forcing other people to work in there. It's all goddamn Chinese people. When you go think about Iran or something, the little foot soldiers or the people that's living there that gotta literally farm for free and provide them free food. That's a type of slavery. If they don't, they get unalive. All type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? It's a lot of people that enslave other people, but that just brings me back to, like the one guy said. He said, judge people off of their character. That's all you can judge somebody off of.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because everybody, every race on this earth has a history that involves some type of being enslaved, being unalived at large rates. You feel me? So everybody got history. It's
Right.
just I know we black people, we like to hold on to ours, and it's becoming a crutch. It's
Mm-hmm.
becoming a crutch because so many people, man, bro, I went to a college campus where mostly Caucasian people. And then I think it was like 14% black people there. So the community was small, and I seen so many people like fall into the, oh, we oppressed and we this, we that, and I don't want to try to go buy a house on my own because I'm gonna get horrible race because of my skin color. They ain't never did it or tried it before. They just hear other people talk about it.
Mm.
I agree with a lot that you said. I think everybody think that there is one race that is truly pure and don't do no wrong. Like that shit is crazy to me that people think like that. Like, yeah, them over here, they ain't never did not one thing wrong. What?
True.
So, and that's crazy to me. I can't think like that. I can't think that, oh, we the only ones that got a ghetto. I can't think that we the only ones that been through bullshit in history, or our people, or our people was the only ones that got slaved and got tortured. No, I can't think that, because everybody got something that's in their history or in that's around them that's that they got to learn from, whether it's good or bad. People just not just always going to live this perfect good life journey. That's not what it is.
And that
Your people had to fall through life. You gonna have to fight through life. Your kids gonna have to fight through life.
true.
It's all about, what are y'all fighting for? What is you standing for? And are you getting the results that you need for as a whole, not just for your personal self or your personal gain or family?
True.
You said what, D?
No, I was about to just, like, when you said the whole history part, like we act like we the only ones with history. So the thing that happened to them people over there where they were sent to camps and unalived at crazy astronomical rates. I think it was 6 million of them that was unalived through that situation, and then it was another 5 million people unalived uh that had association with the religion. But y'all do know that happened well after slavery. So why are we sitting here acting like, oh, this just happened to us? Yeah, we still dealing with the effects, but you think they not? You mean to tell me one of them know they grandma or something that was unalive? They uncles, they great uncles. We know we probably who do we honestly know that was a slave?
That's what I swear. That's what I be asking every time. Like, where is it in your history, in your family, where you got proof that your grandmama, her mama, and your granddaddy, your great great granddaddy was a slave? Where is that showing? Because when I look through my family history, my people.
We're all 2 generations away from knowing somebody is a slave. So let me give you guys some perspective. Just because you're not in chains does not mean you're being oppressed, right? The system, the government that we live up under is oppressing us specifically, black people. Yeah, some people are able to buy homes. Some people have decent jobs. But if you're being treated differently just based off of your name, how your name is pronounced or spelled, which happens a lot in today's day and age, then you're being oppressed. So don't let the oppressor tell you, oh, it's not like that anymore and I didn't do this to you. They're operating under the system and they're not saying, hey, this is wrong, stop doing it. So I mean,
So
y'all
is it
can
wrong
see
when we
here,
do it to ourselves?
do what to ourselves? What are you talking about specifically? What do we do to ourselves?
We oppress ourselves.
How?
If
We don't have the power. How do we
what
oppress ourselves?
wait, we definitely have the power. It's people that's in positions that honestly will not hire a certain type of black person. And you
Why?
can't tell
Based
me
on
that's
what?
not true because I
Based
know
on what?
business owners.
Be specific, please.
Oh, I know a business owner right now that will not hire nobody that is from Detroit. That's
Why
actually
though?
from the
Be
inside.
specific. Why they won't do it? Why won't they
Because
hire them?
because we are prejudiced. We are prejudiced.
Bruh, you're being broad. Tell me the specific reason why they won't hire them. Is it because they've been incarcerated,
Because
or they
the
have a history of stealing, or a history of? I mean,
stigma
tell
that
me why.
goes with somebody from Detroit is they grimy, heartless, willing to do
Are they
whatever
grimy
to
and
get
heartless?
themselves on top.
Are they
It's a lot of
grimy and
stigmas that come with
heartless?
somebody that comes from Detroit. So I know a business owner that will not hire anybody that stays or had addresses and stuff inside of the city limits
I
because he
think if
think
those
that they are
people,
bad business. So is that not him oppressing another
if
black person?
nope, not if his experience is that the people
Nope.
that he hires from Detroit or has hired from Detroit have done him wrong. Of course not. That's his personal experience. Just like
Okay,
there are people
I
out
got
there who
another
have
question
had.
for you.
Go ahead. What's your question?
Would you rather stay in a hood or a neighborhood where there's 98% black people, or would you rather go to a neighborhood where there's 40%? It just so happened that this area happens to have more crime. This one over here got a little less crime. Which neighborhood would you stay
I'm
in?
gonna go where my money can afford me to go. So if it's the one with 90% black people and it's good inside
You
for
know
me,
what? Your mic is
if
breaking
it's the
up.
one with 40% black people. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I said everything that I needed to say. It doesn't matter which percentage, as long as me and my family are safe. It doesn't matter which one.
And I asked that question because it's statistically proven that most of the areas that the areas that's higher in our people, our colored people, black people, there's more likely something is going to happen to you in that area opposed to being somewhere where there's not a lot of our colored people.
I'm gonna be
So
real.
now, is that oppression, or is that people in the neighborhood
Shit,
are not
who
banding
telling us
together
to act
to
like
get rid of the
this?
people who are terrible?
Who is telling us
All
to act
people
like
act
this
like
towards
that.
each other?
All people act like that. All
I'm not
people act
saying
like
it's
that.
all, and I'm not saying I'm just saying it's a percentage. It's a chance that something and all that. I would never say all of nothing because you can
I'm a,
always find an exception. But what I'm saying
So
is
let's
we do this to
go ahead.
ourselves and then we post blame on other people.
But guess what we do too? We only focus on us. So white people live in white neighborhoods and things happen to them as well. Do you know that most crime is committed by people who are the same race as you? Most crime happens to somebody who's the same race as you, whether it's white, black, Chinese, whatever, right?
which is
So
true.
so that totally dispels everything that you just said about why is it happening to us. People are violent towards people, period. And the biggest thing that they do to us is make us think that, hey, this only happens in your community.
Nobody
If you
said it
go to
only happens.
Chinatown, if you go to Chinatown in New York, guess what? They are harming each other in Chinatown in New York. But guess what they don't do? They don't advertise that on the news. They don't broadcast that on the news. That
You're
there
not
was
saying that
4
though.
killings in
Yeah,
Chinatown.
I've
No,
never said that it doesn't happen nowhere else. I never said that. If you heard what I said there's a low percentage. There's a lower. I
right.
never said it was
So that
none.
so all I'm saying to you is we tend to focus, me included, on what's occurring in our community and say, what about black on black crime, or why are we doing this to each other, when it totally happens in every demographic in their community as well. The only difference is that the broadcast media doesn't say, hey, 4 white people got killed today in this area right here. They're not
Unalive,
pumping it up
unalive.
like ours. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
Let me
which is true.
let me ask something real quick though, man, because like you doing the exact same thing though. You focus on all the YT people, and every last black person ain't getting
No,
oppressed. So you get two
I
people that
focus
you
on
got two.
everybody,
Now let me
Kev.
just say this though, because you is doing the exact same thing though. Because it's like you got your little the group of people that might have that got watched in a beauty supply, right? They got watching the beauty supply. Oh, I'm getting oppressed because they watching what I'm doing and all that stuff. So there's a couple little
Hmm.
things that we use that as a whole thing of people. It's like I said, it's too many successful black people out here to say that we are oppressed. So like this thing, we gotta stop. We gotta stop acting like we can't get nowhere. A lot of the time, it's because a lot of us just lazy and we just don't want to say that. I don't know what's the deal.
I
I mean,
disagree with that, Kev. I
Thank
disagree
of
with
you,
course,
that.
because I'm
of course,
glad
so.
that's
Oppression.
gonna
But as long as you
that.
keep disagreeing with that, the more less we gonna keep doing it. We gonna keep on saying it's everybody else's fault but us, and that's gonna
But
be the
Kevin,
thing.
okay. So
That's
so
gonna be a
let
part
let
of my
me
answer,
let
because
let
that is
let
so
me
true.
let me respond to this, and then I'll let y'all have it, right? So I am what you call successful, right? I'm 53 years old. I've been retired for 4 years. I'm good as far as not having to work again for the rest of my life, right? But what I will tell you is that every stop along the way, I have had a bank decline me for a loan. I've had certain things occur to me where the system does not allow me to advance. The only thing that I did different was, okay, I'm going to delay my gratification. I'm not going to spend money on Jordans or whatever the situation is. And yes, I'm stereotyping before y'all say, oh, you stereotyping. I am. I deny myself gratification for wearing certain clothes or having the flashiest car or whatever until I stacked my chips to the point where I was able to get myself out of debt and not have to live paycheck to paycheck. So I made an adjustment on my own. Can people do that? Of course. But that doesn't mean that they're lazy. Some people don't have the aptitude or the ability to work at a job that affords them the opportunity to make enough money to where they can pay all of their bills and be good at the end of the month,
How about you
or
hire
buy a
them then?
home, or any of that.
Right.
So, I mean, for
Hire them
y'all to
people. If they
say
not
it's just
lazy, then hire them.
if they don't have the aptitude, why would I hire them?
Right,
Did
exactly.
you
So
hear? Did you hear
That's
what
the
I'm
point.
saying?
you put it in a sugar coated word to say they're not lazy though. You can make it sound cute, but it's still the same exact thing. It's
Kev,
a reason why you're not hiring them.
if somebody
Right.
doesn't, if somebody is not smart, why would I hire them? That would be stupid of me, right?
But
Now,
at the end of the day, don't they have training?
they can still be stupid. I'll
Why
give
you don't
y'all a
want to
fun
train?
fact, and then, like I said, I'm out. I used to work in a hospital. And when I tell you that people give doctors so much credit for being smart, no, they're just skilled at certain aspects of what they do. Most doctors are idiots, can't even run copier machines. And I've seen it with my own eyes several times. I can name you about 10 just off the top of my head who can't
But
run
why
a
are you
copying machine.
justifying? Okay, if they not lazy and you saying they're not smart, then how are you justifying them?
I'm not justifying anything that they do. I'm telling you that we give them far too much credit for being quote unquote smart. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, like I
Oh,
understand
sorry,
it.
you
I
guys. I gotta
understand
go.
what you're getting at because you can make the argument that we are oppressed through certain situations, but it's also like when you start to really look at things and you understand how certain systems and processes work, you start to understand that no, you're not really being oppressed. You just don't meet the qualifications. Like the bank, when you go in and file for something, they see the underwriters, they see a application first, they see your credit first. You usually verify your identification with certain documents, which can be an ID, social security number, and all that, but they see the piece of paper. They don't see who you are. You could be as white as a shit paint, and they wouldn't know. You could be black as hell. They would not know until you do what. And most of the time, those systems are automated systems that the computer check.
Yeah,
So
that
when we sit there and say, "Oh, I didn't get this loan because I was black," um, let's make sure everything was good on your end. Look at
Right.
yourself in the mirror. Because how the hell you telling me that this one black person that stays in a $1.5 million house got this loan, but you can't? He put his pants on the same way you do.
I do. I want to add this too, though, like, because my thing is, we talk like the YT people ain't going through the exact same thing. So they acting like, oh man, all these YT people rich, they're not getting denied and all this other stuff. No, it's just a type of character. At the end of the day, it might be a couple things that go off your skin or something like that, but we do the exact same thing. I think we just keep on rolling because we learned this one thing. Oh, we used to be different bathrooms and all this. We gonna keep this in our mind every time stuff don't go our way. Everything ain't meant to go your way. I wish it would. We did get a privilege to say, soon as I want to do this, it's gonna go my way. YT people don't get that. What you think we gonna get it for? But we gonna keep on using that as a crutch every time we don't get our way. Oh dang, the loan was missing because I was black. You think they just looked at your? They gonna look at your name. They gonna look at your name like, oh, I know what color that is. Now I'm gonna deny it or something like that. Like we gotta stop that. That's that old way of thinking, and we keep on bringing that same old stuff up and acting like this is happening. I mean, it might happen every now and then, but I mean, all this stuff is like every color is going through the exact same thing on certain things. If we talking about getting denied on finances for whatever personal reason, and it's favoritism in jobs too. I mean, it's like me getting mad because some dude wanted to hire a girl because she got a fat booty or something like that. And I'm like, dang, that's genderism, something like that. We know it's just like that. Some people gonna pick who they gonna hire, and they gonna not pick who they hire. But we gotta
Exactly.
stop acting like it's 1800s and all that stuff. This stuff is not the same. So we gonna keep using that for the rest of our lives. And then we got people that's successful still talking about, well, there's other people like, dog. It's literally not the same. And that's why we can't get nowhere, because this mentality we got. How you gonna get somebody else's mentality instead of showing them how you grinded and made it? But you want to keep telling them, well, I understand you. You understand you, man. It's keep being them people while you over there rich. And that's our problem. We can sit there and be rich in the mud, but sit there and give every excuse why they shouldn't be rich.
Hey, cuz, this the funny part about it. It be the people who got 10, 15 different jobs on their resume in the last 2 years complaining, oh, I can't get this same position as somebody else. Yeah, because they looking at your job history and they see you can't stay at a job for longer than 2, 3 weeks. You done went through
Right.
15 different damn jobs, but you thinking you supposed to get a manager job. Why would I trust you over somebody who had 3 jobs for 4 or 5 years apiece? Like, it's a lot of things that go into stuff, but a lot of people, the easy way to cop out is to blame race. That's the easiest cop out any black person can use. Oh, I didn't get in college because I was a minority. I didn't have the grades. Oh, they didn't want to take me. I didn't get this loan because I was black. I couldn't do this because I was black and they was being racist. It's so easy to say that. It's so easy, bro.
I just think people just comfortable blaming things and people for them not accomplishing what they need to accomplish. At the end of the day, like you said, the people get denied for many reasons. Whether you always showing up late, they got track records. They know if you on time. They know if you got evicted, or if you sit up here, you know how to you probably sued the company, you probably sat up here and got hurt on a job, and it's so many reasons why people don't hire people or give people certain things, because you probably got a scamming history. It ain't no telling why you ain't get it, but just know you ain't get it for a reason. It's not just cause you black. No, something ain't lining up in the paperwork.
What's up, Print?
What's
Okay.
good? What's good?
But it's on Dwayne. How you doing, Dwayne? Or spiritual? Did you want to say something?
Nope, I'm good. I'm just chilling. I'm listening.
Okay. Dwayne, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I can't complain. How y'all doing?
We great.
Mr.
What's your
Bill, my
thought?
brother, welcome back.
Hey, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Y'all been dropping some gems. Hey, I think that we got to get out of that mindset of everybody's against us. There's a lot of, like old buddy said, we lazy as individual, but we also lazy as a collective, because we got black banks. Everybody always say, oh, they're not gonna give us a loan. Well, give ourselves a loan. You understand? Like, we have the capabilities, but we just don't have the drive to do it. And I think that's one of and me hiring my people, I understand a lot of times there's a lot of exceptions you got to make to the rules in order, if you want them to stay on board. You know what I'm saying? So we as a people got to set a standard as how we work and how we move collectively and individually, like morally. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times our morals don't line up, like hard work and staying at the job, staying with it even when it's not working, staying with, you know what I'm saying? We don't have that. And once we get that, we can start to change the dynamics, because we used to have our own banks. We used to have our own stuff. So we got the blueprint, rewrite it, do it again, and quit saying that other people holding us down. Let's do it ourselves. If everybody gave $20 a month that just went straight to that banking fund that we don't expect back, that would be a ridiculous. If only 1 million people did it a month, that'd be $20 million a month. You know what I'm saying? And we did that for 1 year before we started leaning back out. We have one of the biggest banks. You know what I'm saying? We started to have banks and understand how banking works. But so that would shut that down, and just our work ethic has to change up, and the things that we listen to and the way we let the world portray us, we got to stop that too. But that comes from, like you said, laziness. So
Hey, it was something I was about to. It's something I wanted to say. I'm gonna try to say it. Think real quick.
Check. You wanted to say how many people was tapping that screen.
Right, go ahead. Right, let's go ahead and get that going. Get them screens tapped up. Let's get to at least 12K for the moment. It's just really getting started. Go ahead and share the things out. Go ahead and share it out. Black or white. We looking for everybody tonight. So we gonna make this happen though. Also join the team if y'all haven't. You should have a little orange heart near y'all name, and where the heart is at is on top where my name at the top left corner where it say laugh. Go ahead and hit that heart up there, and then you're gonna join the team. You see what he just did right there? That what it look like. That what she did right there. That what it look like right there. You see? It was something. What was some? He just literally said something where. All right, I'll see if I can remember it later though. There y'all go. Good man. I like y'all, man. Make that team jump.
You probably was thinking about when we was talking about people need to stop thinking that the white team men need to stop holding you down, or people sitting up here trying to
Oh, I thought about it. I got it. I just had to hear your voice. There we go. All right. So, you know the worst part. That's what I've been saying throughout the years. That's what I'm saying. I know a lot of us just got soft, lazier, and we just love that new thing that we can use now. Why we can't go any further? Because it's like it was people that was literally oppressed, right? That was literally slaves and all that, right? But they still did whatever it takes to fight. They like, nobody holding us back. Even if y'all tell us you holding us back, we gonna find a way out. And we don't got nothing but words, or we got some or denial sometimes, right? And we acting like we can't
we can't make things happen. So that's the reason why I cannot even this new day and age of this. If they want to say this is new slavery, y'all act weak. But then we the same ones that be saying black power and we're so strong and proud and all this other stuff. It's like you gotta pick one, man. It's either we strong or we not. We act weak when it's convenient, and then we act strong and when it comes to something that you don't want to mess with us or something like. How about you had that? You don't want to mess with us when it comes to me finding a job or making things happen or getting my grind going and stuff. Something. How about keep that mentality then? But don't come with that. Well, I can't do it because of that, or I got 3 baby daddies because of the YT man did that. Like, no, you messed your life up. You made these decisions, and then now you trying to come up with the reason why you're getting held back because of your own mistakes and stuff. It's just like a cuz was saying, like they be forgetting to mention that part. Who was that? Oh, that's Dwayne, right? You forget. Oh, it's probably both of them. I don't want to make sure. I'm just say both of y'all, whatever. That they said like they don't want to mention the part where they sit there. Oh, that was cuz. No, I just thought about it. They done left about 15 jobs and stuff, and then talking about I can't get it. Like, no, they can see you can't keep a job. It's you that's the problem, and that shows. That's why it shows a lot of us why we have a problem with accountability. You know, because we don't never want to say it's ourselves. There's no way you got an attitude with every last freaking boss, and you think somebody gonna hire you in, but then they didn't hire me because I'm black. No, they don't hire you because you got a state problem, right? That's why you can't get hired into a relationship because nobody want that. So it's like people just don't never want to put themselves or act like just like main thing was saying earlier. We act like it's a such thing as a perfect race or a perfect group of people or something. No, what the heck to think anything like that? That's what's oppressing you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna just leave it like that so I can leave some food for y'all real quick.
I was about to say.
Well, let's keep tapping that screen. We got Mr. Spirituality in here. I've been waiting to chit chat with you so I can actually get to know you because we've interacted through the comments. I'm glad you're on the panel. Can't wait to actually get to know you, Spiritual. Got some other people I haven't seen up here, but let's keep tapping that screen. Get some FYPs, some with the hashtag in front of it. Do some sharing, and feel free to gift the host, man. This don't happen for free. He puts a lot of effort in. Don't gift me, but you can gift everybody else on the panel. Any gifts you want to send to me, send them on over to Kev. I don't want TikTok to get paid for me sending him tips that you send me, so just send them to him. But let's keep the live going, and I'm glad to see some new faces.
Kev, can I go next? I know I kind of jumped in, but
Go ahead.
thank you. Okay, so I want to talk about these topics from a immigrant perspective. So I am a U.S. citizen, right? I do have an American passport, but I'm still an immigrant first and foremost. And I don't know if any of these topics or points have already been made, so I'll move it along quickly, just in case you've already said it. I want to share something with y'all because I've looked into why is it that I'm Jamaican. So I've looked into why is it that as Jamaicans, even though we were also enslaved and raped and all this stuff, why is it that we have a different perspective and we all came from Africa, but why is our perspective different from the African Americans? And what I've came up with, I haven't done any research or anything like that, but what I've came up with is how slavery was taught to us versus how slavery were taught to you guys, right? So basically slavery was the focal point for us was after we were free. I feel like for African Americans, you guys more focused on why you guys were enslaved, and so that's why it's hard for you guys to get away from certain mindset. So for us, we were taught like we're free now, we're proud, we fought to get to where we are, let's be strong, let's celebrate it. For me here, even in school, it was kind of like they raped us, they beat us, they hung us, and then it's like that's the focal point for everybody, and it's just like because we still have white people in our country, we don't have a problem with them. Another thing, again, moving along, another thing is since I've been here, I will say as an immigrant, we're confused, right? Because as African Americans, you guys say you guys are oppressed, but then we look and you guys are marrying the oppressors. So we're like, we don't think y'all that oppressed. And then we look again and y'all having children with them. And we're like, we don't think y'all that oppressed. And then we turn around and y'all keep applying to, and y'all keep applying to their jobs. right? They're black-owned jobs. You guys have the LLCs. You guys know how to make the money now. You guys know how to make it work for y'all, but y'all still get up every day and apply to their jobs. Why? Like, y'all not oppressed, which is, again, an immigrant or an outside look. Another thing is the whole government thing. I don't know. I've heard that you guys have spent like 13 million in the perfume industry, the Jordan industry. So it's kind of like, are y'all oppressed by them or not? Final point, so I can shut up so somebody else can speak, is this. I don't know how long it will take for African Americans to realize how to fix the oppression that you guys speak about. It's segregation. You cannot try to force integration or force yourself to be equal to people who have told you for more than 400 years that they don't like y'all, according to y'all. It does not make sense. You would have to ask for segregation. Obviously, that's just me running my mouth. Obviously, that's easier said than done. But the plan that I would propose is that y'all try to divide per state. Like, y'all ask for a certain amount of states, go to the Capitol building, go to every building, march every single day and ask them to divide y'all. So this way, y'all can have your own police officers. Y'all can have your own sense of government. Y'all can have your own everything. So now y'all can stop complaining about white people unaliving y'all children and incarcerating y'all at a higher rate. Here's the problem with that, though. And again, this is in closing. Y'all not gonna ask for that, because I've seen videos on TikTok where ACK cops are also doing y'all wrong. They're also arresting y'all falsely. So I think what it really is we will never ask for segregation, because once we're all in the same community and we're still passing away, we won't be able to point our fingers at the people, the white people. Like, so what I've realized is it's just a big confusion. Like, no one wants anything to be fixed. Like, we really don't want them to stop unaliving us. Like, y'all really don't want no solution, is what I've realized. Because you can't keep getting up every day to say the people that tells you every day that used to hang y'all and that we know they don't like y'all. They've been not like y'all. So every day to say they don't like us, they don't treat us fair, we got higher interest rate, we know this. What is the solution? When do y'all plan to move away from them? That's my whole
Saying
thing.
they
Like,
don't want a solution, that
Hey,
feels
she made a
That
insensitive.
hell
is,
of a question.
yeah.
sorry if I took too long, y'all. Thank you.
Nah, you
No,
good.
that's
That's the
perfect.
right direction right there.
Hold on, y'all. Let's get the new people.
C-Bean.
CB,
Hi.
how you doing?
Good. I'm also Jamaican. I'm a Jamaican American. I was born in America, though. But yeah, I didn't really like hearing that from Stacia, the idea of them not wanting a solution. That felt a little insensitive. I think Black people in America being outnumbered by white people, and of course white people wanting to just keep them oppressed, it does put them at a disadvantage, right? I'm still thinking about everything I want to say, honestly, but I'll let somebody else go so I can just keep on thinking.
What part that you did not like about that you don't believe is true or something?
Just why would they not want a solution? Like, that just feels weird.
Okay, can you say, let's do this then. Let's say this then. What are they doing that's showing you that they want to pursue a solution?
Obviously, like when they protest and they try to advocate for other black people, like why do you think they would want to waste all their time doing that if they didn't want a solution?
Okay, then after that, then why do we continue after we do the protest for a couple minutes? Then we go back to oppressing ourselves again and taking each other out. If we really trying to get out this little so-called oppression.
I mean, people are in survival mode, so of course they're going to go back to their jobs, even if their jobs are, their managers are whitey people or whatever. Like, people are trying to survive. But I do think there's a lot of Black people that do want to get out of that cycle. Yeah.
I mean, I just want to say, to what Stacy was saying, you look at Chicago. That city has Black leadership from the highest portions of power all the way down to the school boards. Okay? Their population is majority Black. And every weekend, every Monday, you can pull up the news in Chicago and you can see at least 50 people unalived to shootings. People of color unalived by people of color in shootings. Ran by a black mayor with a black police chief, with a black DOJ, with a Democrat ran city with all black members. Come on. They're all preaching that they want this, and then they're showing the world that the example is we actually don't care because we're losing 50 plus people of color every weekend to 50 other people of color committing murders. Like, the
Mr.
numbers
Grant,
are what
are
the
you
numbers
YT?
are, man. I'm not saying that I agree or disagree. I'm just pointing out the facts. The facts are what Stacy said is true because the bottom line is there's 50
Mr.
toe
Prince, are
tags
you
put on
YT?
50 bodies
Nah,
every
that's our
week.
big brother.
Right. And that has nothing to do with it. And again, once we're all like put together and there's no white people to blame for anything, for the incarceration, for none of it, what are we gonna do then? And I think that's why we keep again trying to force our way into integration and begging them to like us and begging them to accept us. And my thing is, if we beg them to like, coexist, and accept us, regardless of the population or how small of amount, number we are, we got to understand, like, when you beg somebody to be in their space, they will treat you how they want to treat you. Once they realize it doesn't matter why they have more money, once they realize that you need them, they're going to treat you accordingly. So you can't tell somebody every day that you want reparations and that you need them via government assistance and then tell them or demand that they treat you with respect or treat you equally. That don't make sense. Like, when you're begging, you got to understand you're begging, so you're at a disadvantage. And we really got to just start being honest as people. We do.
I say don't demand others to treat you with respect. Demand that you treat yourself with respect. And don't let anything else like that isn't that come into your life, and people will
Mr.
change.
Grant, are you YT?
All right. One
What
thing.
does that
so
matter?
Hold on.
Listen.
Let
Who
her.
asked me if I'm
Why we
YT?
keep on asking that?
No,
Who
matter
asked
of
me if
fact,
I'm
let her
YT? I
answer
wanna
that. Let's
know.
see. I want to see what answer she's trying to get. So, all
I
right,
want to know
Go
who
ahead,
asked me
Prince.
if I'm
go ahead.
YT.
I'm just wondering what's his ethnicity. Like, what?
What is it? What
Okay.
is my
No,
ethnicity?
Prince,
Get me
answer
what I
Prince,
said,
just
though.
answer.
Mr. P,
Prince, just
answer.
answer.
Go ahead,
Yes,
answer.
I'm Sicilian,
Okay. Now you
Italian
got your
American with
answers.
German heritage. So does that
So
make me
you're
YT?
YT.
I'm actually 12% more.
So yeah. Now you got your answers. Now what's the point?
I'm just over 1/10 black. So what does that mean? Where do I draw the line?
Don't go on mute now. So now that you know his race, what does that mean? What does that?
I answered the question. I want to know what does my race negate by what I said?
Hey, imagine the opposite way when we just talking in the room. And they be like, "Are you black?"
She asked about
Yeah,
4 or 5
imagine.
times. That's why it gotta be important. It's an important reason why she asked.
Listen, if you want to go on people's panel and lead with the fact that you're partly Jamaican, don't go up there and say no stupid shit. Like, be realistic. Be for real. Like, don't use the Jamaican to say we're real people. Like, we look at shit from a real perspective. What you just said was some bullshit. You completely objected to what I said, but you had absolutely nothing to say. Don't do that again.
Red Pill, how you doing?
And just
I'm
let
doing.
everyone know, I come in hot because I'm a mod and I got permission. If you don't like it, you can tell Kevin. He'll tell me, and I'll cool it down.
Okay.
I just wanted to come up here and say, and all of you, I'm about ready to cry. Like, I wish my kids were here to listen to this because this whole panel makes more sense than anything on TikTok. Every time I come on here, it is everything about negative. And I just like to see everybody looking at what the future could be and how we can work together to make it that way instead of pointing the finger all the time and blaming everybody all the time. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, another thing I thought about while you was talking is that this so-called that's what I say selective though, because we keep saying we get oppressed, but then we got the same people that we say are getting oppressed is helping us too from being oppressed. So it's like I don't understand what's going. I don't understand what's going on for real. It's like I don't get why people just can't get out this mindset. Because I think these are same people that made mistakes in their life, and then just because they have a messed up type life, they don't even got a messed up life. They just somebody back.
Like, I'm YT, and a lot of the stuff that you guys are talking about, I experience the same stuff, and I'm just happy that there's a group of people on here that actually believe in a solution and are like-minded and are not pointing the finger at everybody. And I mean, I hate coming on here, and I know this is going to sound bad sometimes, but you know, I get upset because everybody, I come on here and it's like everything that's my problem is because of a YT person, and I didn't do anything. And then I say I didn't do anything, but then, you know, why didn't you do anything? And
Yeah, some people you gotta
you know what
realize you can't
Yeah, I
talk
was about to say that. Go
Yes,
ahead, go
and
ahead.
like, and I'm not trying to be an ass or anything, but you know, like you guys are perfect examples of how race should be taught in school. Like
yeah.
this is perfect. I wish my kids were here to listen to this.
Because we gotta mind
You
our
guys
own.
are,
That's the thing.
but
Let me,
like
let
this
me
is perfect.
Red Pill. Let
Right.
me share something with you. Red Pill. Check this out. I'm I'm an entertainer, man, and I
Yep.
sing. You know who support my music the most? Take a guess. Take a guess who supports my music.
YT.
YT people. Guess who's been taking care of my family?
YT.
YT. That's who's been paying me. So the stuff that some of these people perpetuate about YT people, these people have a victim mentality. They're the same. They're the same people that want to go march for change and want to stand up for stuff that's not going to affect our community, right? So our community, like somebody like Mr. Point, he said
Mr.
first thing,
Prince.
Mr.
Prince.
Punch, right? I can't see that. So he said the first thing he came off talking about, like, well, basically he's saying you need to start at home, getting yourself together first, right? So what's happening, and people like, oh, you don't think people want a solution? If black people want a solution, we would have had one. The problem is with some of us want to cry victim all the time. It says the white man that's oppressing us or keeping us back. And listen, black people if we had an economy back in the day before desegregation, why can't we have an economy now? You know why? Because there's too many people want to point fingers and sit and wait on government assistance. They want to blame people and don't want to come together and grow up, right? The problem is there's so many people that are immature in our community that want to continue to point fingers at people and stay crippled and still want to get this free assistance and claim victim at the same time. like what's the young lady? Well, she was like, what is it? Are you a white tea person? If the man is speaking facts, what does it matter if he's white tea or not?
Exactly.
He's speaking the truth. Like you don't want to hear coming from a white tea person. It got to be a black person to come and tell you if your house is burning. What difference does it make if there's a white person tell you if your house is burning? That's ignorant.
I don't believe you. I'd rather burn.
And Kenneth, really quick, I just want to add, because me and you, I mean, I think we're driving on the same
And
page.
Keithan. Y'all don't even know each
They
other.
tearing each other name up.
Is it Keithan? I'm sorry. We can't even, like, none of us can read, but we can talk. We got that part. I just want to say the polar opposite, but the same example. He said he's an entertainer and white people are the ones putting the money in his bank account for his music. All right, well, since it was pointed out that I'm a YT guy, you can look at my little picture and see that. You know who pays the bills at my house? A 22-year-old black woman artist. That's who pays my motherfucking bills. I have a bunch of clients. Her alone, she brings me in $65K in profit to my company every fucking year. She's my biggest customer, and she's young, she's black, and she's lesbian. And I don't give two shits about any of that. You know what I give about is the fact that she's the hardest fucking worker I've known for her age. If 10% of her generation was like her, we're okay. And I just wanted to just illuminate that Keithan, I'm assuming that's how it's said, is talking about YT people paying his family and keeping his family up. I'm literally the exact thing, but opposite.
Amen.
We got a serious
Why
problem.
y'all so oppressed, though? I'm trying to see why y'all so oppressed.
We're not oppressed. They depressed.
Depressed is the word. They're depressed, not oppressed.
Keithan,
And
I'm sorry,
understand-
my guy. I didn't mean to slaughter your name.
Oh no,
understand we live in a time now. If we miss these opportunities by the thoughts of being oppressed, that oppression became the oppression, and the person no longer is an oppressor. The fact of thinking that you are oppressed is what's gonna cause the oppression. Because we live in like some of the most innovative times, the most open times right now to actually make a change in the black community, as we say. I'm not one to believe that that it's all the same and we're all the same people. No, we got different cultures and things like that, but we do have a responsibility as a community to hold our own weight. And right now, we got electric cars coming out. We got some of the smartest black
They been
BOK
out.
students coming through college. Now we can restart our own car company. We have banks. We can restart our own banks. I don't think that we should move to a different city or town or state or isolate ourselves like that. I think it's a mental isolation from the thought of being oppressed and start to actually unleash our creativity. That's going to change the dynamics of our whole community. And we have a responsibility, just like the YT people or just like the Asian community or just like the, you know what I'm saying? These people, they're saying, okay, all right, this is our community and we blend ourselves in with this. We're saying, oh, we're oppressed inside of here. And like someone said, you can't be a beggar and say, and think you're going to be able to hold your head up. You can't do it. It's not going to be, you're not going to have a place of pride to do that. So, I mean, I land there.
The babies, okay. People really gotta wake their mind up, cause I be looking for the slaves around this motherfucker, cause they be talking like we're still in slavery. Like, girl, you could buy a house. What the fuck are you talking about?
So one of the things that
you could literally buy the same property that the white T man got for his family, but you could do it for your own. Like, people make me sick with the whole, to me, it just give you an excuse not to like that race. That's what I hear. I hear people need a reason to not like somebody or not to want to get along with somebody.
Do that to each other.
Right, but we can't. I'm not gonna pretend like it's not happening now. I'm not going to go that far. But I'm saying it's easily avoidable. It's easily to get around it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is situations you walk into and no, buddy, you're not getting in here. But it's because of who you are and what you look like. That is a actual thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna negate that, but I'm saying
all type of things are happening though.
No, but what I'm saying is there is people walking around here acting like, oh, that because your granddaddy and your grandmama, they were slave owners, but I wasn't. So why the hell you treat me a certain way just because of what people in the past did that I grew up around? That's crazy. That's like if your cousins, all your male cousins, or some of your male cousins went and robbed some people. Now, is it right for them to sit up here and say, hey, since that's your family, you're a part of that family, so you be robbing people too? You'll look crazy.
Right.
All I'm saying, if you listen to what's her name, Glorilla and Sexy Red and these Megan Thee Stallion and all these people, and you trying to tell me you want to make a difference? And if you contributing to this culture and you talking about you can't change, the problem is people don't understand the power of music, the power of media.
Exactly.
Right? They don't understand that the reason why you oppress, you keep buying your oppression. You keep listening to your oppression. Right?
And that's the part I'm saying. That's the part I'm saying. There is an agenda. Don't get it twisted. There is an agenda. You know what I'm saying? Because it's somebody that's behind the scenes that's taking that and glorifying that, like taking it to the top. You know what I'm saying? That's not luck. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just not, oh, that person was just a great rapper. There is a person who goes and takes that and says, okay, all right, we're going to put this to the top for a reason. And those people don't look like us. That's 100% fact. You know what I'm saying? But it's easily avoidable and on us to say, yeah, I'm not going to listen to that.
Probably got a call or something. You know how that goes.
I think every when we get off this open panel, though, I want I actually want C-Ben to start off the topic itself. I want to see what she don't like about YT people, and vice versa, and why. Yeah.
Brad wanted to get something in. I know.
So do you want to start with Keithy and just go what?
We can do that.
Okay.
All right,
Go
so
ahead,
I'm
Keith.
gonna hop off. I just wanted to say thank you guys.
Oh yeah, for
You
sure, man.
guys mean the world to me. This is amazing. I love it.
Yeah, I should have caught you all girl with it. This black people problems. Get up out of here, son. I'm talking to him, but nah. I know you probably hear that a lot though. I ain't gonna lie, that jump be irritating my soul when I hear people like that. But I'm like, let one of us get done like that. We gonna have a whole riot though. That's why I'm saying we don't be fair though. And we would sit there and oppress YT people when we do that. No, it's not the same. We don't got power. You got power in this room. You could control that. So, but yeah, man, everybody not like that. And I'm glad that you found some peace. You know what I'm saying? But who is that down there? Let's go ahead and start with let's see, we got Perkins. We gotta get Mike Blair here. Oh, let me switch you out, spiritual. You're not.
Oh, I
I
was
know
about to say,
you
did you
chilling.
want me to drop?
Yeah, I was even gonna offer, but if spiritual's not involved, whatever.
Yeah, he just chilling. So, Keith, let me start with you, my brother. What's the deal, Mike Blair?
Mike Black. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you got that one bar as
I'm
usual.
working on my car right now. Yeah, I'm working on my car right now. So yeah, go ahead, y'all go ahead.
Yeah. Keith, it's on you, my brother. What do you not like about YT people, and vice versa? What do YT people not like about black people? Keith, my boy got all that air back there, boy. Is Keith in there? All right, so let's get a CB in then, I guess.
Which question?
Mike, hey Mike, mute your mic or your background loud.
Which question do you want me to address?
What do you not like about YT people, and then why do you think YT people not like black people?
What do I not like about YT people?
Yeah.
I mean, I think all YT people are different, but historically they have, unfortunately, caused a lot of impression to
We talking about
black
today.
race.
Today, not historic, because you wasn't in the history though. So what do you not like about black
Historically,
people
meaning
today?
like, well, back then and even now, unfortunately, many of them are still racist towards black people. So black people are often cautious around them.
Interesting. That was like a cop-out answer. Anybody could have said that one. I don't like racism either. But I guess that's your best answer. Then that's what you don't like about YT people, I guess. All right, I guess that's a lot of details.
I mean, but you can
Hold
play
up, Mike
you
Blake.
can play that you can play that answer.
Hold up, man. We gonna get to you, man.
I'm still feeling out this space. So yeah.
Yeah, right. All right, so Perkins.
Oh man, what's going on?
What up, my brother? We're gonna start it with you, man. What you don't like about YT people, and then vice versa. What do you think YT people not like about black people?
The only thing I don't like about it is the being scared of black people. I don't know why they scared of us. Some pair of reason.
I think I know.
I don't get it, but I have no really problem with white people personally, because recently I helped the older white gentleman, the fuck, he hurt himself. He tripped on the sidewalk or something, hurt himself. I helped the elderly up. So I'm basically living a night. My area is all white tea, so I have no big issues. I don't feel no racism or nothing towards me. So it's like, I don't know what this slavery mindset people coming up with. It sounds asinine, but the only person slaving you is yourself, your mind.
Mm-hmm.
It's all in your mental. Like, you can do anything you want. Because trust me, if you was slavery, you were not able to sit on a white toilet. You were not allowed to go into certain nice bathrooms.
You wouldn't be on TikTok.
So I don't believe you're a slave. You can do anything you want. You have the freedom. It's just the mentality you have of yourself is holding you back. Nobody else is holding you back for any opportunities you want. You got a person, a professional athlete, can't read for nothing, but he's a multi-millionaire, freaking stock owner and everything, own multiple businesses. So if that's not stopping them, then how is a white T person stopping you? That don't make sense.
Mm.
Racism is there, but not to the point where it stops you from making yourself rich. You're stopping yourself. You're cutting yourself short. If you're lazy, don't want to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and work on yourself and grind it out, and don't come home until 10 o'clock at night, that's on you. You put yourself in a situation. You made that bed, you got to lay in it. Nobody else put you in that bed. You did it to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Lack of accountability. It's like this mindset of being a slave. You know your mind is slaved up. Open your eyes. You're not a slave. Where's the shackles at? Are you still picking cotton? Are you in the sun every day of your life picking cotton? No. Are you getting whipped? No. So where's the slavery coming from? If we were so suppresses black people, then how we had a black president, Barack Obama. So that right there is asinine. You make decisions to cost yourself to get unalived by a police officer. I seen police officers arrest a brother. Some of them not as wrong. I can say some did some dirty stuff, but when they ask you to get out the car, just get out the car, follow directions. Stop getting all that mouth. Just get on the ground, put your hand in the head. You know you didn't do nothing. So what's the fun of fighting it? Just get over and done with it.
Bro, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but at this, yes, ma'am.
It's an order.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, who is on, Mr. Print or me? Which one?
Why don't you go? Why don't you go?
I think it's on Keith and he back.
Keithan, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
What am I doing now? The prompt?
Just the purple and white.
Now,
Yeah,
Kev,
what don't whites like about blacks, and what don't blacks like about whites?
That's a tough. Well, I don't know, man. That's a tricky question, because I don't really have bad experience with white people, with white tea people. I don't. But I know that from
you could generalize it too, though. If you don't have it, because it's on both. It's personal and generalized. So you could say, what do you hear, and then on both ends too, or what do you believe on that too? So you can do it that way.
I think when we're talking about black people, I think that black people think that white people are personally suppressing them, and so for some strange reason. But I know it's the system of white supremacy that suppresses black people, because not every white person is out to get black people. I don't think that. I don't see that happening. In terms of what the white tea people don't like about black people, I think that they think that they think that black people think that they're racist, or they hate them for some reason, and so they feel like they owe black people something for that. And because the thing that I hear mostly from white tea people, well, I didn't have your people in slavery, and so they don't feel that it's that they owe us something because they didn't have them in slavery. That's the only thing that I can come up with, that, man. I don't experience the stuff that people talk about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I always noticed that too. Like, even though you said that, and I was thinking about when you said it, you got that one person encounter. Well, so you trying to invalidate my experience or something like that? He talking about him, and then just because you had the experience, what you trying to tell him that other people? It's like people try to invalidate both sides' experience. Though I noticed that too. It's either you either think victim or not. It's like far left or far right. But yeah, that's gonna be crazy.
Hey, Kev, because I'm gonna tell you this: I was in the military, bro, and any armed forces person will tell you, when you're in the military, man, you think about no racism. You ain't thinking about you got this white tea person next to you. You ain't thinking about
might turn on me. He might turn on me in the middle of the battle. That's what I was saying.
Man, listen, when I was in the military, I did not see color. We did not see color in the military, bro. Because you're thinking about this person, I got to count on this person to save my life. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
all the military people, majority of them will tell
That's
you
a
that.
prime example. That's a good one though, right? Y'all united then. Now why you act like you can't get united with white people? That is a good one. That's a good one. So I can't get how any military can be talking like this. That's crazy, right? You're right about that. That's crazy.
You is right. Okay, so my thoughts on this prompt is what do blacks not like about whites is that I think that they submissive, that they got that family dynamic down pat, that their women don't argue their man down, that they know how to follow their man's leadership, their kids actually properly taken care of, so it's a woman. They don't make themselves look like anything outside of a family. I think what do whites not like about blacks is that I think that they don't like that we blame them for history or things that happened that once
That's why I want her to go last.
But yes, that they don't like that people from the past has made it to where they can't see the future. And that's the problem. Like, I think that anytime white people try to get past something and make like I'm talking about the real ones that want to make amends and they want to be forgiving for, you know, what happened in the past. You get what I'm saying? Because they can't change that. They can change the future and try to make things better. But the thing is, if you always got people turning around looking at you with the eyes of hate and not forgiveness, that says a lot. You ain't never gonna get nowhere because you always looked at in a negative lighting. Sometimes some people could be so hurt and so damaged from the past that they can no longer move forward when it comes to the future. But I'm gonna land there, guys.
All right. Nice. Mike Blair, you next finally. You better have some good stuff. You was breaking in a few times. You better have some good stuff.
The last statement that was made as well, and I guess it's like.
Hold on, Mike. You sound like a midget.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you can say that word.
Yeah, you're kind of far away from your mic, McBlee.
Do I sound taller now?
Yeah, actually, you do.
Okay, good. All right. What I think is like, it's almost, I don't know if this is even a theory, but it's almost a pat on the back theory. It's like, look what we've gone through and look where we've come to, but nobody wants to give us any praise or say, way to go, good job. And that's almost like what it seems like with America, right? Is that black people had to fight all of these problems or these big issues to even get to the point of what we're dealing with today is like voting or whatever. Nobody's ever given us the credit for fighting through that in America. Nobody's ever given us the way to go, guys, man. We thought you would never make it out of this. Look at you guys. Nobody's ever said that in IT America. Nobody. And then you want us to give you guys praise for getting it without doing shit. You guys want us to praise white people on a basis like every other day just because it's white people free, and it was built on the back of indigenous people and black people and Asian folks and all of that, right? And not one of y'all have ever turned around and said thank you. And I think that's where our problem is right now. I think the problem is you never give grace to the person that does all the work. You never give a thank you and a pat on the back to the people that actually do the work. And that's why we're angry at each other, no matter what kind of finger you point at it, left, right, upside down, or inside out. You guys have never said thank you, black people. Thank you, Asian people. Thank you, indigenous people. Thank you, all the people that made this country beautiful. Thank you. So beautiful. No, you say, if it wasn't for the white tea ideas, we wouldn't have been here. Well, if you white tea wouldn't have came out of the Caucasus Mountains and got the help from some aliens that we just discovered are real, then you guys would still be bathing in dirt. So you guys said thank you at that point. Say thank you again. And until we get to that point, we're always going to be in the frustration of who's right and who's wrong. Just say thank you. When your wife cleans up the house, say thank you. When your husband fixes the car, say thank you. When your daughter cleans up a room or your son cleans up his room without asking, say thank you.
No.
And we have gotten so far from thank you that it is debilitating. And I'll land right there.
I ain't saying thank you to my children cleaning up the house. You better clean the house. But yeah, all right. What you got, Stacy?
Yeah, what you say? Cause I said so.
Right, exactly. There you go. They don't need no explanation.
My kids be saying,
Ain't no cop gonna say thank you. Ain't no teacher gonna say thank you. Like, no, get your work done.
You guys just see what you took from that whole situation. I was talking about my kid, like the last part of that conversation was the children, right? The majority of that was black, white, and indifferent, right? All y'all talked was the kids situation. We were talking about black, white, Asian, Hispanic, and y'all took the kids out of it. That's what I was saying. Like, nobody even wants to give thanks to that. Y'all ran right to the kids. Who can I dominate? That's what we doing in this country. Who can I dominate because the rest don't matter? And the moment I brought up the kids, you were like, I ain't proud of my kids for that. I ain't doing this for my children. I didn't even speak about the kids for the first 50, 60, 70% of that conversation.
Gotcha.
I didn't even speak about them.
No,
that's what y'all wanted to run to because that's what the domination
I was just making a joke. That's all. I wasn't being serious.
I'm gonna thank the officer for giving me a ticket. Thank you. No, I'm kidding.
That's not a kid. But go ahead, Stacy.
I don't know. I'll say, like, what do blacks and whites is just they feel like they're inferior to white people. As far as owning stuff and, white people and everything. So I just feel like it's that inferior feel. I don't know. But as far as, like, what do whites not like about black, she had touched on it. Like, hold on. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, she had touched on it earlier. As far as, I think one thing that we have to understand is they're also poor white tea people. I think that's why when we ask about, like I said earlier, reparations, they don't understand it. They don't care for it because they're also losing their homes. They're also poor. I think once we start looking at that, we'll understand why, again, they don't care about certain things that we asked for. Like earlier, like basically what Red Pill say, they also don't like the fact that we blame them for everything. Me personally, when it comes to slavery and with this, I feel like if a group of people go to war, somebody wins and somebody loses, right? The party that loses generally becomes either enslaved or they're used to rebuild the country or other people's country or however it works. So for me, it's just like we took an L, right? We took an L, and because we took an L, that's why we're in the position that we're in. Another thing is I don't blame them for anything as far as where we are today, because I feel like I think she said this earlier too, like as far as we have the way or the right to better circumstances before we have children. So for me, everything that we have where we're dealing with, we can fix it. So
Okay. All right. Mr. P, what you got for me, man?
So I've been trying to think about a serious answer because
I've given some, off the wall kind of funny ones yesterday, trying to bring some levity to the conversation, but I'm gonna kind of speak to what I think the gentleman Red Pill. I think he was trying to articulate something. I think he was having a hard time because I just think he was overwhelmed with not being verbally bludgeoned the second he opened his mouth into suppression of his ideas. So, what do blacks not like about whites? What do whites not like about blacks? Okay, well, since I'm YT, I'll go that direction first, and then I'll go the other way. So, my issue, anecdotally, is that I'm a genuine person, and I really try to listen to somebody, and I really try to understand the words they're saying, the context of the picture that they're trying to paint for me with their story and their experience. And I go out of my way to give people the benefit of the doubt until they prove to me that they're just lying or whatever. And that takes a lot of effort for me, because I get a lot of flags with things people are saying in their head, like bullshit, or yeah, I'm sure it really happened that way. But I still listen, and I still give them the benefit of the doubt. And there's a lot of things that get thrown at me, whether directly or indirectly. For generalization's sakes, we've all heard this, YT people created a system that's holding me down. It's like, okay, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? That same system's got its fucking foot on my goddamn throat. It don't care that I'm white. You do, but it don't. And and in the second I try to articulate this, I get told that no, that can't be true because you're YT and you guys have the power and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, well, that same power is being used against me, and I'm not allowed to express it in the same exact way that I just let you. It's not accepted. It has to be null and void because of the lack of melanation that I happen to have. If I grew up closer to the fucking equator in Sicily, guess what? I'd be a whole fucking 5 shades goddamn darker. Okay? So, to me, it's like, what I hate is that it's expected that I be a compassionate ear and a shoulder, and then be willing to be someone who's helping to fix the situation. But the second I air my grievances, I'm thrown back into the same pool of people that tried to oppress a whole another race. Hundreds of years before I was born, from a whole different demographic of the world than my people came from. And I'm still lumped in there. So that's what I hate, that I'm not given the same grace that I try really hard to give people. Because my instinct is to just push people away. I don't want to hear your bullshit. But I'm trying my best to reach out a hand and say, you know what? Maybe I'm put here to listen. Maybe that's my struggle, is I need to actually try to listen better instead of try to always be right. Maybe I need to listen better. But I don't feel that the other people are giving themselves those same talks. Maybe I need to listen to this guy. Maybe this guy needs my help for a second. I'm going to be real, and I guess you can kind of tell with the passion in my voice. This is how I really feel, man. Mm-hmm. And the reason I keep showing up in Kev's live, the reason I keep showing up in Cousin's live, there was another brother in here named Motivation who comes up. I show up in his live. Gemini. The reason I show up in there is because guess what? None of those men have ever looked me in the face or over this platform and said, nah, we don't want to hear what you got to say because you don't look like us. Every single one of them at some point has looked at me and said, you know what? That's fucking brilliant. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad your words mean something. And that actually made me feel like I was a part of something instead of always being pushed away. So I took what I didn't like seeing from the Black community, and I kept looking until I find people that made me feel welcome by that community. And I found it here. And I thank Kev, and I think all the other people up here. I know we've interacted a few times. Keithan, whose name I bastardized earlier. Can't wait to get to connect with you, brother. So I kind of ran on that. What don't blacks like about whites? I mean, I've heard a lot of things, man. But I guess that there's an issue where blacks feel that white people need to be able to or should want to be responsible for the sins of the people that came before them. And I think that a lot of white people have a hard time with that. And because of that idea, I think that ultimately what's being asked is black people are saying, you may not have done it, but your ancestors did it. And you may not have seen a profit from it, but somebody did. And then white people are feeling like, well, you want me to pay for something with money that I never received from something I didn't do, if we're going to talk about reparations in that context. I just think there's a lot of miscommunication. I think there's a savage misunderstanding of history. McBlee was kind of talking about people that actually do the work. Well, guess what? Before America, where there was slavery in the world? Fucking everywhere, okay? Across the whole damn thing, everywhere. And up until about the 1700s, that was the case. I think England was the first place that got rid of actual slavery legally inside their borders of the island of England. They still had slavery in their properties and their, what they owned overseas in Africa and stuff through conflict. But if you look at the whole globe, there was all of a sudden this thing that happened in the mid 1800s where America abolished slavery, and then the rest of the world had to follow suit because it couldn't keep up with the industrial advantage that America was leading once it got rid of slavery. So, it's like, my point is we can all argue and point to the horrible things that chattel slavery has done and the methods and the people. That was 1% of the population that did all that to all those people. Okay. And once that 1% of population were killed by the other half of the country, excuse me for using that K word, sorry about that. Once they were killed and the slaves were freed, guess what? The whole world took notice. And you start seeing slavery disappearing all over the globe.
How you say
disappearing.
sorry for the K word, just say it again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not used to editing myself. I'm a damn adult. It sucks. So I'm just going to say that, we misunderstand history and how we look at things. If we're going to talk about 400 years ago, we need to talk about 600 years ago. We need to talk about 800 years ago. If we're not going to talk about 800 years ago and we're going to focus on 400 years, that's not fair. That's like stacking all the points up on your side and saying, okay, well, you can't reach further down in the bucket to get yourself points anymore. You got to argue with nothing. So we need to give each other more grace, ultimately. I'm sorry that went on, everybody.
Hey, Print, let me add something to what you said real quick. Here's something that most black folks don't know about slavery. Do you know what day the auctions were held on? Anybody? You know what day they were held on?
I'm sorry, what day?
Yeah, what day?
I have no idea.
They were held on a Saturday. I'm sorry. The day that they weren't held on, I'm sorry. You know what day that was?
I would guess Sunday.
No, it was a Saturday. And you know why that was?
No.
Who doesn't do anything on Saturdays?
All the government.
No.
Christians?
Come on. No.
I'm trying to follow, man. I just don't know.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. England was getting rid of their poor white people, and they were sending them to America. So they didn't have the money to get slavery. There was only one other group of people that had money. And I'm gonna leave it right there because I can't say that name. So these were the people that were running the slave auctions. These were the people that had slaves. White people were poor doing slavery. And so these people had money, and these people were bringing the slaves in the country. When you study history, you'll realize who these people are. They just hide under other names. So when you understand that there was one day, because this day was a sacred day, and they didn't have auctions on that day of the week, go look it up.
I'm looking it up right now. You got me all peaked and don't want to know what this is.
And so what I'm saying is, black people thinking that it's the white people. These white people were poor during that time, and it was these group of people who were wealthy. They had money. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm giving you a clue, Brent, because it's one day of the week, every week, that they shut down everything. That's your clue.
Yeah, I wanted to say too, like, we keep missing. The thing is, everybody keep forgetting. That's why I say, who we supposed to get? I guess we keep be saying we be talking about what's the thing? what's that word where the thing where they talking about getting the money, reparations, right? And I'm like, who we supposed to get that from though? Because like it's either between, because like I said, I had a live about that, man. We supposed to get it from the YT people or the people that had the slaves first, which is the West Africans. I'm trying to see who we supposed to get it from. Because like I think everybody keep forgetting the fact that we were slaves to the Africans before we was even over here by black people, which were black people, right? So that's why we keep constantly saying that we enslaving ourselves. We slave ourselves, or we even oppressing
There are
ourselves.
many Africans that were kidnapped, so I hope that you know that, host.
Yes, but it was Africans that we were slaves too. What are you talking about? Don't make no
Right,
sense.
but many Africans were kidnapped.
What do that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
What do that
I
kidnapped
spoke
by who?
basic English.
Kidnapped by who?
Europeans, they went into Africa
Oh
and they
my
were
God, y'all
kidnapping
be
them as
giving
well.
these people too much power. So at the end of the day, you gotta do you can do the research the same way I did it too, and I have not got taught it, but I had to figure it out myself.
There's both
So
selling
like
and
I
there's
said, we
both
were
kidnapping.
slaves that got transferred to slaves. So like this thing where we acting like that the YT people was the first ones that did it. That's our problem. That's why we gotta get through our minds. And I think that we don't want to see past anybody else because it's good. We can get to live the life we live because we can keep on saying, well, it's that type of color that did it to me. And we don't want to say it's one of us. We just don't want to say that. We want to keep on sticking with, nah, it was another color that did it. But then let another color try to step on you today. You gonna buck up now. You ain't acting weak then. But you don't do the same thing. All this stuff we talking about, the marching and stuff, we don't do that when it come to one another. Why we don't pick a sign every time one of us unalive each other? Ooh, I was about to see now what that word, boy. I almost turned to Mr. Print for a minute.
Y'all contagious.
Right. I'm saying we don't get that same exact energy to ourselves though, but we don't like hearing about ourselves, and yet I bet you tucking your purse in when you got another one of your peoples that's coming past. Why is that? Right? Or you hit a person with I wish a ninja would and all this other stuff. Like I don't get like all this stuff, all this colorism, right? We said we doing that to our own selves. We don't want to speak on the big things. We talking about the stuff that's less likely to happen to us, but in our everyday lives, we the ones tearing each other up. So it's like we got to fix on the internal issues first before we even talk about what somebody else doing. Because most of the time, y'all not getting healed by that situation. And if we trying to talk about oppression, we got to look that definition up. You know, we keep using it every last time. The closest form of that will be jail. And that's YT people and black people that's getting every last color in jail.
Yo, you
So
know what's
we need to
crazy?
look up that word oppression because people are freely using that too. Oppression to mean you wouldn't even be on this app right now, even though we got people that's in jail that's on the app. I don't know how they, but hey,
I wanted to ask about that really quick because
Yeah, I want to add something too, real quick.
Brent, Ben wanted to speak. And,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
I don't
sorry.
have anything to add. Y'all can go.
I was about to say she doesn't have anything of value. I was going to say, when you
Oh,
speak the next time,
Damn.
add something of value to the conversation. Don't just chime
everything I
in to
say is
say
of
nothing.
value.
No, you said nothing of value because Kev said that black people have enslaved ourselves before the Europeans got to us, and you
Right, and
chimed
there
in
was
to
also
say
kidnapping, and I added to that. I
you
added
added
on to his
nothing though
points.
because that's already factual. So you added nothing. Exactly.
Everything I say is
Kev,
of
you know what
value.
nothing. You said nothing. Kev, you know what I want to say? That's funny. Anytime I seen the what's that show's 60 Days In or something like that. Anytime I see us on that show, I just want to scream because you have black people saying how they were incarcerated without, against their will. They didn't commit the crime, blah, 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 blah. And then you have people that are signing up to go in like test dummies for money. So now it's kind of like, are we oppressed or not? Because if it's so bad, why are we on that show experimenting? Talking some, we want to see what the life on the inside is about. Like, that's the things that I'll be talking about. So when we put out, well, I guess the African Americans put out to the media that, y'all being incarcerated at a high rate, it's kind of like, but then they pay y'all little to nothing. It's just,
yeah.
it don't make sense.
I want to say this too, real quick. Because I see my boy Mo down there. Somebody, Shaw, you right. I used the wrong thing, right? I'm thinking about slavery. I said that's the closest to slavery. That's what I meant to say. Because when I think of that word oppressed, I keep thinking about slavery, right? So enslaved, that'd be the first thing, because that means you have no control. There's nothing you can do about that because you're under somebody else's thing. So that'd be the closest thing to slavery would be jail, right? And that's what's happening to black and white people or whatever color, right? So like I said, this word that we keep throwing out, oppression, which I'm looking up, and I'm big on doing it because we all got Google now, right? We can just look these things up. So oppression is a prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control, right? That's what that means. So that means anybody can do that to one another. It is not just a certain color that's doing this. So I think we like using that word to sound like we more important than anything else when we doing it to everybody. I don't know, like I'm saying, I'm trying to see what this definition, because everybody just make up their own feelings-based definition, I guess. But if we talk about oppress, everybody do that in some form every day. What do you think gangs doing all that stuff? What do you think that, Oh, I mean, this thing is happening worldwide, so everybody has been some form of oppressed in some way. So why are we acting like it's a one-way street when it comes to black and white? That's not the only form of oppression. So I'm saying we don't like checking ourselves so dang on bad that we rather keep looking on the outside and then we want to cry about why women don't want to hold themselves accountable and why men keep doing all this other stuff, and then we can't even check our own selves. So my thing is this thing, nobody, just like what she just said earlier, right? We keep acting like that somebody is freaking innocent. Well, it's one race that's innocent. Nothing happened in the midst of it. Nobody, this is crazy to believe, and that'd be some delusional type thinking to think that anybody is, and then every time we do something, it's always somebody else's fault. Like, I think people like that is a problem overall. Because like you not having that, none of us having that mentality when somebody trying to rob us or try to unalive our mother or something like that. We don't care what color they is. That's what I'm saying. But we somehow we got this extra energy when it comes to another color, which is stupid, silly way of thinking. Anybody can F you over. And we know that. We know that, and we still want to play silly, like because then your skin is a little bit brighter, so you're gonna do me even worse. That's crazy that it's sad, and we want to make it sadder. It's people that's older than me that's still playing this stuff. Like that don't make no sense. Like when we gonna grow up? Like, it's no way that a young dog got to sit there and tell you, like, hey, no, we can make this thing happen. We need to stop crying and all this other stuff. It got to be a young dog that's telling, like, that stuff make no sense at all. That don't make no sense. You would think we'd be us little kids be crying. You would think the older folks would be like, hey, no, we going to make this thing happen. Stop acting like a little baby and all that stuff. Why was I telling the older folks to stop acting like a little baby? That don't make sense. That's what I'm saying. And that's what they was talking about. When they had in my live yesterday, was saying that these older folks is feeling this. Because it's stuff like that. They still teaching and telling us this, hey, you gotta watch, you gotta make sure that you can do your thing and all that stuff. You gotta, because we're doing the worst and all that stuff. Where's our strong older folks at, man? Where they at that's telling us, hey, nah, man, forget what they talking about. We gonna make it happen. You better grind till it happen. If one job mess you over, go to the next job. We gonna find it. Where is that at? We don't get that, but we so weak now. That's what I'm saying. We act like we tough and we weak at the same time. So it's like, why? What type of messages we pushing nowadays? But I'm glad I had to have a mind on my own, and I'm not listening to a lot of other people. And then I realized that age and all that stuff really just don't matter. So it's sad that I gotta say some stuff like that, because it's obvious that it's a lot of closed-minded people that just stuck in where they at. But I'm the one. I'll be the one then. If ain't nobody else gonna do it, I'm gonna tell somebody that you can make it happen. I'm gonna tell you there ain't nobody locking you down. That's what I'm gonna do then. I know how to keep telling people that, hey, we're oppressed and nothing can't happen and we can't do anything. We can keep doing that, but that's also could be part of the tactic of why we can't get anywhere. And yeah, we talk about solutions.
Hey, Kev.
Yeah. What's up?
You just looked up oppression. Okay.
Yes.
And you read the first portion of the definition, and you were correct. There's a part of oppression that I think the average person is not including in oppression. Oppression, and this is just an opinion, and this is just to expand our own thoughts here. So oppression is going to be institutionalized. It's going to be a form of government. There's going to be the force of the oppression is going to be backed by the law. So the justice system gets involved in applying injustice. And I that's a general term for oppression. And then I think what actually people are speaking about is suppression, not oppression. And I'll draw this because I think that suppression or suppression comes from a more of an internal dialogue. I didn't get this job. The person who interviewed me was YT. I'm black. I didn't get the job because I'm black. That's a thought process and an action that happened only in your mind and became a reality in your mind, and therefore you suppressed your success on your own thoughts. Whether the person interviewing you actually oppressed you because of a institutionalized manner because you were black is different. We can't determine that from looking at them and without knowing anything about them. So I think that what we're actually speaking about is that we are willfully suppressing ourselves under the guise of oppression because they're very similar concepts, where I would say oppression is external, whereas suppression is internal. And a lot of people have been convinced into suppressing themselves and pointing the finger at everybody else.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That's why I said I can't, man. We be acting too weak, man. We too daggone weak. But then we act tough when somebody calls us out our name. We act tough with, oh, you said something about my mama. You know, stuff like that. We act tough for the wrong things in life. That's why we so soft. We sensitive and we calling that junk tough. But then when it's time to get the moving, or we saying that we want to make things happen, and then all of a sudden, I don't know what to do. I'm not strong enough. But it gotta take another color for us to sit there and unite. That's the silliest stuff I've always seen in my life. Now we want to unite. Otherwise, we like, man, you better stay in my area. You better mind yours and mine and watch that. We talk all that junk, then it take another color. That's like some robotic type stuff, and we don't see this thing happen. We don't act like we act like we don't see this selective the selective media that they push out. It's like we straight up guinea pigs or something. Like they taught us a few things, got a lot of our minds, and they did say that was what they said, the lynch level thing. They got to get us by the mind, and it's people still that know about it, still stuck in it, and still be acting and act blinded to the situation. And like I said, that's why I go back to ourselves once again. But it's obvious there's some people that grew out of it like, nah, I'm not about to, even if, and like I said, that's why I mentioned before, it was people that actually was oppressed, we could say both of them, right? But they still have the mentality we gonna make it happen. That's why I'm glad we got people that's strong and not these weak people today, like people that was like Martin Luther King or people that Malcolm X, all the people that was actually like, man, forget all that, we gonna make it happen, and they didn't even pick certain colors. This is like whoever was willing to ride because they just was able to know, or they ain't had this bias. But we got people that ain't lived none of them times and still crying about something that they're not even experiencing. And yet they doing everything that every last person is doing in America, but then still want to use that same thing.
But a lot of people also don't want to bring up the fact that there was people who were racist and stuff like that, but they didn't want to show too much of the people who was the same color as those racists standing up for black people, standing with black people, who was literally getting hit by their own people for taking a risk to say, hey, it's not about this young woman's skin. She's a kid. Y'all don't even understand that. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's some people gotta understand, like, everything ain't affecting you or your people. And I don't know why we got it like people be trying to make it seem like that shit is going on in their household around their family right now. Don't get me wrong, not saying that it's not happening to certain people, but we are literally living in times. Y'all literally got to sit up here and have y'all way with the world. Literally. Y'all was unaliving children. Ain't nobody telling you to, like, you got people up here, they gonna stand on what they believe, but at the end of the day, you still got the choice to sit up here and make that decision. Ain't nobody stop you. Ain't nobody say, hey, put that baby back in. and leave it there and let it grow. Like, you get what I'm saying? Ain't nobody forcing you.
Hey, I just want to add something before you finish. Those babies you're talking about being unalived, okay? If you were to make it so that all of those people who were unalive since Roe was passed way back when, before I was alive, today in America, there would be, just from those individuals, 40 million more black people in America. Think about that. That would double the size of the population in America of black people. There would be 40 million more black people. And of those 40 million, half of them were women that were unalive.
That's crazy.
So how much political power was the black community convinced to give away in the last 50 years? 40 million votes, that's how much.
That's a lot of people.
It's fucking heartbreaking. My heart breaks bringing that figure up. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but it's heartbreaking to think about the souls that were thrown away, the lives we were denied to see.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what the baby looks like. I'll do whatever I can to help a baby. I'm sorry, I got to mute up. I'm choking up.
Yeah.
That's why I had asked Kev, I think a couple days ago or a week, so I don't know how long ago, but I think it was up in here. But I said, why is it that when it do come to stuff like that, right? A guy would get charged for unaliving a pregnant woman. That's a double homie, right? Wouldn't y'all agree? But why don't women get charged for unaliving a child before it even come into this world? How is that? How is that not the same thing?
The thing is, right?
Well, let me say this real quick, man, because now I'm getting irritated. I think, like, man, that's what I said. I mess with you though, but like, how you going? My man's dang near crying and stuff. You gonna tell him that he don't give a dang about soul? Like, what type of soul you get? I don't get. Like, what the heck? Like, what happened in your life that you just don't have no sympathy or empathy for anybody or something that don't have a certain color? Like, yeah, and I see why some of these white people don't like none of you. People like you though. Like, how the heck you gonna sit there? You got a dude that's spilling himself out, and you gonna tell him he don't care about? It's obvious. Like our black women, especially, they the ones taking these little babies out. And and you got a person that actually care about them, and you gonna that's no, not you. It's more money is in the comments talking about he don't give a dang about souls, right?
I was like,
so, yes. No, I'm just saying that. I mean, this dude literally, you gonna tell him this because that's why I said I don't know what's going on. And from this point, I could tell, and I would say that's like reverse racism though, because it's like he got this automatic thing. Just I guess because if one of us was to say it, I think he wouldn't have had a problem with it. But you gonna tell somebody if that they don't care about a soul or whatever the situation is. I think, man, that stuff like that just be irritating my whole soul, and I can't really take nobody serious like that for real.
Kev, the real
That's
thing
some
is
straight up hatred though. And then we get mad. Then we get mad when somebody do that to us. Like, we ain't got no right. That's why I could care less about what these, especially us, be crying about. That's careless. So why somebody should care about you? Why somebody should care about you? And then the thing is, be successful and making money ain't doing nothing for your peoples. But then you got people that's caring more about us than we care about our own selves. That don't make no sense.
wait, I want to answer she though, because she touched a good point. So I feel like with women, right? If we notice there ain't no repercussions for half the stuff that we do, like pay attention to, I think I talked about this in another panel, but pay attention to when a child in the home is raped. Notice how everybody, or can I say kidnapped or taken away? Notice how everybody's like condolence to the mom and the child, and it's just, I'm always like, what do you mean lock her up? Like, when you become a mother, your job is to protect that child at all costs. Once that child, for any reason, went unprotected and was taken advantage of, you failed as a mother. So what do we be meaning when we say condolences to, like, lock her ass the fuck up? That's why, like, there's so many children being taken and raped into homes. So she was saying, like, why is it that if a man unalives a woman with a baby, that's a double homie, but if she just goes in the baby, it's okay? And it's like, because there's no repercussions to half the stuff that we do as women. There's no punishment for it. Like, honestly, there should be more punishment. Like, even bringing forth a child into this world without your finances planned a certain way is crazy work. Like, we're just bringing kids into poverty purposely and then yelling at the government, and then that child comes up to be like, oh, the government is like, no, your mother was careless. We as women are careless as hell, and there, like, ain't no punishment for it. It's crazy work. Like, I
Stacey, that's why I had asked that. Cause it's like, I'm like, ain't that the same thing? Cause I'm like, it's taking away a life. It's taking a life, regardless how you want to look at who took it. It's still taking a life. It's still a person making a choice to sit up here and commit. That's a crime to me. But I don't see how one get charged and go to jail, but the other one say, hey, you know, I feel sorry for you that you had to go through that. And, you know, it's just like, what?
Yeah, if I'm in New York and I get in a car accident. Oh, I'm sorry, Stacey. Go ahead.
I'm gonna do it real quick. So even if I can just have the baby and then put it in one, like the fire stations, the police station, whatever, the hospital, and just drop it off and be on my merry good way, and they're saying they're not gonna come looking for me, they're not gonna ask no questions, just put the baby in a bag and put, like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean you're not gonna ask no questions? Like, yo, we need to ask questions. We need to have repercussions for women who are careless with their bodies and bringing forth children as a result of that. Like, yo, like, that's a good point. Go ahead, Brent. Go ahead.
To what you're saying about those fire drop-off boxes and things like that, the reason there's no questions is because those are usually in places where they have access to getting the baby taken out and unalived. And they're so desperate to save a life that they're willing to let the mother absolve herself of any legal requirements of the child. They care so much about saving the child that they are willing to just take the full responsibility from the second it's put in that survival box. And it just harkens what you're saying. We'd rather not give the mother responsibilities if we can provide a chance that human gets their right to life. That's the point. But to what she just was saying, you know, it's like in New York, I could be driving along, spill my coffee in my lap, look down, hit a car in front of me, total accident. A lady in there is pregnant. The baby gets unalived. She lives. I still go down involuntary manslaughter. Okay? That same woman could have been driving to an abortion clinic, and it don't matter. It don't matter what term in the pregnancy either in New York. So the legal system, it's so split even there that we can't even say for sure what a life is, but we're going to tell you that if a man takes this thing that might be a life, he's going to get punished. But if a woman does it, it's healthcare.
So no, I'm going to tell you what it really is, right? With the situation where the car accident, baby's unalive, blah, blah, blah. That's a little bit different from you dropping the baby off. You got to remember, there's a black market. Like, this is a real thing where they're buying parts. So when you turn it in and it's new and it's fresh, they can groom and raise it to be whatever they need it to be. So they're okay, or there's no repercussions for women because they get access to that child. They're pedophiles. Those people, if you heard me, there are people that are profiting when they put them in the children home. So that's really why they don't care, if you want to be honest, and to stop it. So what you're saying is, I think you tackled it from the back end. So you're saying once these women have already carelessly brought forth these children, we're going to rush in to help them. But how do we prevent them from carelessly bringing forth these children is what I'm addressing. I'm a very proactive, not a reactive person.
Well, I
so
mean, I have an answer for that, but people don't like that answer.
I mean, but before the baby even gets here, how do we stop them from just carelessly just bringing them? That's my focal point now, not after it's already here, blah, blah, blah. So, but to me, again, they're not going to stop us from accidentally bringing them here because they want to be able to buy them and do whatever they want to do with them, is how I feel. Because think about it. If there are no more children in foster home, that's an entire government business that shuts down. If they don't have any children to sell out or lend out, that's a whole government. Come on now. It's a whole operation. So I asked the question, but I know why they're never going to stop us or penalize us. But that's the real reason.
I mean, I have a solution. I'm gonna let someone else speak. I'm just gonna tell you, nobody wants my solution. I'm telling you that nobody wants it.
I think nobody wanted to hear what I just said either. But say it. Come on.
Right. Let's hear it.
I think I got me a topic now, man. They done gave me a topic, man. Yeah,
Like repercussions for our actions.
I think I'm gonna say the.
Hold on. Let Kev go.
Oh no, you can go. I didn't know they were gonna wait till I started talking and then go. All right, go ahead. I was waiting for a minute. I was literally waiting though, and then as soon as I went,
I was trying not to, but you know what? All right. So my answer to that is gonna be something that I hate about both black and white people. Okay. We have allowed the destruction of the American family, and we have allowed the destruction of God in our society. Those two fundamental pillars of Western society are what's needed to get rid of not every problem, but a whole damn lot of them. And I can tell you right now, people don't like that because God requires, to follow God, you got to tell yourself no, and you got to tell him yes. And that means that you ain't God over your life and you don't know what's best for you. And nobody want to admit that in today's world.
Yep.
It's my life, I'll live it how I want, blah, 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 blah. No. You need some modesty that we need to be teaching our women growing up. We need to teach them some self-respect. We need to actually define what the hell self-worth means and how they determine it versus value. And then we need to teach them self-control and decorum to our boys. And we need to teach them that they have value and they have self-worth as well. And that your body isn't built for pleasure. Pleasure is a byproduct of you doing successful things in your life. Your brain could just pump dopamine and endorphins and shit all day long. It don't. You got to do something to earn it. And if you want to have a good life and not have children out of wedlock and stuff, guess what? Go to school, graduate, get a job, get married. In that order, then have children, and you've already removed 70% of the obstacles that are going to put you in poverty right there.
yeah. No, I was saying that right, boy. They ain't trying to hear all that. You already know. You said the word God, they ran away. As I could tell, like some people, you can tell in their heart they don't believe in God. But I was gonna say. I just thought about a topic, man, and actually, I'm looking at my man's middle road logic. It's gonna kind of tie into when I went in his live about, right, and I think it's kind of getting proven. That's why I said when he had mentioned that, I think I actually side with the one dude he's saying. So I do, from me just listening and paying attention, looking on his live and just looking at how, especially older folks, right. I believe they most definitely did fail us, you know, and they show it daily, right. It's the way they teach, right. The way they teach, the way that they don't even lead by example no more. And then we supposed to take like stuff that they say serious. They still pushing out hatred when we supposed to follow that. They still push but then they tell us to love at the same time or wonder why the world is what it is. But they doing the exact same thing. And I'm like, hold up, you supposed to know better. You know what I'm saying? You supposed to be telling one of us to calm down. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. But I think I'm gonna make a topic about that though, because like this really got to get talked about, and then they act like they innocent. I think, you know, older folks most definitely played a major part. That's why I'm not trying to be one of them older folks. I'm not trying to be stuck in my ways. I'm trying to be more open-minded and all that other stuff. But it's just like, oh man, I'm right. I'm at this age, and you haven't experienced what I experienced and all this other stuff, and that's all they can rock with. But if you say the opposite way, well, why you not teaching us how to be humble and stop being prideful? Why you not teaching us to start focusing more on God and all this other stuff? But you teaching us the hatred. You teaching us how to freaking, you know, you need to be this way and watch your own and all this other stuff. Like, that's not helping none of us. You're not teaching us finances. You're not teaching us none of these things. But you continually competing with one of us, right? Or you continue, it's the same thing. So it's like you doing such a good job, old Odie. You know what I'm saying? You're doing such a good job. So like. And that's the same thing. I don't want no younger folks sitting there looking at me that way. I do want to lead by example. I'm not about to go back and forth with no young folk because I feel a certain way because they said so. I'll be like, all right, I understand your pain, youngin. And now you know what? I do gotta do better. But that's one thing, right? We don't know what humbleness is, and we gotta always act like that. Okay, man, nah, I know better. Who are you? You just got brought in this world and all this stuff. Well, it's people that's getting brought in this world that know way more than what I experience and stuff. But like I said, it take a humble mind and take to put your pride and ego to the side. But a lot of us don't get that. We still trying to compete. And that's one wrong thing that a lot of older folks doing is trying to compete with these younger. I still look gooder than the better. I think this way. Like, what the heck? What do that mean? What's the point? It's they shine now. What's the point? Just like I gotta realize that it's people under me that's trying to do something different. It's people that's looking up to me. Why would anybody want to look up to me when I'm sitting there pushing out stuff that ain't doing nothing? And then I compete with themselves. It make me like a little child just like them. So I can't wait. I will. That's gonna be one of my topics when I get back to when I come back, maybe Wednesday or something like that.
Hey, she just type that question in the comments again. That was a good question. I want to make sure we don't forget that one.
What I said about the ABs?
The question you posed about the solution, the way you worded it, like before the baby's here, that question. You know what the question you asked me, like what are we gonna do? How do we fix it before the baby and the mama?
Yeah.
I can't wait till I do that topic, man.
Me neither, man. It's gonna be good.
I came up because I got something to say about your little rant, Kev.
Oh shit. She's gonna be 10 toes down, you know that.
First of all, I can't speak for no fucking body else, but if I got what I got it, goddammit. If I own it, it's mine. If I feel like I can compete with the young generation, then I feel like I can compete with the young generation. Ain't shit you can tell me that's gonna make me think any goddamn different. Period.
For what? Well, okay, let's rock with that then. Then what do that make you look like trying to compete with a child?
It's not a child. An adult is an adult, right? And that's just the way I look at it. Now, I'm not trying to be out here like this young lady next to me. She look gorgeous as hell. I'm not gonna be at the club with her. I'm not gonna be trying to dress like her. But you gotta give credit where credit is due. I've seen some 19-year-olds, and I'm telling you, they bodies is hit. They got bodies like fucking old women.
Yeah, but okay, what is that doing for our community though? That's what I'm trying to see.
To each his own. You call it as you see it. You know, you're gonna get a lot of pushback from that. I can tell you that.
I know I am, and I'm ready for it though, because this stuff is
here's the thing.
This is disappointing.
Kev. Okay, let me try to explain this to you. Okay, at 62 years old, right? I'm in better shape than a lot of my counterparts, physically. Okay, and you know, because of the lifestyle I live, right? I eat healthy. I'm firm. I do all this kind of stuff so I keep myself in shape, right? So for a lot of women that are younger than me, they cannot hang doing the shit that I do. I've had several young women up here, and they have like, I don't see how you do it, Grandma. I can't do this. I can't get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I don't want to, plant shit. This shit is hard. It's on your back. Oh, So if that is my grace, then that is my grace. I'm not competing with anybody, but if I'm in my best health and I'm healthier than a whole lot of young people, then they need to know that. Why? Because they need to know either A, how they can change their lifestyle, B, how they can become that healthy, or C, what it is they're doing wrong so they can change it if they want to. So I can't see me saying I'm not going to be out here bragging, oh, I got a better body than she. No, that's not it. But if I want what's best for the young people and I see that she ain't eating properly, I'm gonna be like, look, baby girl, okay, this what you need. You need to get off this grease, get off, get on some fresh veggies, da 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 da. So I can see how it's beneficial. But now if like baby girl is thinking like if going to the club, trying to compete with these little girls, you got me messed up. I'm with them on that. I unfriend more women that's my age on here that thinking they can dress like she can. Or they be rolling around, how these little girls move provocatively in the club. They think they can do that shit too. I be in my head going, bitch, you need to sit down somewhere. It's not that you don't need to go to the club. It's not that you can't hang out, but you need to hang out with your own peers instead of with these young girls, because that ain't you.
Am I the only one confused though? I feel like you started
let
out
me
in
Stacy, can you write that question that cause you said that question Mr. Print was looking for as far as the when you said what are some solutions that we can basically like I think come up with
Yeah, oh, it was Stacy, my bad, but it was a brilliant question, whatever it was.
Oh, said it. Okay, what was it? My bad.
It was like what are some solutions to prevent as far as the women holding the women accountable or something like that, I think.
Oh yeah, like what are the repercussions? Like there are no repercussions for women when we do certain things. It's just, oh, she's just a girl or she's just a woman, but there are no legal repercussions for a lot of the things that we do. So I guess that's how I don't know how you put it in a question form, like how do we prevent women from just being carelessly pregnant? Like, what are your circumstances to which you were in prior to getting pregnant to where you felt like it was okay? And if you weren't in the best circumstances, there should be repercussions for that because you just didn't give a fuck. Like,
I can't agree with that. I finally met somebody that said, ooh, thank you, baby.
Yeah. So
and if you don't
let
care,
me
then that's a problem. But
hold on real quick. I'm gonna let Middle roll because I know he want to say something for sure. But at the end of the day, look, I'm glad that I did. When you said that, it gave me an idea just because some things have been proven today. And I believe this topic need to happen. And I know it might trigger y'all or whatever the situation is. But I'm gonna always give it to the people that's in front of me because they supposed to lead by example because they was in this world before us. But I'm gonna talk about this. So it's up to us if we gonna listen to one another.
You send me a
share. I will. I will. I most definitely will though because I think we gotta expound on some things for real. But go ahead, Middle Road.
Hi, Middle.
Good to see you.
What's up?
I don't get to see you very often.
I come on every once in a blue. I listen.
I see you be hiding. You be in the bushes.
No, I listen more than I talk. I do that for sure. I actually listen a whole lot more. Real quick, Kevin, when you responded to my question with my statement, you said it's not a competition. What did you think I meant in my statement?
The fact that you deflect when I try to hold the older people accountable, you said, well, it's a two-way streak. And I'm not talking about no two-way streak. So the thing is, you shouldn't have to wait on no young dog to act right before you have to play your part. That's what I'm getting to.
All right. So this is about focus, right? And you heard me say this before about focus. When I say it's a two-way street, there is no conversation that's one way. That's a monologue. It doesn't matter who you are. If I'm going to get through to you and you want to receive something from me, we have to have a conversation. That's a two-way street. It's not about a competition.
I understand that.
No. Okay. So you see what I'm saying? So here's the thing. You took that to say it's not a competition based on how you thought about the world, how you view the world. You are not
No,
going to
no, I
know.
took that as the timing that you used it when I was saying what I said.
Follow
So
what I
the
just said to
time,
you.
yeah.
But follow what I'm saying to you. I'm going to explain it to how I see it and how most people do things. The spoken word is often misunderstood between the conveyor and receiver because of what you're thinking in that moment in time. Right? Now, my statements went together. I was saying initially that, hey, of the older people, who are you talking to? Right? Now,
Everybody
let's
that's
be
older.
clear. There's some folk that are older and just straight up knuckleheads. It is what it is. However, there are those who are not knuckleheads. Which one are we going to focus on? That's the collective we. Very often we will single out in our minds those individuals that we have a problem with, as if somehow the others don't exist. It's a matter of focus. Like I said before, in the live yesterday and previously. In the live yesterday, I told you why I had that live. How many men of your age came up beside you? None.
It wasn't many, yeah.
It wasn't, no, you were the only one. Now, here was an open invitation to have a dialogue. And I sent it to the individuals in particular who said what they said. They didn't show up, which is why I said it's a two-way street. You cannot complain about the issue and then we said, hey, I'm inviting you to the table, you don't show up. What you complaining about? Again, it's a matter of focus. What are you trying to focus on? If your focus is primarily, you know what hasn't been done for you, you're gonna have issues. I don't care who you are, what age you are, it makes no difference. But if the collective, we are trying to solve an issue, you must understand this here. There is no you, the young guy, without me, the old guy. They brought you into existence. There is a connection between the two. Somehow we believe it's been severed. Why? Because people believe that at the moment of their birth, the earth began, which we know is not true. Enough individuals have had issues in their lives. I'm not going to deny that. But somehow they act as though they're an anomaly, like they're the only ones who had an issue. No, there are folk out here every day who are willing to give you guidance, no matter who you are, at what level you are. The problem is here. We, again, both sides, have said, you know what? The old guy, he don't want to listen. The young guy, he don't know what you're talking about. It's about going both ways. I'm saying to the young guy, you don't listen. The young guy's saying, you have no idea. At the end of the day, here's the deal. Like I said before, life says very simply, eat, sleep, seek shelter. From there we build, quote unquote, layers of how we live and do those different things. But for all of us, it's eat, sleep, seek shelter, which means essentially, if I say to you, or you say to me, listen, help me resolve this issue. Issue about age goes out the door because now we're focused on what the issue is, what the problem is, and resolving that. And I step back from there.
So, real quick, Middle, what's going on, bro?
Good evening, sir.
How you feeling, man?
I'm good.
It's been a century since I seen you.
I see you all the time. I listen on your lives.
Nah, fact. So, I didn't get this invitation.
Man, I pressed a bunch of people's faces on that doggone share thing.
So see what happens is, okay, so you're not sharing it. You don't know exactly who you're sharing it with. You throwing rocks out, and whoever it hit. Is that
Yeah,
what?
that's true. That's true. That's true.
All right, cool. So, boy, all right, cool. I'm glad you admitted that. See, that's not effective. You know what I'm saying? And we can both agree that it's not effective because I can sit here and say, yo, these women keep talking about da-da-da when I have these lives, da-da-da. If I'm not intentional on like, I bet I'm going to share it to these 200 women exactly and make sure that they receive this message so they can come in this live and then speak. I can't say, well, see, I had the live, but nobody showed up.
No,
Can't say that.
here's the thing. The individuals I said in particular who I wanted to show up, I sent them individually twice. Each person, I had a particular focus in mind. And I just had random others. But I wanted those two folk there because those two individuals made the actual statement.
Okay.
And they were told in advance.
Okay, I
Who they
still
wanna get.
think my analogy stands about throwing rocks and whoever hits it hits. Unless now wait, hold on. Unless now it was like a conversation was had with those people like, hey guys, we're having this at this time. Are you gonna show up? Yes, I'm gonna show up, Middle. I bet. If it was like that, that's totally different.
Yes, that's what it was. That's
But
exactly what it was.
but you just said you
Specific date and
throw it
time.
out there. You just said just threw it out there, and whoever
No. You said you didn't receive the invite. I invited a couple of hundred people because I was just pressing pictures. But the individuals in particular I wanted, I made sure I sent it to both of them. Prior to actually having the live, I told them in the live previous, I said, listen, hey, here's the deal. I'm not going to derail the conversation that we're in that day. I said, I will have a live at 3:30 on Saturday. I'm going to invite you two individuals, which they said, yes, they will be there.
Oh, so they confirmed.
Yes, they confirmed.
Okay, so I stand corrected.
That's $5.
I got you. Send me your cash app.
Yeah. Middle, was this a live that I saw that you were doing? Was it like 2 days ago or was it yesterday?
That was yesterday.
My days are all screwed up. My memory has a chronic problem, if you know what I'm talking about.
I got
drugs.
But I remember that you were doing a live with, I want to say Cousin was in there. I want to say Kev was in there. And I was only in it for like 5 minutes, but I just want to say the conversation that I got to hear was excellent. You guys were having a great conversation. And I wish I could have been a part of that panel. I don't know if I was on the invite list, but I did see it and I came in and what I heard was excellent. You guys were having a good conversation. So I just want to give you feedback for what I heard.
Yeah, just for context, so he knows what we're talking about. The live was centered around this. A statement was made to which a young man said to me, and he said it to me flat out. He says, I used to listen to old dudes, but I don't listen anymore. And he said, the reason it means because of people like me, talking to me, he said, because of people like you and how you think, he doesn't listen to us anymore. I said, okay, fine. We're not going to discuss that here. Okay. But come Saturday, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to hold the live. It's going to be 3 questions. I told him in advance, 3 questions. Number 1, what do you feel you personally are the attributes of a man? That's number 1. That's first question. I don't want him on general stuff, but you in particular, what do you think are the attributes? Number 1. Number 2, do you embody those attributes? That's number 2. And if you do embody those attributes, how is your life working out for you? That was the 3rd question. It's gonna be very simple.
You also asked, what do it look like? Were you able to identify it too?
No, I added that at the end.
Oh, you added that.
With them, because here's what I was getting at with them. Very often we complain, again, this is the collective we, right? We complain about what's not working in the world. And to your point, Kev, like I said, people before would say, you know what, hey, what you cannot do, how you cannot make it. And my philosophy has always been the same. You will have to deal with the hand your life's been given. There's no getting around that. Now, what are the choices you make as a result of that hand you're given? I focus on that. I don't care how bad your life has been. You always have an option. You have a choice. The choices before you today may not be ideal. Matter of fact, I'll say they're not ideal. But you will pick one of the lesser evils, so to speak, to position yourself next week, next month to make a better choice. You did not get in a position overnight. You ain't coming out overnight. That has been my focus forever. It doesn't matter where I go and where I speak. I kid you not. When I've had my lives, last night was the most folk ever. 37 people. 37 people. Now, here's the deal. I saw names come through who I know like to argue about what they cannot do and how bad women are, yada, 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 how bad men are, yada, 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 yada. At the end of the day, it's like very simple. Listen, before you can talk about getting the world together, get yourself together. I'm saying there's a half of an equation in terms of what's being given to our children. Equation being this here. As a man, you're being told, which my focus was, you're being told as a man, you lead. No problem with that. What is your plan? What is your plan? And I'm not trying to be funny. What is your plan? Do you know what it costs to live in your part of the country? A lot of these cats, the answer is a resounding no. Okay, what is your skill set? What do you mean my skill set? Okay, what do you have the ability to do? They tell you, oh, which means definitely speaking, they understand certain jobs. I'm not going to be funny, but they're laborers. If I ask you what your skill set is and you ask me, what does that mean? You're a laborer. Somebody's got to do it. I'm not going to complain about that. But the whole point is this here. They're talking about certain things that they have no way of actually pulling off. And I'm saying if you as an older man, again, getting on older men at this point in time, are going to tell this young man, you're in charge. You lead the family. You provide for the family. I got no problem with that. But make sure you tell that boy the truth. And the truth is this here. If you're living in, let's say, for instance, Otis, you're from New York, right? The average rent in New York 2 years ago, maybe a little bit more now, was $3,000 a month. That's rent. Mm-hmm. Not light, not gas. Mm-hmm. That's for the individual. Now imagine that person with a wife and 2 kids. You telling him, yo, man, lead your family, but yet what he has is a GED. Stop it. He can't do it.
That makes sense.
And that's my point. And saying, listen, I'm not going to argue with you about giving the quote unquote plan out to the kid, but it's a two-part equation, which I said is a two-way street. I got to have the conversation with the young man. Hey, what are your current resources? What is your mind like? What are you trying to do? Where are you trying to go? If that's not part of the conversation, me as an older guy, I'm just talking trash. I said yesterday, that's what I call a sideways conversation. It ain't going nowhere. But at the end of the day, I can only talk to who? Those willing to listen and conversate back. That was the point of the whole thing. So when I hear people talk about how, oh, these old cats is crazy. All right, man, knock yourself out. But here's the deal. I am not an anomaly. I've been sitting on a panel with people right there in front of their face. They've heard me speak and say, you know what? Cats like me don't exist. Well, I'll be damned. Did I become invisible all of a sudden? Going back again, what's your focus? And I step back from there.
We gonna get in depth in that though for sure, man. Cause I like I said, I put myself in the thing. I overall, and I will stand on this, right? I feel us as everybody that's older, right? Because I'm older to a certain other group of people, my dang on self. We have to, no matter how we want to look at it, we should, or I'm gonna say should, right? Lead by example. I think that's what the problem is when we play that competitive thing. You know, I can look good, I'm better than this, or I think I'm smarter than you and all that stuff. No, what's the point of doing it? That's why they don't want to hear us. You know what I'm saying? I'm learning that some people younger than me, they ain't trying to do that. So like we got to do the exact same thing. But like I said, it's gonna have to be a deep talk on that situation, because like I already know everybody, you know, just because the topic is gonna be older. Like I said, I put myself in it too. You know what I'm saying? Because I am like with 30 something, and it's people that's in 20s and younger than that that's probably listening to me stuff. So it's like I can't sit there, and this how I look at it. I can't sit there and stoop to their level because they got an attitude problem or they're not trying to listen. I gotta, you know, just like you said, I gotta talk to the people that's willing to listen. But I also want to lead by example. I think that's one of our biggest problems. We don't practice what we preach. You know, we even grew up with the parents that saying, well, do as I say, not as I do, and all this other stuff. That's horrible. That was the worst thing that they could ever did. And then they wonder why their child came out a certain way. You can't say that, no, this is what adults do. A grown folk, we smoke that, and all that other stuff, or whatever. Then get mad at them when they do it. Like, no. You gotta flat out you gotta stand on what you stand on. Fight your not the pleasure. Like I say, I guess our pleasures or desires. Fight that stuff for your kids so they don't see this stuff. So they don't have no excuse. Even though they gonna make their decision, but at least at the end of the day, you can say, I tried my best. A lot of them cannot say that. They feel bad. Well, I can't believe I did that. If you tried your best, you don't have to say I can't believe. If you put your whole heart in it, you don't have to say that I failed or something like that. You know, but a lot of them know they didn't. No, a lot of them know they was selfish. A lot of them know that they was in competition. You know what I'm saying? But we gonna get real deep on that for sure on Wednesday, because they didn't got me a flat out topic on that.
Can I get in really quick? Because that's what
it be. Because that is exactly what it be, Kev. It's people out here that be like, oh, I want my kids to be better than me, be better than I was. And the moment that your kids start to sit up here and be better than you was, now you start to look at them a certain way. You get what I'm saying? Because I literally seen older folks in my own family. Literally, we took me and my siblings and some of my cousins and some friends. We all took a trip to Miami. Remind you, the older folks in our family, they didn't travel a lot because they was, again, stuck in their own ways. Plus, they ain't believe in flying. So it just like when we had took that trip and came back, instead of y'all like just coming on with love and care, and just understanding like, oh, we all had a good time. You want to sit up here and say disrespectful stuff to the people that was on the trip because we doing things that you never got a chance to do. But it's like, how could you sit up here and say you love us and you care for us, but always trying to disrespect us? Like, just cause y'all sitting up here, y'all got the same opportunity. The difference is we living life out. And some people could feel like, oh, yeah, I would never dress like that out there, and they be trying to throw little slugs at you. I just think, just like Tansy made me had a topic like that, right? Because I just felt like, how could you sit up here as a grown ass woman and say that you got grandkids, but you sit up on these panels every day, right? Because I just felt like, how could you sit up here as a grown ass woman and say that you got grandkids, but you sit up on these panels every day? What example are you leading as a grandmother?
I want to jump in real quick, right?
Fighting your desires, not giving in. I got you playing here in my room, and I look over and my wife is chugging a box of fruit flavored Cheerios. It was perfect timing. I just really wanted to point that out.
So real quick, I want to say something to a couple people. So to Print and Kev, I wanted to give y'all a secondary question to ask, if you don't mind, when you do the panel, because Middle said something that triggered this question. Basically, when he talked about the men, as far as understanding if they're laborers or not. Again, I think it all comes back to us as women, and I know a lot of people hate when it's one-sided, but we are producing the men who then become fathers. So we're literally producing everything that comes through the Black community, right? So the question that I wanted to kind of add to it is, what are, again, the repercussions, I guess, for not knowing? Because as Black women, a lot of times we just say we didn't know, he didn't love us, we didn't know, he didn't have money, we don't know anything. So now it's just like, maybe there should be repercussions for not knowing, because if you have repercussions for not knowing anything, then you will have to be forced to start knowing. So if y'all, I don't know how you would fix that, but that would be another question. And then for Middle, I wanted to pose, I see you, Middle. I wanted to pose a question to you based on what she said, right? So it goes back to the whole, she's absolutely correct. So I've noticed that when people of all ages, when you grow up, you say, I grew up poor, I'm going to make sure that my children don't ever have to deal with this, blah, 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 blah. And then you start to make the money, you start to make the millions, you have your children. For some reason, once those children are happy and healthy, it becomes a problem. And then in our community, we start to tell those children about our hard times. Oh, well, I didn't have shoes growing up. You don't need to. I had to play outside. Like, why do we do that? Like, that's such a valid question. Like, why do we start to become jealous or kind of hateful towards our own children once we start providing them with the life that we swore to provide them? Like, I don't know. Go ahead. Yes. Yes.
Okay, let's be clear about something. Anybody who pretends to answer for someone else about something that they don't do, don't listen to them. I have no understanding as why some person would raise you to be successful and then become upset when you become successful. There's something wrong with that person. I have no idea why someone would do that. And anyone who tells you they know why, probably they think that way themselves. I don't operate that way. So I couldn't begin to answer you as why someone would become jealous of a child that they raised who's doing better than them. That just makes no sense to me. So we can get rid of that one. But here's the thing. This is a matter, like I said, a matter of focus. We have a table full of problems within our community. The question becomes, which one do you want to focus on? We have so many. And here in this conversation, right, I get the impression, and not just this conversation, but others as well too, we hone in on something in our community that we think is wrong, right? And if you do that too long, you forget everything else around you. I've said this before. Walk down any street in America, any street, makes no difference. And you can see 100 acts of kindness and pay no attention because that's the norm. But let somebody scream, you no good mofo. All eyes go to that person. What are we focusing on? I'm not saying to ignore the fact that there's knuckleheads out here. They exist. They do exist. But the question becomes this here. When I hear people talk about, well, in my family, they did X, whatever X is, I'm going to ask you, how many folk are you talking about within your family? You may have a really bad family. I don't know. But I can guarantee you this here. In most cases, a lot of folk don't even know their whole family. They know names. They know who's kin to who, but they don't know them. They don't hang with them like that. And so what happens is that we begin to focus on something. And I'm not saying you shouldn't focus. I'm just saying very clearly, hey, listen, understand, which is what I said to Kat before about what old person are you talking to? And are there no others? Yes, you're going to run across knuckleheads. But trust me, there are others who are, quote unquote, just old other person who are not a knucklehead. Are you talking to them at all? Again, and that goes the other direction as well too. For some old dude, yo, a bunch of bad behind kids out here. Really? Which ones are you focusing on? Are you focusing on all of them? Because I'm pretty sure you're not. You're focusing on some. And I'm not saying to ignore your own eyesight. I'm just saying, hey, you have to understand it's not just the experience, but what you take from it. I know this if nothing else. Each of us come to the table a full-grown adult based upon our past experiences and what we thought about them. All of us. And it is clear, but a lot of people, they didn't like their experiences and they hyper-focus on it every day. And you're saying, wait a minute, man. I'm not saying to ignore it, but use it to your advantage. Use it to move ahead. If you came from an impoverished childhood, got it, man. You know what you didn't have before, but what you wanted, go for that. Now, the second half of the equation is here. The individual who, quote, is on the road to getting there, who has actually achieved that goal, it's their job to reach back and help you achieve your goal, which is why I said it's a two-way street. I don't know what to help lead you if you don't tell me where you want to go. It's a two-way street. Somehow we got this crazy disconnect that says, you know what? I don't know you, you don't know me. Really? You came from me. How do you not know me? And what happens is this here. They're mad at somebody totally different. And the person who could actually assist them, they give them no play. They act as somebody that don't exist. On your live last night, Kev, you had a woman and a guy talking about education with young people, right? So I'm saying, hey, listen, they said the woman said she wanted to get her education, get a job, yada, 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 yada. A dude right below was saying the same doggone thing. You think those two individuals exchanged phone numbers? No, they would rather argue with other folk with opposition to them on the same panel. What's your focus? That's what I'm getting at.
How you doing, Miss Sunset? Go ahead, mama. You got to come off mute.
Okay.
She went through all that work. She done muted
It's
her by
still on
mistake.
mute. There you go.
I was trying to help her out. Sorry.
I got it. I got it. Hello, everyone.
What's up, Sunset?
Hi. You know, I listened to everything that has been said, and I understand you, young lady. You know what? There's a lesson to be learned in everything that goes on into your life. Believe that, good, bad, or indifferent. Take time and focus on that and learn from it. And as you focus on that and learn from that, you come to be a better person. That teaches you what not to be. You see what I'm saying? And guess what? It's a beautiful lesson as well. I've been there, done that. That's why I can speak about it. You know? So don't focus upon the negative. Get the positive out of the negative as you see it. As you see it. And I guarantee you, after a while, it will basically go away from you. You will not have that feeling that's inside of you anymore because you done learned that lesson. And there's a blessing within that lesson. And you would teach others the same what you just learned. So don't take it to heart and don't take it personal. See, because on a journey that we're on, you can't take everything personal because you'll miss the lesson and you'll miss the blessing all at the same time.
Wait, who's the message for? Me or she?
It's for you.
Oh, okay.
It's for you, sweetheart, because you said because you had said you said, how is these parents out here being and sort of like malicious towards their own children and feeling a certain way about their own children? How can they do that?
Okay, gotcha.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? They have not grown just yet, but you can grow from by seeing them for who the person that they are. And don't take it personal. There's a lesson to all of that. I'm just letting you know, so it's a journey that we all have to fulfill. And if a day come that you can be able to just to sit down and talk to your parents, don't talk at them. but talk to them, maybe they can be able to hear you.
Oh no, so let me correct you. So no. So that question I just posed, she had brought it up and I thought that was a very valid question, so I just expound on it. But
Okay. But
no,
still,
so I
it's
appreciate you.
out
So let me
there.
say this though. I want to say I appreciate you making an attempt to answer, because I will say this: when Middle said what he said, I was kind of like, you can answer the question. Even if you don't have the experience, you can speak on certain things without having the experience. So you kind of dismissed the question, which is fine. So I do appreciate Sensei for even attempting to answer the question. But no. I've never had to deal with that personally. Like I'm one of the very
Oh,
few, I
no,
guess.
I'm not okay, but it was mentioned. Whether if you had experienced it or not, it's out there, and so therefore, whoever needs to hear this, do just those things in order to make yourself better in life. And if they could be able to at least talk to their parents, instead of talking at them, maybe their parents can be able to hear them, and then maybe their parents can be able to heal as well. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, because you can always, the children can be able to help the parents as well. You see what I'm saying? To help them heal, to bring them up to a knowledge of things that's going on. That's
Yeah,
all.
I feel it though. I think that is a message that everybody should have heard. That's why I say I wouldn't even if I wouldn't have took it personal on that one though. But I like that you said that, because a lot of people do need to hear that
Yes, they
perspective, and
do.
it make a lot of sense too. So yeah, I mean, it's something that need to be heard regardless.
Yes,
Yeah,
you got it.
Otis.
Yeah,
Are
it's
you
good.
there?
Thank
Otis.
Yeah, in the comments.
Otis and the Temptation. No. I'm playing. Otis.
Hey,
Oh,
there's
he
something I wanted to
left.
add really quick before we get into it.
Yeah,
If
my
Otis
bad,
isn't
yo.
here.
I was over here looking at some footage from another live. My live earlier. My bad.
You
What was the
cheating on my
question?
live? Oh.
Oh no! I'm just editing some bullshit from my last live.
Oh,
All right,
okay.
that's $5 cash at Mr. Money Bro.
These bitches were wilding, bro. But what was the question?
This would be Otis if you didn't say that.
I wanted to just say, I just wanted to ask before we get Otis in, Kev, have you seen the George Foreman movie?
You skipping me, bro?
I just wanted to ask before I forget. Have you seen the George Foreman movie?
No, I haven't
New
seen
one?
it.
What about me forgetting? What about me?
We can never forget you, Otis. Dude, you've said something that will eternally live in my mind.
What?
When these bitches gonna hold these bitches accountable?
Nah, fact. Nah, it's a fact. But somebody said my name. Y'all was asking me a question. What happened?
They was throwing you in there. We haven't heard from you, so it's putting you in there.
Oh shit! All right, cool. I'll jump in there. Let me put this shit to the side real quick. All right, cool. What was the question? Y'all just want me to answer, like, or y'all want
Oh,
to
we
say
thought
something?
you was listening to the conversation and
Well,
wanted
if you
to
weren't
add
listening to it,
something.
then that's someone else basically.
Well, hey, I got something I wanted to get in about that George Foreman thing.
No,
Wait,
what the
It goes
fuck?
with
it's
what
on
it goes
Otis.
with what
Wait,
we're talking about.
wait. It's on Otis. Let
It's
him have
my
his
turn.
time.
Damn. Fuck George Foreman. Anyways. So okay. So listen, yo, respectfully, Kev, I apologize to your platform for this because I hate when people do that. I wasn't listening to shit y'all was saying. I was trying to edit these videos. And I'm being honest about it. I don't want to talk a bunch of shit and make shit up. So I could respond to like some stuff that's on the prompt. You know what I mean? And we go from there.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, we hit you up then. We just trying to make sure that you spoke. That's all it was.
Not bad. Can I ask Sunset a question though?
What that?
Sure.
Sunset, can I ask how old you are?
Oh, why you get so personal now?
Oh, is that personal? A personal question would have been like, "Hey, are you on your period today?" That's personal.
Oh, come on.
Your
Come
age?
on.
No, I just
Come on.
asked your age. It's not personal.
God damn.
How old are you?
You know what's funny, Sunset? Remember one of the comments you made right before Otis came on was you can't take things personal.
But that part right there, I can.
How old are you, Sunset?
Looking lovely coming in with the accountability.
How old are you, though? How old are you?
Me? Okay.
Okay, cool. Let me ask this question. Better yet, why the fuck do women have such a hard time with just saying how old they are?
Oh my god! I just think it's just a sign that they just.
Oh no, Sunset. Oh no, that
Oh,
was
go
for
ahead.
Sunset.
Oh, go ahead, Sunset.
Pardon me?
Yes, ma'am.
Me? Well, I put it this way. I'm old enough to be your mama.
No, I get that. I can see that. I'm just asking you, why is it so hard for women to say how old they are?
Well, I mean, I'm not really, it's not hard for me to say it.
No, it's
It
hard
really
because
isn't.
you're still not saying it. I just wanted to make a comment real quick. That's why I
Maybe
asked
you
it.
trying to pressure her to say her age?
No, I'm not trying to pressure her. I mean, I'm just wait. Who said something about pressure?
Me.
Who was that?
Nay
Who was
with the
that?
good hair.
Hey,
Come
yo,
on,
Nate. How about
it's gonna be anybody other than
hey, yo,
Nate.
Nate?
Well,
Hey,
I
Nate.
put it this way.
Hey, Nate. How about you mind your business and let the grown-ups talk? Cool.
God damn.
All right, go ahead, Sunset.
Wow.
Well,
Okay.
y'all need to stop coming out here asking people
Hold
their
on,
age
shut up. I'm talking to her. Shut up.
because why do the age
No,
matter?
because
Like, if
you're
we don't want to tell
talking.
our
Shut the
age,
fuck up.
then
Shut
like
up. I'm talking to her, not you. Close
that's
your mouth.
crazy. Like, it don't
Damn,
matter.
yo, why these young motherfuckers always want to interrupt when adults are talking? Shut up. We could have been over this. Close your mouth. Anyway, Sunset, I'm sorry about these young whippersnappers. Oh, what was you about to say?
I wasn't about to say anything. You can move on, hon. Thank you.
Who the fuck just muted me? Oh, this young bitch got mad and muted me. Hey, yo, look, sweetheart. Just because you're in your feelings don't mean.
Oh gosh.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Hello. Goodness gracious.
We have to know how Otis moves. You got to know Otis.
Hello.
Hey, yo, Kev, let me ask you a question, bro. Why you letting these sensitive ass motherfucking mods run your shit, bro? Like, what's going on?
Because who are you talking to? Like,
I'm talking to
excuse
you,
me?
bitch. I'm talking to you, bitch.
Hold on.
What the fuck?
Let's
Are you stupid? I'm talking to you, bitch.
let's go back. Let's go back.
Oh no, let's not go.
Okay, I'm not muting you. I think Otis, if we need to let Otis kind of get what he needs out, so that we can, because he was willing to answer another
Hold
prompt.
on. We honestly moving away from
Right, exactly.
Kev's live
What the
agenda.
fuck? Exactly. I'm asking Sunset a simple question and I would have moved on. And then this little heifer wanted to interrupt, right? And now she's muting me and fucking dropping me down. Get out of your fucking feelings.
Because you're not gonna call me out my
You're a
name.
bitch. I
Like,
don't know
what
you.
the
I
fuck
don't
is
know
wrong
you,
with
bitch.
you?
I don't
Like,
know you,
are
bitch.
you cool?
Your father should have swallowed you. How about that? How about that?
Okay. I don't know. I'm not dropping or muting. I'm honest. You've been doing well running this live, but maybe we should let Middle step in and maybe Middle ground it.
I'm gonna go back to my George Foreman thing that we stepped away from really quick because I want to get this off my damn mind. Kev was trying to talk about like meeting people where they are, okay, and he was and this goes to what Middle was talking about too, about because I think Middle's got a good idea about this, and I want to bring this point up. At the end of this movie with George Foreman that came out, I recommend everybody go watch it. It's a wonderful, wonderful movie. At the end, when George has gone through his whole career, there's a young boy that approaches him at church because his grandmother brought him there, and she wanted him to help her grandson.
Okay.
And George Foreman was so like in the moment of opening this church and being a part of this gym and had all this distraction. He gave this boy good advice, but the advice was inappropriate because that boy wasn't capable of fulfilling that advice yet. He hadn't built a foundation to even take that step. And George didn't recognize he needed to meet that boy where he was, not where George wanted him to be. But where that boy was. And the reason they show this because that boy got unalived shortly after this, and it affected him. And he made sure to remember that moment so that whenever he finds himself in front of a young boy who needs to be met where he's at, he doesn't dismiss it as trying to push this boy to better himself, because not everybody can be where you want them to be. in order to help them. Sometimes you have to go to them. And I just wanted to bring it up because I think it's a brilliant topic you want to do. And I know Middle's got a good perspective to lead off of this. So I just wanted to get us back on that idea.
Thank you.
Real quick.
Alter. Okay. Oh my God. Nay. Oh, Nay gone. What the hell? Nay, if you don't come back.
May I say something honest?
Go ahead, lovely. You haven't even spoken.
Yeah, no, because I was really trying to digest what between what Middle spoke on about men that didn't want to listen to the OGs because they said I didn't want to listen no more, and Sunset went into kind of how children need to listen to parents and parents need to listen to children, and went back into what Kev said is that saying is like, do as I say, not as I do. And there was a couple of examples that came up, and Middle, I wanted to touch on what you said. You said like the knuckleheads, and not everybody is a knucklehead. Some people are needy and need somebody to actually be in their present to help guide them. And like what Kev always speaks on, we always speak on, is that willingness to actually be there for somebody in those present moments. But and like what Miss Sunset said, the knowledge that we get, and I've always said that all knowledge is good knowledge, even if it's not good knowledge. It's what gives you the chance to discern the knowledge. So based upon what you've learned, how are you going to react or respond to that knowledge that you're presented with? Because a lot of people will grow up, and I know we talk a lot about competition, about competing with trauma. Well, I went through this, or I know this and you don't know this, and I've learned this and you haven't learned this, and it's not it's kind of like going to church on Sunday but being a sinner all week. So there was a lot of really good compacted information in what everybody has spoken up on this panel. And you see different flavors of personalities and characteristics, and that's just where we kind of stand as people.
Yeah, I was speaking from like there is some older, bitter, miserable people out here.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not about to sit up here and play like it's not, because I don't come like I understand that you do got those people who still come from what's right, how to do right, trying to teach right, trying to lead right. I'm not talking about them people. I'm talking about there is older people out here. If you got grandchildren out here on the street, that's a problem. That is a serious problem. If the young men and the young women in your family is majority of them reckless, tell me why. Where did Big Mama? It wasn't Big Mama that fell. It was you. You didn't carry on what your Big Mama and your granddaddy held together. That's what it was about. A lot of older people done lost their mamas and daddies and stuff, and they dropped the ball to the point where it's like, okay, there ain't no more Sunday dinners. Who house do we go to now when we can't go to Big Mamas, when we can't go to grandmamas?
Exactly.
Who house do we sit up here and go get prayer? Because I remember people would come to my granny house. The homeless would literally come to my granny house. And my granny, she would sit up here and give them all the bags of cans that they had, because they'll go turn it in and get money for it. You get what I'm saying? And
alive the other day,
they
where
could get a good
90%
meal.
of
They
us,
could literally get a good meal and get a prayer from that woman.
I was in a live the other day, honest, where 90% of us were raised by our grandparents. I was raised by my grandparents. There was a lot of us. Like you said, the middle one, us, we dropped or not us, or our parents dropped the ball. That's when Big Mama stepped in.
Middle road, go ahead. You've been waiting.
All right. I wanted to point something out, and she left the panel. The question was posed earlier. Why would someone raise a child and be jealous? Did everybody hear my answer to that question?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard it.
All right. What did she say to my response before she left? She said, I dismissed the question.
Mm-mm. Yeah.
Remember
Yeah.
I said before about focus?
Yeah.
Real time, in your face is what I was talking about.
Right.
Despite what I said, I answered the question in its entirety. And I said even why I felt that way. And the response was, oh, you dismissed the question. What am I focusing on? The focus is saying, hey, listen, you must tell me why someone else is doing something. I don't know why they do what they do. I don't know. I can't answer for them, but I can answer for me. And if you're going to hold me responsible for answering for someone else, that means you will forever overlook the person who can actually help you.
That's right. Tell the truth.
Right,
And that, you saw that right here, right now. That's the disconnect we're talking about. Like you said, for She's Just. Hey, where did disconnect come from? You just saw it.
Mm-hmm.
You saw it. Individuals who are old and don't want to listen were young and didn't want to listen. They weren't born yesterday.
Mm-mm.
That's been with us for eons. People, for whatever reason, have decided amongst themselves, you know what? Hey, I don't want to hear it. I'm going to focus on X, whatever X is, whether it be good or the bad things. And they will move accordingly. And somehow people will see that coming up on quote unquote the negative side and say, you know what? I need you, the guy who's not doing that, to answer as to why they would. No, go talk to them. But that person's not going to talk to you. There's still an issue at hand. I get it. Like Sunset said, hey, listen, learn from every situation. That person is a bad individual, has bad experiences with you. All right, man, I know now, don't fool with them. Leave them alone. Go find somebody else of a like mind who can help me get from point A to point B. It's just that simple. To your point, for She's Just, knuckleheads exist in every part of our society. Old society, middle-aged society, young society. It don't make no difference.
It don't make a difference.
That's what they do. But here's the catch. I'm going to be very clear about certain things. A knucklehead wasn't born last night. They were created over time. And I have a particular focus in mind. And where I like to tell people, do not rationalize behavior. Analyze the cause of the behavior. Right? Because when you look at what's happening in some of these households, not all, people are having experiences that no one explains what the hell's going on. It's just, as someone said before, the parent says, do as I tell you to do. And that's it. And they doing something totally different. Here's the deal. I told one guy on the live yesterday, he wasn't upset with his mother, but he said this. He felt his mother let him down because she only told him to quote unquote provide. And he was upset because he was providing, which is what he was told to do, and folk weren't appreciative of it. So I said, listen, let me explain something to you, man. My mother told me this. I can only do the best I can with what I have at that moment in time.
That's right.
Don't hold me accountable for what I don't know. You can't do that. Now, I said, that's one piece of the equation. Here's the other half of the equation. She also told me, understand this if nothing else. Whatever I tell you to do, I'm never trying to hurt you. You will understand that you will outgrow people that you grew up with. Folk who led you to a certain point. They can only take you as far as they can go. And when you hit that point, move on. Some individuals are bad individuals. When they reach that point of, hey, no return, move on. But don't ask anybody else, hey, listen, why does this person over here who's a pain in my behind behave this way? I can't answer that. I can tell you this here, though. If you deal with me, this is what you're going to get. And I step back from there.
I just feel like this new generation is literally becoming the new influence of the older. And I say that because I don't see older people moving. Like, nobody enjoys getting old no more. Being old was never been looked at as being cool. You get what I'm saying? It's like nowadays, people so focused on doing young things, fitting in with the young ends, and, keeping up with how society moving, right? Because like I said, I'll be watching older people up on this TikTok, and your grandkids got you up on here trying to do these damn TikTok dances, and it just like in my mind, the younger folks got a lot of influence, and they're influence a lot of people too as well. They not realizing. Like I always tell people, eventually, what they say is gonna be out with the old and with the new. But the new gotta understand you will eventually get replaced, from being young to being old. You will have the same experience. It's all about what are you doing to take the proper steps to not be like the older folks that you think damage the young. Because that's what I always heard throughout the year. Oh, if it wasn't for the older people, us younger people wouldn't be going through half the stuff that we would be going through. But you can't blame the older, because everybody got their own lessons. Everybody got their own upbringing. You get what I'm saying? It's going to be different from the next. So all I say is you can't blame your past or people from the past, because they can't change nothing. The people who could change something is you. Yeah, we got knuckleheads out here, but how do we prevent more knuckleheads if we don't have people who want to be stand-up people?
I hear your question, and I fully understand it, right? I think that, and this is just me from my experiences in life, there are individuals, as you said, the new people are coming up and they have ways of thinking and behaving, right? And this is nothing new in terms of how old people view young people. We think about disrespectful young people all the time. That's nothing new. They were disrespectful young people when I was a kid. Now the consequences were a little bit different, but you were still disrespectful. Don't think they weren't, right? Whereas back then you get smacked in the mouth really quick, but that did not stop that person from being disrespectful. Why? Because they got smacked in the mouth, right? So you knew they were, right? So it doesn't act like somebody didn't exist back then. I think that, and I kind of push this, do what you can in your space, right? I often hear in a lot of these conversations, we discuss, like I said before, the entire table of problems. You're not going to solve the entire table. Pick one. Pick one. And that one thing I think we can do, any of us, doesn't matter who we are, is we know the families we come from, who are the quote unquote wayward parents. We know exactly who they are. That niece or nephew or that young cousin of that individual, talking about that child, what's stopping you, the better minded person, saying, you know what, let me go get you for the weekend. I got a couple of days off. We'll get you for the weekend, right? Or, hey, even better yet, a lot of us work from home, right? Kids have off days from school. Yo, man, come over here today and sit and watch me work. See what I actually do. If you ask a lot of kids, what do your parents do for a living? Mother or father, they'll tell you, I really don't know. They might know where they work, have no idea what they actually do. These are things that we can do on a simple level that can help you move forward in life. And to your point, where are the folk who want to go out and help? A lot of them, I don't know where they are, right? But I know there are some. And I call upon those who are willing, basically the ones who get a lot of mouth, so to speak, saying, hey, listen, you're making noise about it, go be about it. Go do something about it. If you're not going to do that, then dude, just listen. I could point out bad people all day long. Don't get me wrong. But at the end of the day, here's the deal. Those bad people, like I said, were not quote unquote born bad. They became that way over time. I'm going to do whatever I can to at least plant the seed, put them on a better road. That's all. And I step back from there.
Y'all, let's get Alter in there, because she did come up
Hey, you should
here.
have got middle roll with the finger that he be doing and stuff, Mr. P. Do the little...
Alter, are you there? Twin, what have
I
you
think she
been?
said she was moving around.
Okay,
What have you
Print.
been?
Print, go
Then I
ahead.
think Lovely put her hands up to it.
Oh, okay. Then we gonna get
Um,
Pamela and all y'all.
I know
Yeah.
that She Just is doing all the mod work right now, but we got a couple other mods in here, and we haven't had a mod break.
Hello.
We haven't had a mod break, and guess what? You guys are getting great, solid information, and all that stuff that you just heard. None of it was free. We had to earn that with life experience. I had to give up my time to learn these lessons. So did Middle. So did everybody else. So, you know what is free that you can do that we like? Tap that screen. Tap it. Tap it. Tap it. It's just showing us that you care about the fact that we're giving you guys all these different ideas and ways to think about things. So, Alter, did you have something you wanted to get into, or can I go ahead and monologue for a little bit? I know we got some other people in here that maybe haven't spoken yet.
If Alter doesn't come in, can I say something real quick before I lose my thought? Because Middle.
I mean, I
I
guess
was
if
gonna say
it's
don't
only if it's really
monologue,
quick,
cause
all right?
we got 3 people that ain't spoken.
Only if it's really quick. You got to pinky swear.
No, it will be. It will be really
I'm
quick.
just say what you got to say, lovely. I'm just joking.
I got you, my brother. Middle spoke on something very powerful about, when parents are working from home, they're seeing their children work. They're seeing their parent or the children are seeing the parent work, waking up at a certain time, being on schedule, being disciplined, getting to the computer, whatever they're having to do during that time. It's showing them discipline. It's showing them responsibility. It's showing them understand because they're keeping that roof over their head. It reminds me of when I used to talk with foster parents when we used to say, well, how do you handle conflict? If you're going to argue in front of your kids, how do you what is the resolve that you show your kids from arguing? That's why I don't believe that nobody argues in front of their children. People argue in front of their children, but are you going to show them how you came to resolve? Do you show them the hug afterwards? Do you show them the conversation afterwards? Do you show them that solution of how you came together, that my parents aren't always arguing, they're able to resolve that situation? And I wanted to touch on what Middle just said, because it kind of tapped into how we model for our children. And so that's really where I wanted to go.
Yeah, and I want to add too, because it just popped back into my head what I was raising my hand for. It was talking about the relationship with gosh, now it just slipped my mind. God dang it. Middle, what were you what was the point that Lovely just brought up again? What was it?
Oh, about leading by example, essentially.
Oh yeah, and so it's like, okay, the question about where are these people? I would just say, like, there's probably people on this panel right now that are doing those things. And a lot of the people that were saying, where are you? They don't feel the need to express to everybody else that they're doing it, because even if you just want to share that you're doing it, just so that people can know, it always comes across as braggadocious. Look at how virtuous I am. If I told you about how 3 months ago we emptied out our cabinet to give all of our cans and stuff that we weren't using to homeless people, are you going to congratulate me, or are you going to think I'm being braggadocious? Are you going to think I'm trying to show how awesome I am? If I told you that my son that I've been raising since he was born is not biologically mine, and I decided to step in and be a father because I didn't want a child to grow up how I did, without a father and with a broken home, that I did it because it was the right thing to do in a situation where I could make an active and positive impact in the world that I saw that I hated, that's a good thing. That's exactly what you're asking for. And you don't know that because I don't need to air it. And a lot of the people that are doing these things, these small interpersonal changes, these are happening in places that we just don't recognize. The people on here aren't the majority of the people you're going to run into on here, if they do these things, they don't want to bring it up. And if they don't do these things, it's because they're on here focused in a whole different area. To go back to what Middle Road is saying, is focus. I think that Kev is indirectly or directly fulfilling the need that you just said. Where are those men? Where are those people? Because look right here, look at all these different faces. He's providing exactly what we're saying. So there are these spaces. So just maybe we should recognize that, you know what? Maybe there is this influence. I would just say we focus on the negatives and the problems, And we might also want to recognize that there are people that are doing these things, and maybe they should get a little bit of recognition, because you never know who's going to hear this and be re-energized at the fact that, you know what, maybe it doesn't matter that I be affirmed by everybody. Maybe just doing the right thing to do it in quiet places is still just as important.
Yep. Amen. I agree.
I want to say why more I'm expounding on. I mean, the reason why I'm doing that topic Wednesday is because it's like, I think it's something that triggered me when Mr. P was talking and he was expressing himself. And it's a guy that I mess with him though, but he an older guy though. But then like the way that he acting, I was like, bro, why you being like that? So basically, Mr. P was, he barely could talk because he was showing us his expressing his feelings about how people just unaliving kids and all this other stuff or whatever. And then just because Mr. P is white, he gonna tell him, man, you don't care about these souls or something like that. And that like, I don't know, that's something that's deeply triggered me when people do stuff like that, especially us. I just don't like that. And I'm looking like, man, you know better, or you're supposed to know better. And I'm like, you older than me, how the heck I gotta check or chastise you about, like, dog, you gotta start showing you. I think that's one of our biggest issues, that we always think we just the top problem or the biggest issue and all that stuff, and a lot of us doing way better than a lot of other people. So I feel like how you gonna tell somebody, because unless somebody did that to one of us, we'd have been going berserky. You not really don't care or something like that. That junk is not cool. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm like, man, I don't get, like, you supposed to. I can't. I don't know.
I mean, I don't ever get out of character very often, and I did not intend to have that get choked up. Usually, I can talk about that topic, but I don't know. There was just something on my mind, what we were talking about.
Yeah. But I'm saying the lack that was horrible, and I don't like stuff like that. I don't care how. He acting like he done got whipped across his face. He must have had the worst experience with YT people to say some silly stuff like that. You gonna tell somebody that, you don't care about the kids. Well, we ain't doing. I be trying my best not to cuss on here for real, because I'm trying to lead by example, right? But it's like, dog, that make people like not care about you, and I can see why a lot of YT people don't like us, because we act just like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I don't be having no sympathy for people that ain't got no heart, and they like, but you supposed to feel sad for them when they don't even feel nothing for nobody else but themselves. We can say it's a brainwash thing and all that, but it's just like, from this point, you choosing to stick this way, and then like I said, go back to you way older than me, and why the heck I gotta tell you that everybody ain't like that? You done experienced way more than me from what I thought. So why do I gotta tell you that everybody ain't like that? Why I gotta tell you that just because somebody may not look like you, they didn't go through a lot of things that you may not have did, or maybe worse? Why do I gotta tell you that? That's what I'm saying. But it just really, it don't, that don't just, I guess it hurt me in a way that it's people that's like that, especially us. And that's the reason why I had that topic up there like that. I only switched it now because it's obvious we doing like a free talk from the moment. But I just feel that sad, and it's like, man, I'm really just pushing on people that's in front of, that's above me, like, dog, y'all should, but it's cool. Maybe we gonna have to be the new group of people, or people that's just willing to listen. We gonna have to start a new trend or something like that, because that's why I do believe a lot of before us have, and it's the society, it's the system itself too, because of the way they teach things, and it's so much to talk about. That's why I'll be on this app for a good little minute, as long as they shut this thing down, because it's too much to talk about for real.
True that.
What you got, Mr.? The fingers up. What you got for me, my brother?
I want to just point something out. Your view of the world, where did it come from?
The world, my experiences.
Okay, got it. Now, with that being said, and you feel the way you feel, right? You have empathy, concern, that I believe is sincere. Despite whatever you've been through, or in quote unquote, in reference to what you've been through, however you look at it, you are who you are. You are not an anomaly. My point is this here. Don't think that there's no good people in the world. You exist. You exist.
Yeah, right? That was my point. That's what I said in the midst. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But here's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I'm always saying I don't have an issue with pointing out the obvious. but we must also point out what we want, right? There's no such thing as always just is what it is. No, very often is what we make it. And if we sit and focus on negative crap, even though I'm saying, wait a minute, I'm not that individual. That's not me. That's not how I roll. No matter what I've been through, this is what I am. Unfortunately, what happens is that that's not even pushed by the person doing it. They themselves, they would discount their own existence in favor of saying what somebody else is doing. And that's when you start saying, hey, wait a minute. Take a step back, buddy. This is not me coming at you. This is saying, hey, this is who I am and how I am. And let me tell you how I got to be that way. I can then begin to share the experience and tell you what it meant to me to help mold me to what I am today. It's just a different focus. I'm having the same conversation. It's not argumentative, but it's instructive. There's a difference. And just for you, you have a P.O. box?
Nah, nope.
All right, that's what I do. You have a place of work. Well, I don't want to do that. I don't do that either. I want to send you a copy of my book. So I'll cash out you the money so you can get it. I want to keep you, have you maintain your privacy. For that reason, it's not just the experience, it's what you take from it. And I'm looking at how you sign and what you say. It is clear. Your experiences haven't been what we would say, that of an elite person with a silver spoon. I would think that's kind of obvious listening to some of these conversations. But despite all of that, what we believe how the world is supposed to over something, you don't sound like you believe that, which means you taking your experiences in life and it help make you the man that you are. And I want to just point out to you, to say as a gift to you, hey, listen, read the book. This is not me trying to plug it, but to show you that you're not alone. There are lots of folk who out here, as Print would say, hey, listen, my focus is not to ring my own bell. I know what I'm doing. You don't need to do that. However, I want to make sure that you recognize you're not an anomaly. There will be those who come after you, and there are those who are in front of you. At the end of the day, we exist. We've always existed. We just need to point it out. That's all.
Yeah, I believe, and I understand that for sure, though. That's how we connect, though. I know it's more of us. That's the reason why I'm on this thing every day, to connect with more people like us, because I believe that our message will be it will power some things. Just like we got so many pushing negative, you can do the same tactics with pushing positive and bringing hope. So a lot of us have pessimistic mentalities, and that's the reason why I do what I do, because a lot of people, I want to help people, because I done did a lot of work and continue doing work within myself. So it's like, why not share it? Why not help other people and help them grow? Because a lot of people going through a lot of things because of their own self and their way of thinking. But besides that, what I'm saying is like, I want to bring awareness that, we just stopping ourselves for the most part. And if I can give somebody a different perspective and let them know they can do it, I'm going to push it out, because I actually have a love for people. That's just what I'm doing. I'm going to always have that. I'm going to have that care and stuff. I'm connected. I'm connected with God. I believe in that and all that stuff. And I'm trying to let people know, we just got to do better, man. This thing that we see the world, I don't want to act like I'm not part of this world either, because it's so much stuff that's happening. But I also, if I can help change a heart that might save somebody's life, why not? And that's me being selfless. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I do though. But yeah, I feel you on that, and I do understand. Yeah, I know we're not alone. It's just gonna take time to find that type of quality. That's just what that is. But let me get Pamela in the building. What's up? Welcome to the live tour. How you feeling?
I'm fine. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Well, what I got on to say, the conversation has veered a little away from what I wanted to say, but I had got on to say, like, I think I'm 58 and I'm from Generation X. And I think when I was growing up, we were like latchkey kids. And I know I was. And we were way more independent than, say, my children were. And I think that when I raised my children, I wanted them to have everything I didn't have. But I made a mistake in thinking if I gave them more, they can go further. And what I didn't realize was the reason why I was able to be so successful was because I was independent at a young age. And I think for my son, I think I crippled him by giving too much and not making him work for it. And I think that happens a lot with younger generations. And there's a quote that says, hard times breed strong men breed easy times breed weak men breeds hard times. And I think we as a people, if we understand that the same thing that makes us successful, working hard to instill, values as far as hard work, integrity, all of that into our children. Like with my grandchildren, I didn't make that mistake. My grandchildren, they have to work. They don't have any electronics when they come to my house. We paint, I talk to them about integrity, about hard work, about, doing the right thing, not doing the easy thing. And that's what is needed to turn our people around, because our people have gotten so used to handouts that they don't want to work. Like even with voting, they say our vote don't count. No, our ancestors died for that. And they don't even see the value in it. But I think with this younger, like even with our moderator, I love the way you speak, because there's hope. You see the value, and there's hope. And as long as we have younger people like you and spreading the word, there's hope. And that's what I wanted to say. And I know the conversation went left, but
No, it's free talk anyways, man. All this stuff need to be heard regardless, though. And I actually like what you said. I think that's a prime, and that's what you are exactly what I'm talking about, where leading by example. So one thing is, first you took the accountability that you didn't know, because like I can understand, and that's where grace and all that stuff come in at. Speaking of the topic, forgiveness, right? So you realize you can only teach what you knew, and I think that the thing is, a lot of people always deflect, like, nah, I didn't know. They go with it. But they don't also try to change from that. You did a prime example of saying, no, I done did this with my kids, but I'm making sure my grandchildren don't go through the same thing. And that's a prime example. That's most definitely what is needed today. It ain't no sticking with, and that's our problem today. We stick with the I don't know and don't do nothing about it, or don't even try to change. That means you really didn't learn from what you did. That's the whole point of life, to live and learn. But like the most part, I'll say this all the time, that most of us just living. We ain't learning anything. So I love what you said, and I think it got to be more that's like that. And that need to be heard, though. That's for sure. And I like that. The accountability, that's one of our biggest things. Everybody like running from that one. But I just love it, though. But also don't good that you ain't beating yourself up about it, and you learn from it, and you push it to other people, and let people know, sure, we can make mistakes, and we can learn from it, and teach others not to go through what we going through. So that was good for sure.
Thank you.
That's wonderful.
Can I comment something really quick about what Middle said? Because it's been stuck in my head, man. He keeps inspiring my thoughts, and I can't stop with it. It's his fault, not mine. Blame him. But he said it is what it is, and I like that he brought that up. I like that he brought that up, because a lot of people, I think, give into this idea. And then I think a common phrase, we've all kind of heard, that follows this is, it is what it is. So it's like, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. And the implication is, life itself, the nature of life, is going to give you these difficulties. But I think that the irony in the phrase is understanding that lemons are not a product of nature. So when life is giving you lemons, that's not nature. Lemons are a product of man. We had to create them from other existing things in nature. So when life is presenting you with problems, in reality, a lot of these problems are going to be problems that stem from our own decisions. And I think that's the irony in the phrase that when life is giving you lemons, you should analyze, okay, I made these lemons. What did I do to make them too? Now I do have to make lemonade with them, but I don't want to keep making these lemons. And I think it's a kind of an interesting idea with the is what it is, because it kind of stomps that down, saying, you know, the destiny is not necessarily just going to be this outcome that I have no influence in, you know. So I just wanted to get to, you know, that if life gives you lemons, you got to realize, you know, that a lot of our problems, you know, those lemons, they're man-made. And we usually play a role in making those bad decisions that we're having to deal with. Accountability.
You know what that reminds me of, Mr. Print, is that, you know, you've got a lemon and our goal is to make lemonade. I think a lot of people are arguing about the process, about how we get to it. Oh, no, you should do it this way. You should do it that way. Or because I went through this, because I went through that. There, as how you make the lemonade. Have you ever had sour lemonade that didn't have enough sugar in it? Or, you know what I mean? So it's more of the process that people are arguing about rather than, like, we know the problem, we know the solution, but how we work through to get to it. Those little details really matter.
But I just want to say I'm grateful for God, and I'm grateful for everybody on this panel who's bringing in wonderful opinions and ideas. But I do need to drop down. I know we got some other mods that are going to keep these likes going. I'm just gonna play the role of allowing you guys to make me happy at 26,000 likes, even though in my heart I'm let down. I don't know that my week is gonna be great based on that, but we'll see. But anyways, keep the shares going. Throw some more FYPs with some hashtags. Let's get some more people in the comments. Let's get let's get through this panel a little bit. And my space is going to be opening up. So if there's anybody in the comments right now that wants to come up and fill this space, all I require is that you give people the correct answer. So no pressure.
You can take me out.
Let's not worry about your week yet. Let's just worry about today. Let's get through today.
Yeah, I'm just trying to guilt, you know, I'm just trying to use some guilt to get some likes before I go for Kev. You know, that's all. Trying to milk some sympathy, but you know, I'm a white tea guy. I can't get no sympathy nowadays, so no laughs.
We'll try to love you, my brother. Yeah, lots of wisdom on this panel. Go ahead, Kev. I know you got this.
So go ahead, one of you mods, go ahead and kick me from the panel and get someone else in here. You guys be blessed.
I got you. Appreciate you, man. All right. Yep, I got the book, man. I don't know if you've seen it in the comments. I got you.
Yes,
And good luck.
you got it.
Yeah, for
Again,
sure.
like I said, it's just again, when we think about talking about the collective we, right? We see life as, for a lot of people, like just a bunch of challenges. And I get it, right? Nobody wants to have a headache in their life. And if, my thing is this here, as Sunset was saying, take the headache, learn from it. Trust me, you're not the first person with a headache. You're not going to be the last. You're not. But if you take that headache and say, you know what, this is bad. I didn't like this. But this is what I got out of it. I now position myself to not have the headache come again. But more importantly, I can now instruct others who are willing to listen how to avoid that same headache. Which is what I said before about the dialogue is a two-way street. It ain't a competition. It's me saying simply, yo, man, this was bad for me. Got it. I'm not going to say it's all pie in the sky. No, I don't know anybody. It's like people, when they sit around, you know, talking about, yo, back in the day, remember when we got beat up by the guys on the corner? When you got beat up, you didn't like it. Trust me. Who likes that, right? Nobody. But 20 years later, it's funny. It's like, yo, man, but here's the thing. How'd you get caught to get beat up in the first place? What was happening? I can tell my grandson, yo, man, be mindful of this situation.
Right.
I don't want you to have this conversation in 20 years somehow you got beat up at the age of 17. It wasn't funny when you got beat up. And again, and that's just an extreme example, but the whole point being that this notion that, like I said before, the world did not begin at the moment of my birth. It didn't. But a lot of folk think that.
Yeah.
They believe that. So, yo, man, they tell the person, you know what you're talking about, man, you old. Okay, fine. They tell the young person, you know what you're talking about? You haven't lived enough. Okay, fine. Let me go find some other young cat who's willing to listen. Or for the young guy, find some other old person who's willing to tell. Trust me, they're out here.
You know what I tell my grandchildren? I tell them, I tell them, look, I'm not telling you not to deal with the beast. I'm telling you my experience with the beast. So you can take that experience, go deal with the beast, and maybe you can have a different experience with the beast. Because you may conquer the beast. Because sometimes 55 million people can do one thing and fail, but one will change the world. You might be that one person that changed the world. Take information and then make your plan from there. Because in this, one thing I've learned, like I grew up in Germany. I didn't even grow up in the States. So a lot of things that people deal with in the States was foreign to me. Because by the time, when I came to the States, I was 15. I had a whole personality and experience. So it was really, like racism was foreign to me when I came here. And it's still foreign to me because of my perception. So I deal with things different from a different perspective. And it's all about perspective. And if you can shift your perspective, you can shift the outcome of things and still dealing with the same beast. It's sort of like a boxing match. If you can shift to the left, you get a whole nother outcome of that fight, a whole nother punch.
You just said something very powerful, Pamela. There was a quote I heard a long time ago from a foster kid, and he's actually, Josh Tripp, I think is his last name. And he said, every person is one caring adult away from success. That was his quote.
Say what?
Every person is one caring adult away from success.
I feel that.
I think I don't get it yet. Hold on, let me take some time.
Kev, stop.
We're on your own.
Say it one more time.
Right, I'm about to say, I'm for real, I'm serious.
Lovely. Say it one more time.
Every person is one caring adult away from success. So if you care, is that going to lead you to, there's a care that has to come in with that. So I think that's where it came from, but maybe it's because he comes from
that actually makes sense. The way that you said
Kid 4?
Hey, maybe I'm the only brain fart.
No, it's just saying like a caring person.
Kev, listen to it slowly. Like, really process it. Slowly.
That's what I'm trying to do.
That's what it had to do. Like, you have to care about something. To me, you got to care about something, right? To sit up here, like, you got to care. Like, people could sit up here and say, I don't care about this, I don't care about that. But until you go broke, right?
Wait, y'all. Okay, wait. We're not gonna make this as difficult. So what it is every person is one caring person away. So like it means if you are a troubled person and someone who cares come across your path and cares and sees you, they don't see that you're invisible and they bring some type of light in your life, that you have now changed that person's life. And if you could be a caring person to someone that is troubled, that's someone that is now changed because of you. That's all.
Okay. Hey to you too, twin. Okay, I got you. Okay. I think the part that threw me off, was the adult part. I thought that's what threw my brain off. Cause I'm like, I guess that is kind of obvious though. I think that I was the adult part that got me. Every caring adult. I thought
guess
anybody.
person. You can change it to person.
Oh, okay. That threw my whole brain. I'm like, why do you got to be an adult that care? I don't know. That's probably what got me.
Be an adult. One caring person away from success.
I guess I don't like my brain sometimes, man. I be thinking to her like, what the heck?
And that is why. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And that's why I want Alta to be on the panel with me. She analyzes versus rationalizes, and I think that's missing in a lot of our young folk. Straight to the point, This is what it means. Real simple. All right. And I'm not talking about people here, but I've seen her in other panels where quote unquote more enlightened people, they believe they're more enlightened. They make stuff so difficult. You're like, why? Dude, this does not require a 40-minute conversation about nonsense. Stop it. Stop it. She comes along and like, yo, man, here's the deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, done. And they all say, oh my goodness, she's so bright. Really? Okay. It's like, dude, I'm talking about for them. Like, you just figuring that one out, but more importantly, why are you not able to do the same thing she's doing? And you out here trying to give advice. That's probably not.
Gift. That's a gift.
That's a blow to the ego.
No, I get it's a gift, but like I said, the thing about it, they're individuals. I'll be blunt. Some people know they're not good teachers. They know it. They know it, right? They know it, but they don't want to admit it, right? They know it, and yet they come out to give advice, and you're saying, "Listen, man, in the right circumstance, what you're saying makes a lot of sense, but for today, I might need you to sit back and be quiet." You guys hear me say it quite often. I listen a whole lot more than I talk for that very reason. I know there's a whole lot I don't know, which is why I don't do those general discussions a lot. I talk about those things that I know in particular for that reason. If I don't know, I don't know. If it's important, I'll try and figure it out. But I don't just offer up information just because I can have the ability to speak. That's a no-no. And so they're individuals, makes no difference to their age. They don't care what it is. They have an answer for everything. Everything. It's like, dude, you live a really, really full life at the age of 22. Is there nothing you haven't experienced? And you realize they're just making it up as they go. It sounds really funny sometimes, but it's not a funny thing because other folk are listening as if these things are true. And I step back from there.
Hey, y'all know if I come back with the 2 fingers up and stuff, man, that mean that book worked.
Yo, those 2 fingers are powerful.
Let me tell you guys is how I be a man.
Thank you, Middle, again. I appreciate that.
Facts.
Listen, I'm dead serious about that. I'm sorry, don't say the other word, but I'm really serious about that. In that we need, again, just I'm talking about the collective we at this point, more people who are saying, you know what, here's the deal. Don't hide, for lack of a better word, for lack of a better statement, don't hide your gift, right? I'm not talking to you per se, but just for other individuals. They have a lot more sense than they give out to the world, right? And it's like they come through these lives and will never join the panel. They lurk in the shadows every day. And so we get this impression that these young folk are all silly. There's no smart ones. Yes, there are. There's a whole lot of them. They just don't join the panels. They just don't. And the question becomes, well, why? In the minds of most people, we don't go looking for headaches. People are drawn to chaos. Don't get me wrong about that. But a good number of people don't go looking for the problems. They don't mind embracing it when they see it, but they don't look for good either. But unfortunately, what happens is this here. In some of these panels, we get a concentration of people who want to just, for lack of better words, intellectually punch each other. And it's like, why? Why you want to punch that guy? And you see it every day. And it's like, listen, man, take a step back for a second. What are you trying to resolve? And if what you're trying to resolve requires you to be positive, then just be positive. Why are you telling me all the bad crap first? What's the point? Be positive. Yeah, what are we trying to do here? Like I said before about the young guys with no job. You telling this guy to, get an apartment. He ain't got no job. Just go do this. Okay, what are his resources? What's his skill set? What's his mindset? And unfortunately, if there's no discussion about that, it's like, hey, man, dude, we going in circles. I had people, they've not just met, what are you trying to resolve? At my job, there's we had an influx of young people coming in. We expanded the department, let's put it that way. We had about 20 people, and all of them were younger, right? I'm 60. I was about 50 at that point. About 55 at that point. And they would come to ask questions, and they couldn't articulate what they wanted to do in terms of what they were trying to resolve. I said, listen, you must first have an idea of what you're trying to resolve. Once you determine what that is, sky's the limit because now I can actually help you. And I kid you not, of those individuals, they gave me a plaque. It literally says, Lord Barber, giver of knowledge. And that's not me trying to toot my own horn. That's simply saying, hey, listen, I understood there was a need. They understood they had a requirement, a request, something they were trying to resolve. And because we bridged that gap, it was a two-way street. One of them now, she came in as a clerk. She's now a director of project management. She came in from customer service, but she had, hey, listen, I'm trying to do something. Move from point A to point B to point C to point D. I took her from point A to point B. Someone else from B to C. The whole point, like I said before, I can only give you what I have at that moment in time. That's what we did. We need more folk to be honest about that. Give what you know at that moment in time. Pass that person on to the next individual in line. But if you try to give people crazy answers about things that have nothing to do in terms of, reality, so to speak, you run into issues. It's weird. This is weird. But like I said, I like Alter because when she speaks, it's usually, hey, let's not make this complicated. This is what it is, man. And, I like that. So that's all.
Thank you.
Interesting.
He said interesting. I do like for things to make sense, guys. I'm like, we do not have to, that's kind of why I didn't like the game Ring Around the Rosie, because I just felt like, can we just sit down now? I don't even have time. So it's just, it's like, let's just get to it. We all want to sit down, right? Let's get to that. But I like the understanding. I like the concept of understanding and not just speaking for the sake of speaking. Make a point when you're speaking. And that's just kind of really what it comes down to. And I think this, my brain kind of works a little funny, so I know that's a thing too. But I like to get to the point of the matter. And of course, sometimes in situations, in certain conversations, you do have to kind of take your time and go by layer. Some things require that in a sense. And that's the point of knowing that. Sometimes we just purposefully take the long way and we don't have to. So.
Yeah, I feel it. I feel it like some people, I'll be dealing with that a lot though. I'm like, bro, I just asked one question. You done made it about, you done said 15 statements before we got to it. Like, bro, all right, I don't even want to ask you no more.
No, Kev really does. Like, he's like, wait a minute. I asked us what?
What Middle was talking about earlier when he said like the OGs didn't, the younger generation didn't want to listen to the OGs. It reminded me, and I put that in the comments about therapists. We have a lot of people who bounce around from therapist to therapist, and you mentioned that word advice. We're not always giving advice. Sometimes we're just giving knowledge. My goal is not to tell you what to do. It's to ask questions that's going to bring out the knowledge that you have within you to help learn things that you know within yourself and that learn outside of self.
Interesting. What's going on, everybody?
That's true. I know I'm a marketer, so my brain is complex. I got to work from the complex down to the simple. So sometimes I'm going around the block to get to the point, but I try to, I'm learning though.
Hey, you know what, Lovely? You can be light, but no, my job is to bring change. I'm not about to get them to if they could find what's within them, man, they would have been did it, But I mean, I get on certain instances, right? But for the most part, some people might have to try a way that's not of theirs. Because I be having to do that. Sometimes it ain't always my way. Sometimes it ain't always in me. So that's why and it always bring back what Hormiga told me what's the power of diversity and stuff. And it made so much sense, I guess, as more I start growing on this platform, just mentally, right, and just in life. The more I start growing, I'm like, dang, I see that because it's multiple ways to understand different things, and then us always focusing on our way only, and then keep thinking that we can solve everything by ourselves. it show you like, you know, sometimes like maybe you might have to try it a different way, or you might have to get advice right from somebody else, because your way just don't work all the time though. And I think that's one of our issues, that we always think that it's just only our job to, I mean, I'm not saying it that way. Eventually you gotta compute it yourself, but we act like we don't need other people. We do, you know, because like even myself, I can admit it, I had to listen to a few videos because there was no way that I was going to think about every last thing and try to figure it out. I can only go based off of what the things that I seen. So sometimes I might have to, you know, reach out to somebody else that might know something different from me. You know, so a lot of times these things isn't within us. It's just not. You know, sometimes we have to ask things on the outside. That's why we call. I mean, if we gotta make it even deeper, so that's the reason why we call upon God. You know, if it was in us, we wouldn't have to say anything. You know, we wouldn't have to do that. But I think that comes with humbleness, right? Now that come with, you know, just realizing that I just don't know it all, and that's just all that really is, though. So me myself, yeah, I do give advice, and I'm receptive of advice too.
Yeah, and the willingness, so it's, you can give advice, but it's the willingness to take the advice. Or are you going to blame that person if you take that advice and it didn't work for you?
That's just a childish mind. I don't know.
You know, that's the childish mindset, exactly. Or you fall into a victim
I mean, they never did want to
mindset.
learn. Then
Well, you're gonna blame that person because you chose to do it this way or a certain way, or maybe it didn't work out for you. Because yeah, it's, I see where you're coming from though. But you brought up that word, that willingness. You know, are you willing to take a risk?
That's number one. Yeah, a lot of people don't have willpower. A lot of people give up faster, but it be selective though, because they're not giving up when it comes to throwing that booty back and all that other stuff. They're not giving up on that. They got the willpower for that. They're
That
not
goes
giving
back
up.
to your sacrifice.
So it's just selective though, because when people want something, that's the thing. You got to really want something to get it. And if we keep that mentality on anything, we can make things happen. Like I said, a lot of times we throw it on our desires. We just go for our desires and stuff. We don't want it. Like I say, if you want to change that bad, you're going to do it. Anybody can do it. I believe everybody can do it. They just don't, they're not interested. You know, when you so used to being in life, getting put up with, and not that many people, you don't feel you're getting affected by it because everybody's accepting of you, and you haven't lost to many of your friends. But some people so ego and prideful, they be like, no, the whole world, it's their problem. That's them. It's not never me. You know, they had an issue with me and all that stuff. And I don't know what to say about them people, because it's people that's deep like that though. But some people just gotta super bump the wall, and some people just go to grave with it. And that's one thing I know is on that. Let me get Harley in. I meant to get him in. What's up, my brother?
Or actually, Neil didn't really get to speak, and
Dang.
Neil's
Yeah,
been
you're
up
right,
here
you're right.
listening for a long time.
Neo be throwing his little 2 cents in there last now and then.
No, you can let Han go.
Yeah, I
Han
want to say,
Solo got it.
I know when he come in, he gonna come in. That's what Neo do. I know this. What you got for me, my brother? Harley? I think you got to mute and unmute if you talk. Oh, okay. You got that.
Yeah, see, I was like bouncing off of what OG said, and I think it was lovely. So there are some people who don't have didn't have the right, I guess, people in their life or the right people set in play to give the right guidance in certain areas. But I really would like to honestly believe, and I say this all the time, we gotta start listening to the old people, bro. It just makes sense. It makes too much sense. You literally have the opportunity to speak to an older version of yourself, hypothetically, you know what I'm saying, that either been through the shit, know somebody that been through the shit, or just got through the shit you done stepped in. So it's I don't know, I feel like we missing the mark on purpose at this point type shit. As a community, just by simply not listening to the older generation, and the lessons that they have to give us when we on these panels right here in real time, going through these gender wars. We have, 40 plus, 50 plus year olds trying to guide us, and we just never mind that shit. No. Or but what about this? Fuck the nuance and all the bullshit. We speak and we have access to a generation that has literally did it and did the best that they could, and we feel like we can do better through separation. It's wild.
Okay, let me say this real quick, because I get triggered every time. I'm sorry. I gotta say this. That I just want to throw this in there, because every time I hear it, and I guess since I realized some things and noticed that gender war thing, when I hear that, I think it just annoys me now, because I realize it's not a gender war. It's really a mentality and stuff because it's based off the lifestyle, right? Or whoever talking on what. So if you ever notice, like you on both so-called gender wars, you got supporters of the same gender in different. I mean, not same gender, different genders, but they support certain people. Like if we got panders, right? If a pander is talking stuff, they got a bunch of woman supporters. You see what I'm saying? Or just vice versa. If people like red pill or something like that, it's some red pill women out here. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. But I guess it's just really just a mindset. It's a mindset war. It's an immaturity war. It's a it's like, oh no, you're going against my lifestyle, Lord. It's that one war where I messed up in life and I wanted to justify what I did and tell people it is okay to be a sorry person for people be trying to make anything acceptable nowadays, and that's another horrible. But I was just throwing that in the air though, because I hear this a lot.
No, I just tried to simplify it, you know what I'm saying? Because it just throws everything in that one bucket.
Yeah, I got you. I get what you mean, though.
Everything you basically said, we all fighting over a bunch of nothing. Like, we need to pull our heads out of our asses, show a little cooperation, you know what I'm saying? A little family structure, a little discipline all around, men and women. And we can see the unity that these old people keep telling us was around. Like, I know we not going to never get a gallon of gas for 50 cents, but can we get some black love? Good Lord.
Facts. Exactly. And I think that's what need to be more spoke on. Just like me, right? I was saying, and that's why I'm doing that topic for sure. Probably Wednesday though, because like I said, I still look at myself. I'm older than some other people too, and I have to lead by example. And it's just me like I said, I'm putting my pride ego to the side because I have to realize that it's people that look up to me also. I look up to other people and it's people that look up to me. So I feel like all of us, it should be our job if we, especially if we look at ourselves as a leader or somebody that's supposed to, create some type of change in this world. We really had to talk about it. We can't keep. That's like I'm not big on the matching energy thing. A lot of that's an immature thing. I'm a kind person until somebody step on my foot. No, you're not. You just acting nice. That's not true though. And then you got to move off of how somebody else move. Oh, if you negative, I'm gonna be negative with you. I'm matching that. Or if you no, and that's another thing. Like I'll be saying, like when people be talking about genuine and all this other stuff, I'm like, I genuinely love people and all that stuff. No, you don't. You picking and choosing. You only love them because they love you or did something for you. But no, real love, you will sit there and you express it without them doing anything, just for being in your presence. You know what I'm saying? But people don't got it like that. They stuff selective and conditioned and stuff. But
Right.
It's so much work.
It really is a lot of different work, to be honest with you.
I think people have that all these words have been, people take definitions and they make their own definitions up. And
Yep.
so you may be saying the same word. Like when I moved to California, the word date, like I'm from Arkansas. In Arkansas, when somebody says date, that means like we're going to the movies, we're getting some popcorn, we're gonna have a good time. In California, when they say date, that means a prostitute. I didn't know the difference.
Like Netflix and chill used to mean Netflix and chill, but now it's something else. So yeah, I feel you on that.
Exactly. So people change the definition, and then it's no, and that's what's confusing everybody.
Yeah.
So I always be like, okay, define what you mean. When
Facts.
somebody says, I'm like, define date. Now I'm like, define date. Define this, define that, because I need to know your intentions and what you mean, because now, word, you just can't say nothing no more. I need a definition.
That's
before I
crazy.
answer.
It's like, are you single or are you single? Single, like you sleeping with your baby mama type of single. Like, what kind of single?
Oh my God.
Oh man, just like I love my main favorite one that be annoying me is when people say accountability and be the main blamers or the victims. Like, hold on, that don't what? I'm accountable for my life, but it's their fault. I'm like, that don't make no sense. Like, you gotta pick one. That's an oxymoron.
Oh, wait a minute. What about submissive? Like, define submissive.
Oh yeah, that's don't shake the room up now. You about to make
Are
people
you
run
a
away.
slave or are you just a willing woman?
Right.
Oh my God.
Boy.
Crazy. Y'all teaching me something. I ain't know anything about that.
Hey man, you came to the right place. We talk
Oh,
about
goodness. It's crazy.
submissive is the reason why we can't get along. A lot of us don't know when to yield to authority. We too prideful and egotistical for that though. It's a wrap on that. That's why we can't get along with the police officers, you know. I'm gonna cuss you out and do whatever I wanna do and you better not touch me.
I think another thing with that, I think that's a lack that directly comes from like a lack of
Hey, it'd be so funny. Like, what did you accomplish trying to prove that you can't overpower the police? Like,
Well, that's what I was saying though. If you can hear me, like hear me out. Like I think that is another reason like fathers are more necessary in the home because like they're the ones that teach the structure and the discipline. If you look at it like this, most children when they see, and especially in our community, when they see somebody interact with the police, is usually from the back seat, and their mama is interacting with the, you know what I'm saying? So, however, that woman chooses to deal with the police, she's black, but she's a woman. There's still going to be some grace there in certain situations. And that child sees that repetitively, you know, gotten away with. And they go off and they do the same thing. But they're going to go into a black man. It's not going to work out the same way.
No, it's not.
and that's my thing. Like, people shouldn't be looking at every time you get pulled over like somebody just trying to harm you. Just do like either you gonna fulfill the request that is being asked of you or you not. Like, do you want to have a good outcome or a bad one? You pick.
Thank you. Because you don't have, you know, I feel like you got to choose your battles. It's some battles that I don't need to fight. And that's one of them. The police, I don't care how you talk to me. I'm going to give you my license. And I just want to make it through the day. Because that interaction is going to take 15, 20 minutes. Give me my damn ticket because I want to go home. And if I got an issue, I'm going to take your badge number. And then I'm going to go home, make it home. And then I'm going to call. Because you don't have to fight every battle there.
Nope. Don't.
She hit it on the head. Pick and choose. Know how to respond in situations. Everything ain't a fight. And for some individuals, like I think it was Han was saying it, how, you know, that person who was looking from the backseat of the cruiser, sometimes the guy who was arresting you was also raised by the same single mother.
Right.
They have attitudes just as well too. So there's a balance there, but you can't fight him on his own turf. He's going to beat you every time.
Exactly.
That's
We
true.
know for a fact there are officers who should never, ever, ever, ever be officers.
Facts. Yeah, that's true. That's more of a reason why we should have to, because they waiting for a reason and stuff. That's why I be just so hurt about, especially us. It's like, man, please don't give them no dang on reason. I don't, you know, like we see how these people is, and they just, I don't know why. It's like you said, oh man, I don't know why they be just hiring anybody and stuff. It's like people that bring the fake, what's that junk called, resume and stuff to jobs, and you could clearly see that they can't drive a Harley though. They be running into everything and stuff, like, bro.
I'm a veteran, and I'm against veterans being police officers, especially combat veterans.
Oh man.
He never got out of that bed. Here.
Yeah, but I think that some of the training that they're giving officers nowadays is comparable to, like, I guess, military training.
But the deal is like, okay, as a like when you go to like when you're in combat, it's like it's different because you're broken down. When you go through training, you're broken down to build you up. And when they supposed to break you down to build you up, you're supposed to blindly follow orders. And that's not what you need as an officer. When you're an officer, you need critical thinking. You need to be able to diffuse situations. And that's not what soldiers do.
Mm-hmm.
Soldiers blindly follow orders. When they say shoot, they shoot. When they say, you know what I'm saying? So I personally do not think that soldiers should be officers because you assume that, oh, okay, well, he's a soldier, so he knows how to, he's supposed to know how to. No, they're not taught. as a former soldier, we wasn't taught to critical think. We wasn't taught none of that. You're taught to blindly follow orders, and that's not what's needed as a police officer. There's a certain amount of conflict diffusion needed as a police officer that you don't need on the battlefield. On the battlefield, you need to know how to point and shoot and just follow blindly orders, because you ain't got time to critical think when them bullets are flying at you. And that's my personal reason why I don't think officers they should hire
Hey, Kev.
soldiers.
Hey, Kev, man, I got to get pushback, Kev. I got to get pushback, Kev. Man, and first of all, shout out to you, Kev. Shout out to the panel. As a Marine Corps veteran, I have to get pushback. Because one thing that's inaccurate you said is no. You have to have, we know as a Marine, we had critical thinking skills. Absolutely not. No, we're not just some dummies with a dangerous weapon that's given a command and shoot at whatever they say.
I don't mean
Ma'am, I'm not saying that. But you're oversimplifying what we did in the training. There's highly intelligent people that had to make very hard decisions, and critical thinking skills was involved sometimes. Absolutely. Maybe not for you, maybe not for your unit, maybe not for what you did, but for the people I served and for my unit, critical thinking skills is absolutely important. So I completely and totally disagree with that. On every talking point.
Okay, I respect that, and maybe maybe people from your unit and what you did could be officers, but in the Army, different MOSs maybe should be by MOSs, because different soldiers should not be, because when you come back from combat, first of all, a lot of those combat people have PTSD. That is something nobody that has PTSD should be an officer, should be a police officer. Nobody.
I think I can agree with that.
And I agree with that if they have not received help. So there's always the side of the coin if they have never sought out and received help and from a professional for their PTSD and for their deep depression or whatever else developed because of their PTSD, absolutely. If they've received treatment and they're in a much better place in their life, then sure, yeah. Because as a personal development coach, that's one thing I realized. People grow, people change, people can become better. So just because at one point in your life you was going through something doesn't mean you cannot be at a great place in your life.
In a perfect world, but let's be realistic. In the VA system, how many people are getting that help to where they're able to be police officers? Now we're talking about police officers, not just going through. We're talking about police officers who are held to a higher standard because they're protecting and serving our community.
Right.
That's a whole different level.
Yes. So it's also the same way that soldiers are also held to a higher level, right?
Right.
As absolutely, as they should, based on their position, based off their ability to take life.
Back from Iraq, like when we came back from Iraq, no, these soldiers, you're talking about people that the level of care that you get from the VA is good. Now, I'm not saying it's not bad, but I don't think it's very few that are able, that get that level of care that you're talking about, that's able to go out and then use those critical thinking skills and have healed from the PTSD.
So
can I say something real quick, motivational? Because you and Pamela are touching on a very touchy subject. Because now, remember, we were talking about comparing trauma earlier and comparing situations earlier. Well, I went through this, you went through this. So there are a lot of police officers, military officers, and all that who went through childhood trauma. So does that not make them not be able to help other people in the long run?
Lovely,
So,
it depends if that.
I can't speak to that.
It depends if they got help, Lovely. It always, for everyone, I always say this. The caveat is this: did they get help for the trauma? Did they seek out help and healing and from the proper professionals for the trauma they've been through? Because I think and I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I think for anyone, if you have had serious trauma in your life, but you've never gotten help for that trauma, you've never talked to a professional. For me, I always say there's those things which are spiritual, and those things which are mental, and those things which are physical. So if have you sought out a therapist for your mental traumas? What are you doing to deal with like your spiritual traumas? What are you doing to deal with and get help for your physical traumas? And if they've done the work for that, then yes, absolutely. If they haven't done the work and they're acting like they're absolutely fine, then no, that's a different story. For me, I agree with you. A lot of the help and work I did, it did not come from the VA. I sought out different sources separate from the VA, and that was really helpful for me. Because the VA, like you said, isn't all that in a bag of chips. So there's only so much they can provide.
And the reason why I ask is because maybe Middle can touch on this too, because, and you've worked in the field and in the system and stuff, is a lot of juveniles that were like offenders in high school, guess what one of their only options was? To go into the military.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I actually had a guy on my live that was his only option, because I think he was gonna in prison or go into something, but he actually turned his life around, and he actually turned his life around and did some really amazing things. But that's not everyone. Some people still keep that same mentality that got them to have that only choice, but they don't change their mindset and turn their life around.
So do you think they should be forced into discipline and forced into a construct that like kind of, because we know how the military works. I don't know, maybe Middle can answer this question, and Pamela too, and you too. Like, we have a lot of military members that, go ahead, Middle. I see you laughing. Go ahead, my two fingers.
I'm gonna say,
Hey, before he go, I want to throw this quick little this thing I was thinking about when y'all was talking about people shouldn't be if they had them issues, right, or what they say, PTSD or stuff like that. I'm gonna be blunt. I even feel like these same type of people shouldn't even be in relationships. I mean, that's how deep it is for me. And I hear a lot of people that do
I would agree with that.
Yeah, they be in relationships and they think people that should be their job to put up with them and all that stuff. Even though people can do whatever they want to do, but at the same time, if you took in a person that's on pills or you took in a person that has these issues and all that stuff, you need not to complain or hold them that heavy, because you knew what you took in on that though. But yeah, I just wanted to spark something that's different on that.
Can I say something before you say anything? Listen, I met a guy, which I went to school with, rather. Okay. And I had put on social media on Facebook. I said, if someone needs prayer, please, get in contact with me, inbox me. So next thing, he tried to get in contact with me, but he was trying to delete it and it wouldn't go away. Okay. So I was like, he finally got in contact with me. He said, is this true? I said, sure, brother. I said, what is it you need? Like that. He said, can I be able to call you? I looked at him and looked at the face and said, sure you can. So I talked to him over the phone, and he was telling me that he was in the military, that he was shell-shocked, that he basically put his hands on his wife, per se, and I said, that's one of the reasons why you couldn't delete me. I said, because God wouldn't let you do that. That's because for one reason, I've been, in that situation before. I said, and you weren't supposed to be doing that. He says, no. He said, I said, did you get any help? He said, no. He said, I haven't gotten any help yet, like that. I said, well, you need to go get some help. And so he said to me, I wanted to kill myself. I said, you want to do what?
Say unalive.
Unalive myself. I said, you want to do what? He said, yeah. He said, that's what I want to do. I said, I said, you mean to tell me you went all the way to fight the war out there, and you can't come back here and fight the spiritual war? Before I knew it, I said, you a coward. He said, what? I said, yeah. He said, I wasn't expecting for you to say that. I said, yeah. I said, I'm not going to sugarcoat it with you, brother. I said, I'm gonna bring it to you right the way it's supposed to be. I said, let me tell you something. I said, you come from out of the war, after the war, and you telling me about what you had unalived certain people and what have you. I said, now you want to unalive yourself. I said, do you think that's right for you to do that? I said, plus you put your hands on your significant other. I said, that was wrong as well. I said, I tell you what. I said, God is basically speaking to me and telling me to tell you something. I said, what you need to do, I said, the only way you're going to be able to be free from the torture that you have inside of your mind, that you have inside of your mind right now. I said, what you're going to have to do, I said, you're going to have to basically go and teach others to keep their hands off their significant others. Next thing you know, he called me back and we talked for a period of time. Next thing you know, before I know it, he was ministering to other men the same way and telling them about the things that he had did within the past and what he had did to his significant other. And he's trying to save the other ones from not doing the same things. So he turned around to being a minister after all of that. I was like, God, I said, boy, I said, did you bring something in my life? But the point I'm just saying, some people can be saved and some people can't, but you got to want it within your mind. You got to want it within your mind. If you don't want it within your mind and your soul and your spirit, I don't care what you go and try to seek some help to do. You got to go within and you got to know who God is for number one. You know what I'm saying? And once he did that, he turned out to be the better person it is. He's a minister now. I said, boy, praise God. I said, thank God. I had to share that with you guys. I had to share that with you guys.
Preach this Sunday. Preach. Wow.
All right. This is funny. I'm gonna tie together Pamela and motivational. As a prior Air Force member myself, this is what I know about the military. On a certain level, it is a system designed by geniuses to be executed by fools. And I'm not being funny when I say that. You are told from the color of your socks and your underwear what to do with your entire body, even to the point of what you can and cannot do in relations with your own spouse. It's written. They have written regulations for all of this. So if you were to simply follow what the regulations say, you will do fine. That's where you get someone and say, hey, listen, I want you to be a blind follower. That's where that stuff comes from. There are lots of critical thinkers in the military, lots of them. But in the wrong job, you will be problematic. Will be problematic. And so when we say, well, you're just trained to not think, yeah, certain jobs, that's true. But others, you better doggone well be a critical thinker. And in the wrong profession, you will be problematic. So it's like, I hear what they're both saying. And I know for a fact, like I said, when I was in the Air Force, it's Air Force Regulation 35-10. It was it's for the basically personal grooming. Right. It told you from the color of your socks to the way you combed your hair, everything in between, how you had to conduct yourself. And it was all written. We literally had a guy who, I kid you not, he came in one day and said, hey, can a man wear a girdle? Why are you worrying about that? His response was, it's not in the reg. The guy had a big gut. And so he wanted to basically disguise it. This dude got bent out of shape. And because the reg said he couldn't wear it, he had to take it off. Me personally, I was 5'10", 125 pounds, very skinny. My lieutenant told me flat out, you are too small. You will now be forced to go to the gym and lift weights. System designed by geniuses, executed by fools.
Can I share something? When I went in at 17, and I was in the Army. I was a data analyst, and I was in the 80s when they were first putting computers in the field, the tax system, and they sent me to the field. My job was literally to go to Reforger and all the training posts and go to the field to teach the company clerks how to transmit the data back to DOD, how to transmit, data back to DOD. I got gang raped.
Oh no.
At 19.
No,
Yeah.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
And
hold
this
on,
is what
mama,
the,
hold
oh,
on,
I'm
hold
so
on, hold on
sorry,
with the
sorry, sorry,
words.
sorry, I said
Hold
the
on.
wrong word.
Watch that word.
Educational purposes only. Please F1 in Kev's chat, and please like that screen. Good. Go ahead, Pamela.
You good, sweetie? Go ahead, Pamela. We got you.
Gotta unmute, Pamela.
Let me get this up together first.
Yeah, yeah. Just breathe, my sister.
You okay?
I'm sorry. I'm
We hear
sorry. I
you.
forgot where I was. Um,
You okay?
yeah. I'm good. I'm good. This
Okay.
is 40 years ago.
Okay.
Um, they told me they did not set up during that time. They did not set up separate facilities for me because I was the only female, and you know, they didn't do that for females at that time. They said I was government issue when I signed that. When I signed my name on that paper, my body was government issue, and men will be men. So it was my fault that that happened to me. And nothing happened to anybody. As a matter of fact, I got in trouble. I got demoted, and I got an Article 15 for that happening to me.
Oh my God.
Because when it happened, I locked myself in a personnel character for like 3 days, would not come out. And I did not perform my duties, so that's why I had an Article 15. That experience, and they did not even, when I tried to take it further and fight for my rights, I was told by everybody, I'm sorry, but when you signed when you gave your oath, you were government issue. That is your body, your body belonged to the government.
What the hell?
And that's how they treated females back. This was in the 80s. This is before they had all the reform. They don't do that now, but this was in the 80s. This was like 1984.
I'm sorry.
So this, I get what you're saying, but that wasn't true for females. We didn't have the luxury of those rights. We just now getting rights, and I said all of that to say this: the the institution of the military. While sometimes while sometimes it does work, it doesn't work more times than it does. So these people that are coming back, that are being hired in different things, these positions, all of them are not being helped. All of them are not, and I've seen it. I know I volunteered at the VA. I've seen it. That's why my position, I'm against it, because in a perfect world, yes, you get help, you move through it, you can use that, but that's not what's happening in reality. And that's spilling over into a lot of accidents happening and a lot of incidents happening. And that's why I'm saying that's why I have the opinion that I have. Because the system, while it's supposed to work, if it works the way it's supposed to, but we all know the way things supposed to work and the way they work in reality is two different things. Two different ways.
That's a shame.
I think that's the hard part, Pamela, is that you talk on, what you guys go through in the military, once you actually sign that contract and you actually go into it and the experiences that you have, and that's why I said I almost compare it to like a prison. My work that I did a lot was when everybody came out. What do you do when you get out? What do you do when you say, I no longer want this, now I'm a civilian again? And how do we function now in a society that is different than what other people experienced when they were in another system?
Right, because you do come out different. You really have to be acclimated back into civilian life.
Yeah.
Because like you said, you are like Middle said, you are told what to do. It is a prison. Prisoners are told when to get up, when to go to sleep, what to wear. So are soldiers. You're told when to get up, what to wear, how to eat, when to eat, how much time you got. You're being constructed. Every aspect of your life is being controlled. Then all of a sudden you do your 5, 6, 7 years, and then boom, you're let out. You're put out on the street with no instructions, and you depended on, you get institutionalized, because I don't care who you are, the longer you stay in, you're gonna be institutionalized. Both of my parents retired. They were institutionalized. We're human. Nobody escapes that.
And most of the veterans that I worked with were the ones who came out and they went into the educational system, because the VA will give you benefits to say, okay, go ahead and go back to school. Right. And I always looked at the degrees that they actually chose. Most of them were in psychology. Most of them were in wanting to help people, rehabilitation. They wanted to see people overcome because they've been through the worst of the worst.
Right.
So I saw a lot of that. It's like, yeah, you've got the benefits, but you still got the trauma. So how do you hold on to the trauma and then maneuver forward to be able to help people? I believe that a lot of people who went through a lot of the crap that like, I think Motivational was speaking on earlier, as long as you've, I guess, utilized your resources, because some military veterans have the resources. Some people don't even know what their DD2, is it the DD214?
Yes.
They don't even know what that is or how to gain it. Out here in California, I think you said you're in California. I've worked with VA veterans from like the Southern California side. So, you see, it's like, now I got to be acclimated to a civilian, but these civilians, they still got to go home. They still got daughters. They still got sons. They still got wives. They still got family members. Who also have to acclimate to that too. They have to understand that there's trauma on their end too. So it's very reciprocal.
Exactly. And I'm actually in Dallas now, but that's why I volunteer, because I volunteer with women who have to acclimate, because it's different for women, because we have added monkeys on our back than men do. So we have to become mothers. You know what I'm saying? We have to come back to a society who wants us to be soft and caring, and whereas we've had to be soldiers. We've had our femininity beat out, I'm gonna say beat, not beat as in physically, but beat as in broke, put it like this. If a female gets pregnant in wartime, she can be court-martialed. Not the male, but the female, even though it takes two. And that's a law. Yes.
Brother Middle.
But as we talk about these systems, at the foundation are people and mindsets.
Right.
Which is why it's very important to understand where someone's coming from. And if we can begin to analyze, not just analyze, because we pretty much, a lot of people actually know, but begin to have a useful impact on why people behave the way they do, you have a lot less issues. for instance, the thing what you said about how the mindset in the military. I went in the military in '83, right? And you had, let's call it what it is. There's certain attitudes amongst men that persist until this day, right? So it wasn't just the military, it was outside the military just as well. They came in there with the mindset. So with that being said, it's a larger societal issue. And no matter where we go, we take our mindset with us, right? So we got to check that mindset, because in for instance, in the UCMJ, whatever branch you're in, right? It doesn't matter. There's nothing that says that you as government issue can be violated. That's a mentality. That's not written. That's not written. So what happens is this here. It doesn't matter what the written word is. It's the mentality of those enforcing the rules. And if they feel that they don't have to be bothered with that rule, guess what they're going to go do? They're going to ignore that rule. And to your point about, saying, listen, hey, if a woman becomes impregnated during wartime, that's going to be an issue, right? That comes from knuckleheads saying, you know what, hey, I don't want you in the military in the first place.
Right. That's
Because
right.
you're not combat ready when if you're impregnated, right? They'll just take you off the front line. But here's the thing. When that stuff was being instituted, women were not even on the front line. So the attitude was, hey, listen, I don't want you here in the first place. Even in wartime, you were not on the front line. So who are they talking about is going to be a quote unquote a detriment to the fighting force? Nobody. It was a mentality that the guys had in their head. Said, yeah, man, you shouldn't even be here. Here it comes around again with this new cat, the one that was just he's going to be nominated for the Secretary of Defense. If you ever heard him speak, he says that he's saying the same exact thing today in 2024 that was basically said back in the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s. It's the mentality that is pervasive throughout time. And it doesn't matter what the quote system is, because the system is you and me and how we interact within it. That's the system, which is predicated upon the mindset.
Exactly. And it's very in comparison to the educational system. It's your mindset.
Yeah.
Very, very, very similar. And that's why we see a lot of women nowadays saying, well, I got this degree. Well, men didn't have that same aspect or that same opportunity to go, especially when we had the drafts back in the days in the 60s and 70s when we had the draft. They didn't get an option to go to school. They had the option to go military or, work outside of the home, but not to get an education. They had to provide for their home. And some women, I guess it goes back to our choices is we've chose to blend the systems, I guess, if that would be the right word to say it. We blended the system. And that's why I know Kev talked about it. It's it's not really a gender war. Like what Middle said, it's a mindset war. It's a spiritual war.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Well, good people, I'm going to go watch Lioness, get my weekly dose of Fantasyland. And if you haven't watched that show, Lioness, I think it's pretty good. I think it's kind of far-fetched, some of it this season here, but the first season is really good. If you like, it's a drama with what's her name? Zoe Saldana is in it. It's a pretty good drama.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. It's on Paramount. I think it's on Paramount.
Okay.
Yeah, let me see Paramount. What did I do with my doggone phone? I think it's on Paramount. But this is the second season's out now. The first season was pretty good. Second season a little bit weird, but the first season's pretty good. So if you like that kind of stuff, where it's a drama about a quick response team, I'll just put it that way to not give the show away. But it's a special ops team, for lack of better words. Keyword being team, and how they move and operate, and how these individuals are walking around you in everyday life just as well too. Because the star has a family. She has a family. She's married with children. And it just shows, in my estimation, granted it's TV land, but how that actually looks when you got to get up and go at a moment's notice. So, like I said, if you like that kind of thing, it's a good show. So with that being said, I'm gonna go watch this week's episode, You
All
guys have
right.
a good evening.
Appreciate you, my brother.
Thank you. It was
As
nice meeting you.
always,
Nice meeting you and good night.
Thank
All right.
as
you.
always, we love you. And Jehovah, I want to give you a chance to speak because I know Middle had so much to say. Han has been good, and we can work our way back around the panel. I don't know if Kev wants to step in, but Jehovah, what you got to say? Because I know you haven't had too many
I
moments.
want to step in. Sorry, no, I'm talking to
Oh, go ahead, Kev.
I'm talking John. I'm talking John.
So okay, so yeah, but I just want to be clear. I'm sorry. It's a display name for he is Jehovah Nissi. I am not.
Hi, Hishara.
What's going on with you, Jess?
I
So
just,
I'm
hello, my
looking at
brother.
what's going on. What's up with you, Alta?
What's the deal? He is gaslighter.
Here you go with this.
My boy, the king of gaslighting, dog. I swear.
Hey, we ain't name calling tonight. We ain't name
I
calling
was about to say,
tonight.
hey, look, just use the word in any context. Negative, sir. So,
We'll see. Be good tonight. I hope you be good tonight. We gonna see. I'm paying attention.
well, I mean, I hear you, man.
That boy love
It's how it
trouble, boy. I
goes.
tell you. You little Jezebel, your mother. I'm like, where did they come from? They just talking about how to season their food up.
Lord. But no, here's what. So the first one, Kev, is what are you grateful for, right? Is that
Yep.
the question? The first one on
Yeah,
here?
yeah,
'Cause I
you
see
could do
another one
that.
saying, are older folks good examples? But I
Yeah,
don't
we
know.
could do that one too, because I'm gonna do a topic on that Wednesday. But yeah,
Okay.
you could do any of this. It's a free talk too. So if you don't want to do none of them, it's just free talk.
I can just run through it real quick, but grateful. So I am grateful for Christ. And
Amen.
then the next one is because I mean I don't know if it's singular or plural, but it looks like it's singular, just the way the question was is worded. But I mean grateful for if we're going plural, you know, Christ, of course, my daughter, and everything that He's done and allowed me to do. So then it's something about forgiveness. It's just the one thing that I can't say because are you older folks were in the way? Okay, got it. What can you forgive? And do you know how to forgive? All right, so I can forgive anything, but doesn't mean that, you know, I'm gonna go back into it. It depends, right? So I can forgive anything because I seek forgiveness as well, especially when I do something, when I do something wrong, those type of things, right? Because, you know, I'm definitely not infallible. And yes, forgiveness is for us. It's not for you know, the other person. We need to be able to forgive so we don't hold on to those things. And also, you know, we seek the Lord's forgiveness. So he who cannot forgive, God will not forgive them. So let's see, what's stopping you from achieving what you want today? Nothing. And that's it.
Okay.
Okay, my brother. Okay, Kev, I don't know where you want to start at. I wanted to answer a question that you had on the last topic. What about if you were to pick a race, what race would you choose?
We can go back there again. Let's get it going.
Hold on. I just wanted to say I choose the turtle.
I love it.
Slow and steady. So,
I love it.
and I think that goes back into what Jehovah was saying.
Wait, that was
It's
a
like not
question?
it was. He said if you
If
could,
we was the
if you
same
could
color, would it be all
if no,
better?
the
Would it
last
be
one,
a better
honest.
world? I mean, when we turn off the lights, ain't we the same color?
Honest. The last one, if you could be any race, what would you choose and why? I put if you could be in any race, what would you choose and why? I put turtle.
The turtle. I
Jara,
love
you
it.
heard.
I love
I said,
it.
when we turn off them lights, ain't we the same color?
Okay, go back to the grateful and the forgiveness because Jehovah just made me think of something about that forgiveness. It's like
See, lovely, you can't
forgiveness is
have him continue to swap.
Right. Hurt my
topic
head now.
goes. I don't know.
Let's get on
Hey,
this
you know,
then.
She's
Let's go
stuck
ahead
in
and finish this off.
between.
Yeah, we gonna finish this out.
Yeah, man. I love it.
I know we're bad. We be flopping
But
around.
it's okay, but I
Okay.
love it. I love it. I love it. It's okay.
And I got
Oh,
my team. Never mind. Leave it alone. I was about to.
yeah.
My home girl Jane in the building. She know what team I was about to say
Hi,
we was on.
Jane.
Jane.
Hi.
I
Hello.
didn't see you
Hi.
there.
Hello.
How's everyone?
Good. Let's
Bless.
try to
Amazing.
vote
How
and
is
leave it
Jane
here.
today? Did Jane eat?
Yeah, what you cooking?
Girl, I ain't cook shit. Thanksgiving coming up. I ain't finna cook tonight. Girl, I had some Dairy Queen,
Oh, excuse me.
Oh.
and then my daughter bought the little ones McDonald's and bought herself some McDonald's because she felt frugal. I'm about to cook tonight, child. Cooked last Sunday. Cooked all week last week. Anybody got time for that?
Kev, what race did you pick? Asian?
I'm
No, I'm
picking
kidding.
the race of God.
Thank you. Me too.
Oh,
Me
Ooh,
too.
okay.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah.
That's
I knew you.
absolutely it.
I knew you was coming in fast.
That's what she said.
I don't blame him. I'm with him.
You
That's
know
coming with
Kevin's
that
gonna go on
main
that
thing.
honest.
I'm right with you, Kevin. Believe that.
Yes, yes. I think that's what's missing out of a lot of situations. That's why I'm kind of in a way glad Trump in office because he's trying to bring that back in. I got to do my research on because I've been hearing so much stuff that's been false about this dude. I might take it back because he's trying to bring Bibles back. He's trying to get rid of this trend. Let me watch what I say on here. He's just trying to make sure that these kids not be exposed. But
Yeah, because it's not right. I mean,
it
to
ain't
push
cool.
things like that on the babies like that, they already confused in the first place because they don't know, about life,
That
period.
story sound like human race.
And then come with the peer pressure. You know what I'm saying? It's not fair. Not right. So I'm
Yeah.
hoping and praying some things will come out good on this situation. That's why I said
Facts.
whatever is bad, you got to make the good out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Regardless of what it may seem like it may be, but you can always twist it around. Just pray on it, and miracles do happen. And
Mm-hmm.
prayer is awesome. It's awesome. It's dynamite, I'm telling you. But you just got to believe, though. That's the whole thing.
That part.
Yeah.
So we don't even want to go into belief versus faith.
See, that's what's happening today. We just basically just out here just doing things just to be doing things and getting into the in crowd instead of being on the inside and staying prayerful and basically asking for guidance and asking for miracles to actually really happen because things can't change. That's your weapon right there, but people forget. Oh God, take that away.
Somebody pray for that baby. Somebody
Somebody
pray for
say,
that
oh,
baby.
wait a minute, but that's the whole thing. That's the whole key right there. We get up every morning and say what we got to do. Lord, lead us in the direction that we need to go into to do your will, not mine.
Mm-hmm. Amen.
You see
Amen.
what I'm saying? That's the
It's
whole thing
Sunday.
in a nutshell. And that's how I live. Even though every now and then some misery come involved, and I be like, you know what? It's okay. I'm still going. I'm still gonna keep on marching.
Well, and like you mentioned, Sunset, you talked earlier about a lot of positivity that we need to focus on that. A lot of people only pray when they're in desperation. They
You
don't
do
want
the
to pray when
24
they're
Right. I
hours
talked
of the
about
blessed.
that
day.
before in the
They
post.
don't
That's the
want to
wrong
pray.
thing they're doing. And that's
You
why
got to
their
pray
prayers
when
don't
you're
be
blessed.
answered. That's
Yep.
why their
Like
prayers don't be
they
answered
use
because
God like
they
a
only
genie.
ask when they looking for something, like he's a genie, like you said. No,
Mm-hmm.
this is a religious thing every day for me. I couldn't go without it.
Mm-hmm.
That's my everything.
I
You
think
name it, that's who he is to me.
yeah, and when I had and I know it take a lot. That's why I said a lot of people like when it's coming to ego and pride, that's probably one of the top unaliving lists. I couldn't even try to find a clean way to say it. Sin, right? Pride.
Because it's like I look at it, you can't be a prideful person and then say that you looking towards God or you putting your faith in God. That's like that's a counter thing. That mean you just doing it because and these be the main people that just only do it off their wants for the most part and stuff. They wait till they down and realize they can't do it no more. They like, now I'm gonna call upon you, God. I want you and all this other. It don't work like that. He would think he think our creator is just not that smart. Like he know the deal and stuff. Like, hold up, you only just calling on me because of your little thing.
Look at you, then look, and walk right over you.
Hey, exactly. And then that's why I be saying, like, and some people it gets so bad, and that's what I noticed because I made a few posts about that though. It's like some people only be trying to say things like, well, it ain't no God, and why would your God do this, and why would they take it out on the babies and all that stuff? That's because we keep thinking in a human thing. Because like at the overall, that's what. And when I tell people that, why would you allow a kid? Why would he allow the kid to get they innocent and all this other stuff? Like we be forgetting that if it's his will, this is part of his plan. How we gonna tell what God how he gonna operate and stuff? He flat out gave us what he promised us, right? He well, not even promised. He told us that we got free will. That means every last single person on earth has free will. So you think you're gonna stop somebody else's free will to help you out? What make you so special? I actually gonna make a post about this later this week about people calling themselves, well, I'm a child of I'm God's special one. I don't get how people be thinking like I'm one of what I forgot. I'm gonna think of the word though, but it's fun. But everybody think they that special.
Wait, I'm a chosen one.
Something like that though, but they acting like that God only works for them in their favor only. Like nobody else is like it's too I'm God's favorite, right? What make the other person not God's favorite? How would you know that? But these are the same people that believe in the karma thing and all this other. I mean, it's the same thing, but it's like, dog, you're not excluded. You know different from the rest. So, and that's one thing. Everybody keep thinking that they better, even if you think that you're living better or you're doing more of the.
We all are dirty. We all a dirty, filthy rag.
Most definitely. And I think once we do that, that's why them be the main ones that take life so much harshly because they feel like they much better and stuff. Because they never sat to the side or like this not supposed to happen to me, and when it happened to me, that means that you're messing with God's child. How do you know that's not God's child messing with another God's child? Like how do you know that? You know what I'm saying? But everybody got this little special thing about themselves, and that's why they be stuck and miserable where they at. Because they only think about it one way, and God don't work that way. Like you're not about to take somebody. Oh, let me just stop them. Let me make sure that they don't do that. No, we all the same.
And that's the problem. That's what people really don't want to mirror. They don't want to face the fact that we all are literally the same. They be acting like shit just changed their life. Like this materialistic shit. They think that shit changed their life to the point where it's like, no, I'm completely different from you. I'm nothing like you. Like you don't bleed like I bleed, cry like I cry, hurt like I hurt, feel like I feel. Like people, I understand that some are talented than others, but when it's all said and done, we all the same in God's eyes. Nobody is sitting out here different for real, like he said.
Well, aren't we all put here to grow?
Like Sunset said earlier, talking about positivity is like you can be an influence on somebody's growth. But at the end of the day, you can't force them to grow in the direction that they're growing to.
Maybe I'm gonna put it this way. Maybe people growing the way that God wanted them to grow. It's not based off of how we feel about their growth, though. That's the thing. Exactly. We be acting like, well, because we don't see it, that God don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Well, you're not moving in the way that I think that God has taught me or something like that. Sometimes we get put in our lives. We get put in lives just to actually influence one another, but it never said that we better than the next. It's just to basically help each other out. Basically, that's why that's his number one job is just to basically get people to realize who is our Lord and Savior. That's what one of the main things is. Huh?
That's why you can't point your finger at no one because you got 3 pointing back at you. Because realize everybody was where you were before you even recognized where you are today. Yep. So who are you to justify and point at someone else when you got 3 pointing right back at yourself?
Yeah,
Exactly,
that's
Miss.
true. That's true.
Right.
That's why I be liking some of these pastors and stuff. They be making me mad. Like, then you just got done sucking something last when you now you trying to act, now you trying to get on everybody else. Like, get out of here.
Duh.
To pray for them or something. Pray for them, not talk down on them. Like, imagine somebody did that to you. You wouldn't have want to change if you kept talking, coming at them that same type of way. It's like, if God got patience for people, why we can't be patient? You know what I'm saying? He had enough patience for us to do all this dirt and all this stuff to make her change our life. So why we can't have patience? I just never, it's just, I don't know.
Remember we were talking about earlier about modeling, like for our children, or even when our children model for our parents. It's like Christ was the first model of everything.
Yeah, that's the only. That's I say, stuff like that. It be making sense. It makes sense. People be like, I don't believe in. I'm like, so you don't think that somebody had to come in earth? You don't think somebody shouldn't have been somebody we idolize? Basically just look at us as a example of how to live on earth. I like, why wouldn't that be true? Well, he's just a prophet, and ain't nobody no type of prophet did what he did. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm like, you can't keep comparing all these other religions that be trying to what's the word? Basically take away the credit of what Jesus did for us from what we got taught to believe though. But I'm like, it make a lot of sense though. Like, why wouldn't we have a living example to show us that, hey, I understand how y'all humans move. And this is the best version you could do of trying to be a human. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at that though. Because otherwise, other prophets, they just came in here and said a couple words like, "Hey, yeah, do that," and Jesus and God said this and God said that. They never lived it out and showed us the way or showed us what to do. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at that.
I agree. Some people will give more faith and more believing into a human than they will God.
Oh, you better go on, stop playing, not me. Go on somewhere with that.
I know. Well, and I always say this, Pamela, like that saying that I say is like, all these women out here like, oh, I want a man of God. I want a man that,
oh my, don't even do that.
They better stop playing with themselves.
That'd be a whole demon.
Are you reading your Bible too?
A demon that want a godly man. That's some funny stuff.
That's pretty a demon god. Stop playing.
That's crazy. I want a man. You don't even know one if you had one in front of your face. A lot of them, they only move off they freaking, oh no, I don't feel like that you're like that. Man, that's not, man. They the same one that probably judge God himself. Nah, you're too strict. You're hurting my feelings. There's no way you're of God. Like, I don't, what?
That part.
Oh my goodness. That's too much.
That's why I truly believe that women, at least women nowadays, the ones who are getting, closer to the Most High, need to pray for their husbands. My sister has been married to her husband for almost 25 years. For the first 10 years, he didn't go to church with her. And now he was one of the, he stays with God. He stays in the presence. He's good with he's always been good with his family, with his kids, with my nieces, my nephews, their grandchildren. Sometimes us women, we need to sit back and we need to pray for our men. We need to.
Right, I agree.
We can't just expect the men to just do everything on their own. We got to go to the Most High too.
But what about me?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It show you. That's why I said I know a lot of it is built off of as long as I'm doing well, that's when I can make sure that somebody else is well. And that I feel like that's mess. Right there, that about to say that is supposed to be like that too. That is true. That is true.
You have to be an example. You know what I'm saying? And then as people see that you are doing, and they're coming to start portraying the same thing. You can't pressure anyone to basically come as you are. They have to come when they get ready to. You can't force that upon anybody, because if you force it, they rebel against it. Yeah. So you got to be like a thief in the night. You got to be very pleasant and very how you say smooth about it.
Oh, we said God too many times. He's Mr. Accountability here.
Once Well, watch that. But once they see what your light, then they'll start
Oh,
following this light.
what is that? Good looks. You talking about I gotta work out or something? Okay, good looks,
Yeah.
lovely.
But
I ain't never seen that before.
that's the way it is. You got to follow the light, and other people, once they see that you got the light, they'll start coming where you are.
Facts, yeah.
They enforce it. That's for sure. They
That's why
rebel
you gotta
today.
show actions. You got to show actions. That's what it is. I mean, people don't just go off talking no more. People say something and move a different way.
They don't. They don't get off in that no more. They really don't. Mm-mm. It's a mess, but it is what it is. Well, I'm up here packing. I'm getting ready so I can go to Thanksgiving out there with my children in Chicago. And
Have a safe trip.
thank you. I'm gonna be there from the 20th to the 3rd to go out there and enjoy them. They sort of twist my arm. I wasn't planning on going out there, but oh well, because I got children here and grandchildren also here. And they asked me, well, what about us, Grandma? I said, it has to be Christmas. Yes, indeed. So I can't spread myself around too far.
That's another thing too, Sunset. As we get older, it's like we got to move ourselves around. We got kids, we got grandkids, we got husbands, we got wives, we got their family, we got in-laws, we got all this stuff. You're like making your rounds, make your rounds.
But it's only me, and I enjoy it at times, but sometimes it do get a little lonely sometimes. But other than that, I got God, and He keeps me grounded. You know what I'm saying? Keeps me grounded, and I just won't accept just anything and everything that comes along. I've dealt with that before, and I would tell anybody, don't just do something just to be doing it. That'd be the worst thing that you could ever do, because I'm gonna tell you, talking about some test of times. Oh, you definitely gonna have some test of times. And you definitely gonna learn a whole lot. But don't take yourself through it because it ain't worth it.
That's true. I take care of my parents, so I stay like 10 minutes away from them, so I'm over there every day. And plus, I'm in school, get my master's, so I keep myself busy. So
Well,
I feel you.
that's a good thing. Always try to keep yourself busy when it comes to that. Believe that. I'm always busy myself. I stay in the gym.
Me too. I run every day.
I'm telling you, it keeps your mind clear and motivated. And then not only
Yes.
that, you're in a prayer state. You can be able to, basically communicate with your spirit so much better.
And I'm painting. Like I'm painting right now as we speak. I'm doing a
What you
painting.
painting? What you painting?
Okay, I do abstract, so right now I'm painting a pair of lips, an eye, and a face.
Oh, that should be interesting. That should be. Bring it up. Let us see it.
I can't do camera. Let me see. I don't think I could do camera right yet. No, they won't let me do camera yet. I'm not
Let you flip it.
Okay.
No, I'm not I don't have enough followers yet. I just started TikTok like a couple of months ago.
Oh, did you? Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Hey,
I think we're friends now.
Your creativity is what pulls yourself out of yourself,
Thank
and
you.
welcomes
You're
your
right.
mind.
Yeah, but
Oh, I
if
was
y'all
gonna
follow
bring
me,
Mr.
I'm gonna put it
Accountability
up. I'll put it on my page as soon as I finish it.
I think I am following you. Let me see. Let me make sure. Oh no, I'm not. Oh my gosh. Now I am.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put it up as soon as I'll finish it tonight. So I'll put it up there.
The
Okay.
eye in the face, that reminds me of the yin yang.
Yeah, in this thing.
I'm gonna follow all of y'all if you don't mind. Let me see who else here.
Oh, Mr. Accountability dropped down. I really wanted to see what he had to say, but I know we've been in a. But I don't know if Jane wants to talk or Han Lee wants to talk, because we've been kind of going back and forth. Or Alter, Miss Twin.
Mm-hmm.
I'll call you Mr. Twin now. That's what I'm going to call you, because you and Kev.
What the?
Mr. Twin. Oh.
Well, you all have a lovely and safe holiday, okay? But I got to go. I got to finish doing my packing, okay?
For sure. For sure.
God bless.
You
Bye-bye.
too. You as well. Nice meeting you.
Likewise. Bye-bye.
It is so quiet now.
See, now I want to do some sip and paint.
Oh, I know.
Usually doing it
I
with some
love
friends.
it.
Yeah, it's so fun.
The what paint?
Sip and paint.
Sip and paint.
I gotta have food though.
Explain to me in a smooth way how to.
Have you done that, twin, with your husband? Have you done the painting of yourself, like the sip and
No,
paint?
I saw that and I actually want to
It's like getting
do
drunk.
that. No, you don't have to get drunk. You just sip.
You just sip. Oh, so it's like you.
The more, but
So
the
it
more
is
you
really
drink, the
sipping.
better you get artistic.
Oh my gosh, that's all like that post I just literally made recently too. I said about what people
Are
gotta
y'all,
get.
any of y'all artists?
I think I'm artistic.
I'm artistic. I can't draw a stick figure. I can't even draw a stick figure, but I'm artistic. It's in different ways.
I like to draw. Painting is a whole different thing, but like I like to do it too.
Oh, I can't, I'm not a like I do graphic artist. I'm a graphic artist by trade, but I cannot draw, but I can paint, which is weird.
Yeah, see, but I think that it's a different. I think it's a different like eye and a different twist. I think that goes with painting, like than it does with drawing. So like sometimes you can do one or the other. Sometimes it's funny.
Now I can do it on the computer. Like I could use Illustrator and do like computer generated drawings, using the shapes, because I could do the shapes and stuff. But as far as like me drawing, it's some kind of disconnect between my brain and my hands. But I'm working on that.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between drawing and painting. Is like what are you trying to, I guess, abstract, or because I can paint, but I paint more quotes or more words or more abstract stuff. I can't draw figures. I cannot draw figures.
Right. I do like a lot of abstract. Like when I started painting, I have no clue of what it's gonna be until I'm finished. And then I'm like, oh, I painted this. But like when I start, I have no clue. I just start.
That's why I was always fascinated with like graffiti. Like I know it's weird, but I come from Southern California, so we have a lot of graffiti out here. Like graffiti, just the way they write words or write out like an abstract, like a word or not always a figure, but kind of like that graphic artistry that comes from yourself rather than from like a computer generated thing. So I think it's really about bringing out everybody's creativity. This is why we talk a lot about identities. Like what are you really good at? What are you really good at?
Yeah. I like to for professionally, like I do brand identities and stuff like that. And like now I'm getting my master's in digital marketing. So what I want to do is once I graduate in April, I'm gonna start doing visual storytelling, doing marketing visually. But I don't know what that looks like because I want to come at it from a different point of view. Like I want to do short movies, but make the product a character. If that
Do you know Bunny? I know Alter knows Bunny, and I know Kev knows Bunny. But do you know Bunny? Bunny is a big
I
digital
just sent her
marketer.
live earlier.
Yeah, I love Bunny. She's a big digital marketer and runs
She's
her
making it
platform
happen
on
over there,
digital
man.
marketing. Yeah, she
Proud
does.
of.
She
I'm
makes
proud
it.
of her. I am proud of her.
Yeah, me too.
She been grinding it every day, and she building her platform up.
Okay, that's why I
See
got
how
on here to really. I'm just learning how the app works, but I don't know. I haven't decided if I wanted to start on TikTok or not. I think I probably want to be in the background because I really want to do corporate, and I don't because I can't really talk a lot. Like I think faster than I speak, so I got ADHD, so it's like hard for me to like talk. I keep having to slow my thinking down so I can speak. So that doesn't translate very well, like, on a platform like this. So I think I'll do better just being in the background and just, making the plans, doing the strategy. So that's what I think I'm gonna do.
So you come to Kev Live enough, you'll start wanting to talk, trust me. Like, as a matter of fact, I got something to say. I'm telling you. You pull it out. Never say never.
That's what she said. Right, exactly, right.
Yeah, please mute forever.
I know.
First of all. Creole in the building.
Creole in the building.
Baby, it's the...
You got on your mind like you got something on your mind, man. I can tell by your face.
She got glow on her mind. Okay, stop playing.
Tired.
Okay.
Just mentally draining.
Yeah, I see. I can see. I know. I pay attention to
It is chilly and it's just not agreeing with me. I'm nauseous and everything, but I'm here.
Hey.
I'm grateful that I have a booty hole so I can fart.
There you go.
That's what I've been doing.
So she was literally holding some ish in. That's crazy. Okay, we got you then.
I don't care. We too old for that.
She letting it go.
She said, "Don't call me. I ain't Elsa, but I let it go. Let it go. Let it go. I don't want to do this no more.
Can't hold it back anymore.
They ain't gonna hold me back, right?"
It's the hair for me, though.
It's
I was just gonna say that. The
Like,
hair,
I am loving
I'm
it.
loving it. I'm loving it.
Thank you. I wish it was mine. I did a video of my daughter last night, and I was
Yeah,
talking
it's
about
so
how I
pretty.
have 29 inches. It's just invisible, like to the naked eye. I can see it, but everybody else just can't. So we talked about it. I parted it for her and everything.
No, that's too funny.
I'm
But it
surprised
looks
Kev didn't
really
have anything to
nice.
say on that one.
It's pretty.
Thank you.
So when we see the part, that means you fart?
No, I didn't fart right now.
I just wanted to rhyme it.
Oh,
When she's farting, she's farting. So
you talking about vegetables.
beware of their hairstyle. It's like that. All right. So back to free talk. That was a whole nother level of free talk, you know.
It's a whole nother level.
I think we all have alter egos.
Okay. Well, that was very
Is
free.
Holly here? You been here for a minute. Quiet, man. Somebody give him a pillow.
I about to say, huh? Dang, Kevin, I said my show.
Hon, you've been listening for a
Nope.
while.
I had to take it. I take the half. I told you.
I ended up on Call of Duty.
There you go. No, you on a duty. That's what it is right there. I got to get my practice on too. I've been playing that jump. Had to take a break off the fighting game because I'll be having a whole nother level of anger on that.
Oh, dang. The fighting games, everybody wants to talk about PlayStation, Xbox, but we had a lot of boxing matches that happened this weekend and some UFC fight. That everybody was rolling
I
through
love
that.
them,
The
I'm loving
Bears
them
lost off a
Mike
block
Tyson
kick
haters.
today. Man,
Jake Paul
man,
haters.
my Bears lost this morning off of
My Lions won.
Man,
Blew them team out.
I know they
Lions
did.
most definitely the
I
second
know
best
they
team
did.
though right now. My boys.
hmm
Yeah, because
I was a
of course,
Lions
the Chiefs
fan until they got rid of Barry Sanders, but nope. Mm-mm. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah, when they got rid of
Nope, I
Golden
rolled
Tate,
my Bears. I was still
I
sad.
stopped watching. Oh, but they got rid of Golden Tate. We got rid of all them super people. We had a super team and still couldn't do nothing with them.
Couldn't do nothing with Reggie Bush.
Man,
Couldn't do nothing with
I
Megatron.
know.
We lost Sue.
Yep.
We lost all time. We had a powerful team, but just we couldn't do nothing with him. Then our
It's
last
the
excuse,
ownership.
our
It's
last excuse was Matthew Stafford, and this dude left us and win a championship. And then I was like, bro, it's something else. We just got a curse in Detroit. That's what it is.
the
Our
same
last
thing with the
excuse.
Bears. Same thing. Same
That's
thing.
true. That's true. That's true. It
Same
could
thing
always be
happened
worse.
with Kansas
And the
City.
Cowboys. Don't forget the Cowboys.
Oh
That's
yeah,
true.
yeah. I
Yeah,
feel
I guess
bad
it
for
can't
them.
be
Well,
worse.
I feel
So
bad
so
for my
Detroit.
nephew, not them.
See?
Well, and that's the thing is that we were talking about system beyond system. I was like, okay, some of this is rigged. Some of this is rigged. Why did we have another blocked punt kick today with the Bears versus Packers? The same thing with Kansas City last week. Like, what's happening?
I'm waiting on them to lose so we can get
That's
number one.
rare. Yeah, well, that's why the Cowboys, even the Cowboy fans will say we need to lose every single game the rest of this season.
Right.
That number one pick.
Like I ain't never seen them play as bad as they play. Like it's like ridiculous. And
Yes,
Dax,
Kansas
like
City
what the
told
hell
them that
is
they
wrong
lost.
with Dax?
Who was the Bills? The Bills that good? Yes.
Hey, what's up, Kev?
What's the deal,
Hey,
man?
motivational.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? And you know, this is a moment of and the reason why I really just spoke on earlier is because you know what, I am that guy, and this is a very transparent, open moment. I'm just being real with you guys. Like the man you speak to today is not the man from 16 years ago. When I got out in 2005, I'm just gonna keep it real with y'all. You know, I thought everything was fine initially. My PTSD and my deep depression hit, and it messed me up in a bad way. Okay, now I wasn't like bad, like I wasn't like waking up and putting hands on any women I was dating or anything like that. I'm not saying that, but I had my own things that I struggled with. If you get what I'm saying, I had my own things that I struggled with. That deep depression was really tough for me. I was in a really bad headspace for years before I was okay. And I'm just keeping it real with y'all to the point of, you know, and I wouldn't because of my relationship with God, but there's several times that I put my pew to my head and I said, what if? Because every day was just pain and misery. Like it didn't seem like there was light at all. All I saw was darkness, and it's like I was in a dark hole, and I didn't see a way out for years. But I kept on getting up, you know, and for over 2 years, my whole goal was just getting out of bed. For over 2 years, my whole goal was just getting out of bed. If I get out of bed, I said that's a victory for today.
Yes.
And I speak on that when I speak to people sometimes. Like sometimes it's just getting out of bed. That's your victory for today.
Yes.
And you know it progresses. Then you take a couple steps. Then you shave your face. Then you brush your teeth. Then you wash your face. That's a victory for that day sometimes. So what I'm saying is like these people are not lost causes. Not hopeless for them. I didn't want people to think like, oh, like, no, we should never, like, you know, I'm not saying in the midst of their darkness, when they're at their worst, oh, yeah, let's date them right now. I'm not saying that. But what also saying that the man you're talking to today, at one point in my life, I was that individual that I was just in such a dark place and I was so lost that I couldn't imagine being in such an amazing space and place in my life today, that the place I'm in today. But I have a beautiful wife. I have 2 beautiful boys. And I'm just saying, like, bro, like the worst part of your life does not define you. And the most difficult things in your life does not dictate or determine where you can be and where you can go.
Right.
And we can always turn our life around. We can always make better choices. There is always hope, even in what seems like the most hopeless situations. And I know many of you guys are believers, so I know we know that's true.
I love the way you said that, motivational, because you said, I'm just grateful and I'm thankful for being able to wake up and wash my ass, brush my teeth, you know, put some clothes on, or maybe have a roof over our head, or the little things that you have. Even homeless people are grateful for the tent that they have, or
Yeah.
for there are a lot of people that are grateful for things that we actually over appreciate or we don't
Well,
appreciate.
we underappreciate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
there
it's
you
like
go.
we take it for
Underappreciate.
granted.
That's the word.
It's like
Yeah.
it's like oh, we complain about paying rent, but it's like oh snap, I got a roof over my head. Like I'm not homeless. I'm not sleeping in my car. Or like, I don't like the clothes I'm wearing. But you have more than one outfit to wear. You aren't wearing the same shirt and the same jeans and same drawers and the same shoes every single day living on the streets. Like that's a real thing that a lot of people deal with every single day.
Yep.
So like when we put it in perspective, I'm like, man, that's why the word says count your blessings one by one. Cause I feel like my perspective is if you start counting your blessings one by one, you won't be able to complain anymore.
I don't even think we need to
Come
count
on, he over here
count
preaching
them.
motivation. Go ahead, then.
Yeah, yeah, and you count them, but you gotta appreciate them as you're counting them.
But the point of it is, like, when you're counting one by one, because you can sit there and be like, oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm blessed, but you focus on. Because the thing is, what we do is we actually do the opposite of that. We count our troubles more than we count our blessings.
Exactly.
And that's the thing. We can tell how many problems we had. Man, this is where we're wrong, but you're still alive. You're still able to talk. You're still able to communicate the issues. You're still able to also find solutions to the issues. So it can't be all 100% terrible. So you have to be able to count your blessings more than you count your troubles, and you'll see that you're more of an overcomer than you think.
And that's what we were
You look,
talking
I
about
held back on my
earlier,
twin powers
Alfred.
because that's exactly what I'm about to say. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna breathe
Well,
for a
that's
second
what
because I know
Kev,
she about to do it for me.
that's exactly what Kev brought up earlier when I was bringing up a lot of people will want to blame God or blame everybody for the negativity that's happening in their life, but don't want to count the blessings that are happening in their life.
Yeah,
What's more powerful?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like you blame him for the trouble, but you never thank him for the blessings. It's just wow. Because how are you responsible for your blessings, but God is responsible for your failures? You can't make that make sense.
Exactly.
Thank you,
Exactly.
Kanye, for sharing.
Yes,
You ain't forget about
I
it. I
didn't
was trying to
forget
leave it.
because I heard
Yeah.
your message, but I was like, this is Kanye. This is Kanye
Yeah.
speaking.
Yeah.
When was Kanye in the military? I don't know. But thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah.
I had this conversation with the coroner who was in charge of informing me concerning my spouse, and he was talking about, like the stressors that even I didn't understand being a spouse. Family members won't understand, the battle of the mind. And that changed my perspective concerning where people proclaim people go when they unalive themselves. And I hit up Kev privately and I said, I have a whole different perspective because sometimes, I used to shun things like that. And I used to think that's so selfish, but sometimes when you're in that space, it brings different perspectives. It's almost like you're in this world by yourself. And I don't shun either side. I tell people to continue because there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. It's always a solution to an issue. And some people don't see that solution or feel like they've done enough. And I just want to commend you to keep going, and continue, being thankful for everything. At one point, I couldn't eat anything. You know what I'm saying? I got out the military based on that. I have Crohn's disease. I have gastroparesis, and I was 112 pounds. So now instead of eating, I enjoy the moment of eating. Like some people don't think about those small blessings that they have with just being able to walk or being able to talk and being able to eat and being able to see and things of that nature. And it's a lot that goes into the blessings that we have. You know what I'm saying? So when you get to a point where it's like now I have to focus on the small blessings because they're really big, they're enormous, all these things that we want that are materialistic, the simple thing like eating, and me being strong, even though I don't share a lot about my faith, me being strong in my faith was what is wrong with the way I eat. And I was participating in gluttony a lot, and it ruined my esophagus and my esophageal, and it ruined the way of my motility and the way I digest food. But that was a sign, instead of me saying, I'm being punished, It was a sign to say, okay, well, what can happen next? You know, I could get ulcers from this. I could unalive from this. You know, I can no longer see my kids because I'm participating in gluttony. I'm no longer enjoying the food and the source that it comes from. I'm just filling myself up. You know what I mean? So it was really a blessing because now I'm able to enjoy food, enjoy water, enjoy a beverage. I'm able to enjoy that. And I was drinking a lot at that time. I was military too, so I was just, binge drinking. And the moment that I found out, it was because I drank a whole bottle of Dawn. And instead of me unaliving from it, I was given Crohn's disease. And that was not necessarily a punishment, but a wake up call. It was like, okay, now you have to do what you got to do. You know, now you have to stop doing the things that you're doing in the sense that you're participating in. So now I don't drink whatsoever. I do have a glass of wine every now and then, ain't gonna lie. I do have a little glass of wine. You know, Jesus drank a little wine. But I don't overindulge. I usually use it as something that's celebratory when I do drink wine. I don't drink liquor. I don't overindulge. I don't binge drink. I don't hang out with a bunch of people. All the things that could have unalived me a long time ago. I'm being saved and preserved for a reason. And, you know, just keep going. You know, I used to try to tell my husband the same thing. Just keep going. These are moments. Nothing lasts forever, except for heaven, you know, but these are moments. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Y'all are hitting it tonight. Y'all better stop
That's what she
playing. And not
said,
like,
folks.
I'm going to say, be quiet. I'm trying to stop
I had to, but yeah, that's facts.
Commend you, and I want to encourage you too, because I understand exactly where you was at, because it took me 20 years. It took me 20 years. I was 20 years in the wilderness, so to speak. And I get where you at. I get where you were at. And to be honest, it took me I was 20 years in the wilderness, and then it took me 20 years to get out of the wilderness, because one thing that happens, you get stuck when stuff happens, you get stuck where you at. I was stuck at 19 for 20 years. Then it took me another 20 years to grow up from 19, and I'm 58. And to be honest, I just got to the point where I can be myself. When I turned 58 in August, I decided that I'm going to live, and I'm done with being mad at myself for not progressing. So with that said, I want to commend you guys, because it takes it takes a lot to see the blessing, because sometimes you know you blessed, but you can't see it, you can't feel it, you in the darkness, and you just gotta know it. You just gotta tell yourself over and over, I know I'm blessed. I know God wants me here for a reason. I know I'm supposed to be here, and but you ain't feeling it. So I get it, and I just
Facts.
You know what that reminded me of? Oh, go ahead, Jean.
No, I was just saying facts.
My encouragement is this. See, it's not what we feel, it's what we know.
Right.
We have to fall back on what we know is truth. Because sometimes, boy, life is hitting you, but you hold on to what you know is true. The truth is that God said the victory is yours. The truth is, he said that you're the head and not the tail. See, God made some promises about your life, about who you are, about how special you are, how unique you are, how priceless you are, how wonderful you are. Uniquely gifted for such a time as this. And because of that, you're here. Because of that, you're on this wonderful planet. The odds of all the little swimmers, and you made it because you're meant to be here. There's a purpose for your existence. So we have to hold on to the truth. And sometimes we have to realize our feelings, they change from moment to moment, but our feelings are not truth. But the truth is truth.
Right.
So it's what we know to be the truth, not what we feel. And hold on to what you know to be the truth and not what you feel. Because victory is yours. You understand what I'm saying?
Amen. Yes.
Okay, you done turned
Amen.
into Bishop in 5
Amen.
seconds.
Right.
Hello,
And
hello,
he
Wait
said,
a
hello.
minute.
even if you
Hallelujah.
look at, even if you
Dinky, what
look
do you
at
say? Our
Titus,
feelings are not what? Hold on, I'm trying to catch that.
Are not truth.
they're not truth.
Sure
What,
Yep.
not.
And
Kanye,
that's
say
the
it
really,
again.
if y'all, that's the really thing
Yeah, I
I
know. I was
heard
thinking about
tonight.
it. I was trying to hold back.
Boy, you got me up here crying, Kanye. I'm telling you, because, oh, Lord.
Did he say,
If
and I was going to,
people,
oh,
if
sorry, go
people
ahead.
knew,
Mm-hmm.
this is why I keep my relationship with God personal. Because if people knew the lessons and the trials and tribulations, and me telling God, this lesson is hard, but it's my lesson. I got to go through it and I got to learn. Just make sure you don't let me go. You know what I'm saying? We get on these panels, we don't know what people got going on in their personal life. We just don't know. We have no idea. And I'm a woman, so I'm emotional. Okay, I'm gonna get emotional. The things that I could have let go of a long time ago, and the reasons why I could have let go would have been selfish. Because the beauty of today, that's why I tell people all the time, well, it wasn't yesterday. You know, I'm faced with different obstacles. God has given me different choices today. As long as I'm not repeating the same thing, I'm good. You know, it doesn't have to make sense to the next person. This is my journey with God. This has nothing to do with the next person. It doesn't need to be explained, except for when I'm on my knees. You know what I'm saying? But there's just those small blessings of just getting up and saying, oh my God, I made it. I made it. Somebody didn't make it, but I did. And that makes me special in my own right. God sees something else in me. I'm still here to learn. And as long as I'm learning, I'm going to be here. You know, and as long as I'm teaching, I'm going to be here. You know,
Amen.
but you know, people just don't know. You know, they assume the life is good, you know. And they assume life is going to be great for the next person because of financial this and financial. I don't worry about no finances. I have no worries at all. I give them all to God. Every last one of them, every choice that I have made, I've always said, God, please lead me in the right direction. Even when it comes down to giving birth to any of my children, getting married, any of those things, I've always been led by God. And I never just go headstrong and think that I'm making the best decision for me just based on. You know what I'm saying? Because that would be ignorance of me to believe that me as a person can make those decisions when I didn't make the decision to be here. So, you know, I just wanted to say that. You know what I'm saying? You got me over here crying and stuff.
You
And
got
I
me
never
crying too.
share
This
my
Sunday is
my
coming into effect, boy.
yeah, I don't share that personal relationship because if people was to ask me, they would say, well, why would you choose this? Or why would you go through that? Or why, you know, why? I don't question God as to why. This is the story he wrote for me. And whatever
Amen.
it is, it's going to be. And I have to figure out with God as to what do I need to do in this circumstance as a human. You just guide me. And I'll go through hell if that's what it means. As long as I get to glory, that's all that matters. You see what I'm saying? Because this here is earth. You know what I mean? So I'm glad that we come to Kev's Live because it's, even though we joke around, we go back and forth and stuff like that, it is a space where I feel fulfilled. I learn a lot over here. You know what I'm saying? But I also have a great deal of respect for Kev because a lot of y'all don't know he centers me. Because I have the same worldly thoughts as everybody else. I got the same trials and tribulations as everybody else. Ain't nobody greater than the next person. Ain't nobody doing it better than the next person. We all out here confused and trying to figure it out concerning the footsteps in the sand. We're all doing that. But when I come over here, sometimes I have to center myself. And sometimes Kev get to preaching and don't even know he preaching. That's why I said that's what's within from what I can see as a human. That's what I see for you to guide the youth because they need it. You know, and to guide some of us old dumb ones because we need it. But I come over here and sometimes I can have the worst day. Sometimes I can't even get out the bed. I have been in the bed for almost a year, just getting out the bed and going to the bathroom and hygiene. And I come over here and I'm getting out the bed. So we just don't know. And we just don't know the impact that some of us have. Kev, you have great impact. Alta, you have great impact. Motivational, great impact. Miss Pamela, great impact. Lovely, great impact. So thank you, Kev, for always keeping this space. I'm a problem sometimes, but thank you for always keeping this space open. It's full of positivity. It feels like I'm sitting on your couch. So thank you for that.
Yeah, for
And
sure. I
Miss
appreciate
Jean,
that.
you just spoke on something powerful, and you talked about like how we're enduring. You're going through it. You're still here. Thy word is true from the beginning, and every one of thy righteous judgments endureth forever. We are enduring. And even if you go back into Psalms 160, but even if you go back into Psalms 117, look, we got to go through some trials and tribulations. Sometimes we have to be still. Sometimes we have to sit back and wait. Not even wait, just listen, you know? So you just Miss Jane, I love you to death.
Love you too. I love you to life, love.
And yeah, I love you to life. I'm not going to use that word. You just made me change my words.
Yep.
You know, I love you to life. There's some beautiful people on this panel. Kev allows a lot of people, and a lot of people don't want to hear this truth, these words, these understandings. And even when he unpacks it, and we don't bring in religion into it or the Bible into it, we're bringing real life stuff into it. So I appreciate Kev and, you know, and Jane and Motivational and Pamela. You've been amazing. And Twin, you're always there. You know, so this is just how you know we impact people and move people and show love and show endurance. So the endurance just came up with that because we're going to experience some really hardships in our life. And that's why I always say we don't use the word healed. We use the word healing because even when we're in our right place, in our right mind, and good mindsets, we're still going to be faced with adversity.
True.
So now you got to still keep moving.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Say no, I appreciate and love every single one of you, man. And when I say that, I mean it. I mean, you gotta understand, like just how I try to represent myself. I don't try to say anything that I don't mean. So if I say something, I try to ensure that I mean it. I love every single one of you, man. Kev is good people. He's a dope dude, man. Alter, dope, awesome person. Pamela, Shelby, just met you, but I'm sure you're a dope, awesome person. Lovely, man. You know I got nothing but love for you. You're super dope, awesome, great person. And I just love surrounding myself with great people. And I truly believe I'm surrounded by great people, as well as Creole Doll. So, man, I appreciate and love every single one of you.
Love you too.
Love you too,
Thank
Kanye.
I just
Period.
want to thank y'all. I mean, this is
Hey,
my
all
first
these
time in
men
live.
making all these women cry.
I'm over here bothered. I just want to thank you guys. This is my first time, but
Don't let
you
it be your
guys have
last.
renewed me in so many ways, and because I ain't gonna lie, I didn't think God loved me anymore because it's been so long, and this journey has been so hard, and I've been searching. I like on my 58th birthday, I decided that I was not going to. I was going to go forward no matter what because I had told myself either I'm going to go forward or I'm not going to be here anymore because it's too hard and it's too long and thank you. I'm sorry. And it. And the more, like tonight, I realized that I didn't even know that, like, even with motivation, what you share and what you just shared, it was like, I didn't even know people I thought I was the only one. And I know I wasn't the only one, but I didn't know I was the only one, if that makes sense.
It's called confirmation.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what happens in life. That's why everything happens for a reason.
And thank you, and I just want to praise God because I really thought that I thought that I was being punished. I did something wrong because I was like, it shouldn't have been this long that I was by myself, and I didn't know why I was by myself. But I'm not by myself. And it was just my perception that I was by myself. So now I know I'm not by myself.
There you go.
And it's, I feel like a weight has been lifted. And
Not
thank
trust
you
me
guys.
talking about my Jesus. Go off. Sorry. Let me quiet now.
Facts. Hello.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Well, we were talking about endurance. And when Psalm 117 tells us.
That's why I love conversations like this because, of course, it illuminates God. And I think so many times we have conversations about religion, all these different things. Everybody looks at all the negative factors. And truly, the reason why, even when me and Lala had host lives, and I know it gets intense in some spaces, but really, we are truly understanding of God's goodness, His grace, His mercy, and all those different things. And conversations like this are just necessary. Just like Motivation said, I forgot how he said it, Bishop Motivation. But your feelings are not the truth. We can feel, like you said, Pamela, like I feel like I'm alone, all these things. And that's one thing that God promises, that He's with us always.
That was good.
Always
She did
with us.
that. Wow.
And he knows, and that's what makes believing in God and the God that we believe in so incredible and so true, is because He connects with our feelings. He connects with our human nature, our human aspect of how we think, how we feel, how we operate, what we understand, what we don't understand. And that's why He says for us to put our trust in Him, because the moment we put our trust in our feelings and the things around us, we lose sight of what God is actually doing. And that's why I appreciate Creole, what she said, because that was a powerful point that she made. When she was talking about her Crohn's and things like that, and I was just like, man, we don't realize sometimes our suffering is also sometimes grace. Sometimes the things. I met this guy at this church I went to. I was visiting with my mom, and he actually does not look like what he's been through, right? He says that, and he told me how he was on. I was actually telling him, I was like, look, I noticed you got all the people up there because you was swinging that body around. Like, and guy, he was going in on that music, okay? And he was just all into it, giving it his all. He said, you know why I do that? He said, because I spent 30 years giving my all to drugs on the streets, all the different drugs y'all can think about. He said, I was giving my all to that for years, and God kept me, and I owe it to Him because He saved me, and I'm gonna give my all, just like I gave it to that. I'm gonna give it to Him. And so, and he doesn't have any serious conditions. There's some things he experiences, like some things that Creole was saying. And the thing is, you may have to go through some things, but if you look back on your life, if this is what you have to experience, that's still a sense of grace. God still granted grace to us, and even though the things that we experience, even through the suffering that you may go through in life, but it doesn't mean God has left you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I like how you use that though. I like how you use that though, because it's like that's why I'm so big on talking about giving each other grace, right? Grace, forgiveness, and all that, because that's our main issue, right? One thing, if we can get one thing, especially if a lot of us saying us believers and stuff, and then we still got to make an excuse why we can't forgive people and stuff. Well, you stepped on my toe and you did all that stuff. I'm pretty sure you done did the exact same. All of us is not innocent. That's why I'm so big on saying that too. So what make you think that nobody else deserves forgiveness and you the only one that should be forgiven and stuff? So that's why I talk about this all the time, because like we really do need to focus and understand what forgiveness is. You know what I'm saying? Like, because a lot of us just saying, and the fact that we still waiting on I'm sorry, that's the problem. It's not, we don't wait on that. That don't mean that's something that's within you. Just the way you move and the way that you act towards the person that so-called treated you not right. You know what I'm saying? So it's no different. Like you would want your kids to do the same way, that knowing that you tried your best, or sometimes you are a human, you're going to mess up sometimes. So you might snap a different way, but you shouldn't be holding that against somebody because that's the way they choose to express themselves, because you do the exact same thing. That's why I be saying that. That's why I was mentioning earlier that we are no different from anybody else. Just like I think I remember talking to you about that on your live. You said that on your live before. Arthur, you was like, like ain't no sitting there saying that I wouldn't do that. I'm not that type, because we will never we will never know what will happen. We can say I'm never be the type that'll cuss somebody out. I'll never be the type and all that stuff, acting like we just high, mighty, and righteous. but we haven't got tested yet. You know what I'm saying? Anything can happen. That's why I be trying to have grace and have empathy for everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because anything can literally happen. We can slip, but we are humans. We're not. We ain't no gods. It's the reason why we call upon God, because we're not. And then the simple fact that, and then but yet, like I said, we want to sit there and call and be like, hey, you know, God, I want you to forgive me and all that stuff. But that's the reason why it's in the scripture to say, how can you look for forgiveness and you can't forgive nobody else? Like you got your nerve. But that's why you gonna always hear me talk about that on every last part of my lives and stuff, because like they don't understand that's one of the most serious things. Like forgiveness got a lot to do with healing, confidence, everything. Like that's like one of the center things on there though. But let me let everybody else cook though real quick. My bad, y'all.
Exactly. Let me say something real quick. If you don't know, if you can't forgive yourself, how do you know what it's like when somebody else forgives you? If you don't give back to yourself everything that you've lost of it, even if it goes back into childhood. Remember we were talking about trauma and all that stuff earlier. It's like everybody's expecting all these things to come to themselves, but they're not giving it to themselves first, but they're not letting it come from God. It kind of reminds me of like people who go through abuse or trauma and all that stuff that we talked about. If you know that something bad is going on, you're already really saying this ain't right. I need to seek something different. That seeking you will find. This don't seem right. So if you're not giving forgiveness to you don't even forgive yourself, how you gonna expect it coming from somebody else? Or how you gonna do it vice versa? Right. True.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Hi everybody.
What's up?
Hello.
Hi. I knew I was in the right live when I saw the prompt. I was like, yes, finally positivity.
I switched back to another prompt. You know what I'm saying?
We so good. We so good. We so good. We so good.
Get the whole people accountable again.
Kev, please.
So I wanted to speak on forgiveness because I just recently learned what forgiveness actually is. And this has probably been said before because I don't know how long you guys have been on. But I've learned that forgiveness is an action. It's something that happens repetitively over and over again. Because that thought, that emotion, that feeling is going to come back to you at the darkest times when you feel like everything's going wrong. And you have to learn to forgive yourself in the dark spot to be able to move on to the next spot. Like there's plenty of skeletons I have in my closet that I need forgiveness for. And I need to forgive. But that's something I'm working out with me and God right now. But it's made it easier for me to understand that although I'm talking to my husband and I'm trying to get him to understand at a time that he made me feel bad, that to me is me trying to explain, but to him, that's me nagging him. So in those moments where I'm thinking of the past, I needed to forgive him right then and take a moment to myself and be like, hey, I'm thinking about something that has nothing to do with you. It does, but it doesn't. It's a me problem, not a you problem. So that's all I wanted to pop up and say.
Hey, boy, people, that take a lot of putting humbleness to even say something like that.
Well, we just brought that up. How do you forgive somebody and then when you're in an argument or in conflict, bring up the same thing that you told that person that you were forgiving them of?
Because they didn't do it. They just spoke. They still got it on there. I mean, and I understand that, like, you're not going to always forget, I wouldn't even recommend that way. I don't think it was meant that way, because you do need to learn from what you have been around and stuff. Just like, this is just to avoid, though. But it's more like what's being said is more of an action or the way that you react towards things. That's just like healing, right? When you used to get affected a certain way by certain things or whatever, like if somebody called you the B word or something like that, you don't react the exact same way when you first had got, called it or something like that. Sometimes you might be like, all right, I understand this is their way of how they express themselves or whatever. I don't have to be around it, but I also don't have to snap every last time somebody do it. I mean, they still got me on their finger or something like that though. So, but it's just like little stuff like that take like timing, and that takes like a habit. Build yourself up, because it's like everybody don't get affected by it. And then sometimes we be trying to push ourselves on other people. Like, I know they hurt you because they hurt me. That's not true all the time. It's not, because some people do look at things differently. some people don't take things as deep as others may do it or whatever, or they learn how to just avoid of taking in things that's not really worth it. You know, sometimes we insert it be our own mental. It be our mental will make it way worse than it was supposed to be, or if we know how to use our mental the right way, we can make things better than what it really actually is sometimes too. But it's just, you know, that's the difference between like optimistic and a pessimistic mentality and stuff. Like two worlds might be right, but I just, you know, there's nothing wrong with trying to look at hope and stuff and realizing that everything's just not in your hands all the time. And sometimes you got to call upon something beyond just yourself, shoot, or somebody else. You might need somebody else to help you. You know, if we keep being in this world alone and thinking that the world is getting done to us instead of for us, that'd be the issue. You know, we can be like, oh man, why is everything happening to me and all that stuff. And once we realize that, no, it's happened to build me, you know, build myself and all that, then we start taking a little bit, we look at the world a little lighter. Then the simple fact that we get up every day to get to try over it over and over again, you know, try again. That's a super blessing, you know. Like, but I think what helped me out even more, is 2019, and you know that really like made me realize like, dang, I could have been one of them people. And the fact that I caught that stuff like a couple times, or maybe a few times and stuff, and realized the people that didn't survive it, it's like, man, you most definitely got to be grateful that you're here, you know. But all of us be feeling entitled and thinking we deserve this. That's why I don't like that word and stuff all the time, you know, because it's like we keep it in our mind, acting like that tomorrow literally supposed to be promised to any of us, and us thinking that way is the reason why we be stressed out and all that stuff. It's like, it's literally a blessing to get up and be like, whew, you know, it's literally a blessing. But we wake up a lot of times like, man, I gotta go to work, I gotta do this and all that stuff or whatever, and you already started your day off horrible already. Like, you don't have to get up. You could be still laying in that grave. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to do none of them things. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like people don't never think about it that way. But that's why they said back in the time, it'd be the little things. Like, and it makes so much sense but especially as I grew in time, the little things, it made a lot of sense. And then when you do get these extra things, you be even more grateful. Like, dang, this person ain't had to do this for me. You know, this person is a whole nother human being. They didn't have to do that, but you got to get rid of that entitled mentality and keep acting like the world owe you something. Like, nobody don't have to do anything, and that's why we get hurt by those things. Well, I expect this and I understand everybody gonna have expectations in life though, but you have to still at least be more grateful than what you expect, because like your expectations is not gonna come all the time. It's just not. But you can be grateful for what the things you got right now. But yeah,
Well, and think about it, Kev. Nobody wakes up in the morning. I think Middle spoke on that earlier when he was on your live earlier. Nobody wakes up in the morning and just says, I want to have a bad day. I want to not forgive people. I want to not like people. I want to be unloved. Most of us.
Shit, some people do.
But some people are out here trying to seek kindness, trying to seek compassion, trying to seek, the good things that are coming out in life. But we also have to deal with the opposite, of
Yes.
everything that comes out of that.
And that's the thing. That's the great thing of life, right? The world is full of people that are horrible, hateful, unfriendly, unkind. They do monstrous things. They wake up saying, who can I hurt today? Who
Yep.
can I harm today? What type of pain can I purposely cause on a mass level? And that's the reality of this life. But then I say we change the world by being what we want to see in the world. By being what we want to see in the world is how we create the impact that changes and transforms our society. And that's just what it is. Like, that's how we create the change. We be the change we want to see in the world. And then we link up, and this network right here, Alter Ego, Brother Kevin, Huntress, Sister Lovely, Sister Pamela, Creole. See, this is our network, and we grow this network, and we expand this network, and we make this network even larger and larger and more larger, with more like-minded people, individuals with the same mindset and understanding that we have to be the good that we want to see in the world. And in the impact, it spreads. This is where it starts. This is the foundation. This is where it starts. And this is when we see the change and the transformation start to happen. This is when we start to see first on a foundational level, but then it will grow and the numbers grow and the network grows. And we see there's more good in the world than there is evil. See, we were simply it's just how it's set up. That's why we got to watch what we consume. The media, the newspapers, they see the negative things is what sells. Because since the negative things is what sells, that's what they put on page 1 and page 2 and page 3 and page 4 and page 5. So we got to watch and be careful and be aware of the things in which we consume, and consume those things which build us up, those things which fortify our minds, those things which fortify our hearts, those things that help us know and understand that God has gave us wonderful gifts, great abilities and talents. And if we're operating within our gifts, our talents and abilities, the impact that we create on our city, the impact we create on our state, the impact we create on our very United States, the impact that we create on the globe, on a global impact, can be absolutely amazing. I'm just, you guys, like, you don't realize how powerful you are. You don't realize how powerful this thing is that's happening right now. This is the start of something absolutely amazing if we let it be that. I'm going to land my plane.
Facts. I just want to piggyback right quick. I'm going to answer a lovely question as to why people can't forgive. People can't forgive because the last part of forgiveness is letting go of the anger and resentment. That's a part of forgiveness. Most of it is comprised with things you got to do for you. People get stuck on the communication part. Well, as long as I'm making you understand that you hurt me over and over and over again, but like Huntress said, you got to be committed. Being committed to forgiveness is what is the key. You can't just sit in it. You got to get up every day, and sometimes you got to say, you know what? I'm going to let that go. I ain't gonna be mad at that. It's all choices, right? I ain't gonna be angry about that. I'm just gonna let that go. And sometimes that is a daily, sometimes more than daily process. Sometimes we doing it 4 and 5 times out of the day. But that anger and that resentment that you gradually have to let go of in order to. People just acknowledge the hurt. That's the first part. Oh, you hurt me. It hurt so bad. Oh, I feel it. My emotions, my feelings, or you kick me in my knee. And that's the only part that gets stuck on. Oh, it hurts so bad. And then you got to choose to forgive. And when you choose to forgive, you don't just continue to bring it up. If you're not ready to let go of that anger or that hurt or that, that resentment, don't say nothing. Just leave it right there. Don't say, I forgive you. And then the next week, I'm going to bring it back up in an argument, or I'm going to make this point in a situation or a discussion that you wanted to bring up, something that I need to be held accountable for. But I'm going to make you held accountable because I want to continue to be angry about this situation. And in return, that ain't doing nothing but hurting you, because they might let it go. They gonna move on. They gonna go on vacations. They gonna chill with their family. They gonna do whatever they want to do. They gonna continue to live life. And these people are sitting back and they are angry, and that's the problem.
Huntress, I want to let you speak next, but I want to speak on what Creole said, because it reminds me of, that statement that everybody says, forgive and not forget. You don't forget. You don't forget. That's the knowledge that we need to have in able to move forward. That knowledge that we need, like from that forgiveness that we have to be able to move forward. So I get where you're coming from, Jane. I hear what you're saying. Huntress, what you got to say, my bro? Huntress, I'm sorry, my sister. Huntress, you wanted to speak on that? Because I know Jane's been going in, Motivation's been going in, Pamela's been going in, Twin has been going in.
I think she unmuted now.
Yeah, I'm unmuted now. I thought I pressed the button and I didn't.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, my sister.
Okay, so the one thing I want to relate to forgiveness is when I think it was Creole that said that they can't let go. And that just tells you right there that you're living in the past. You're anchoring yourself to a moment in time where your life was stagnated. And like I know that it's hard to think of it that way sometimes, but that's what just came to my mind when she said what she said, is because you're remembering what you had in the past and you're bringing it to the future of stopping you from where you're trying to get to. Because if like communication is one of your things, if you weren't able to communicate in the past and you're holding on to that, you're not going to be able to communicate now. You got to let go and be able to push through that fear and the pain of what's to come and just live outside of it. And that's where I land.
Facts. You can't eat shit and expect for it to nourish you the next day just because that spaghetti was good last night.
Yeah,
It's
right.
impossible.
You have to know the past, but you can't live in it. It's the same thing like with trauma. Look, we've been through it. We've experienced it. We've gone through it. We don't live in it. It's the emotions that are like motivational spoke on that earlier. It's like the emotions or the feelings that you have tied to it. That's what we need to get rid of. It's so that we don't make decisions for our next decisions or our next choices.
Yeah.
Based upon that.
One thing I noticed is like I believe in like details, and it's like it got to be big because it's like a lot of people don't know, and so we can say simple things like, hey, you gotta heal, you gotta love yourself, you gotta heal yourself, you gotta forgive yourself, or stuff like even what you just said, right? So what I noticed, we have to, I think as us, like if we really do know, we have to kind of break it down in detail and give different many examples for somebody to understand how to, because most of the time for people to understand, they got to relate in some way. So some people you have to talk to in different type of ways. And sometimes you might not be the person too sometimes. So sometimes you gotta, you may have to speak in a different type of language for them to get it. So like, for example, like how people always be like, well, you need therapy though, right? Of course, I'm pretty sure that person know themselves and all that stuff. But from that point, it just sounds like you just trying to offend them because you feel a certain way. And now you said, oh, you go see therapy. Well, you're not telling them how to do it, what type of route they should do it, nothing like that. You just flat out just throwing it as a offense. You trying to offend them. That's what somebody did last night too. I remember they was doing that too. So it's like we have to like, if we say that we care about somebody, and because most of the time we only doing it because we got triggered, we gotta sometimes break it down in detail, because I wanted to. That's why one question: do you know how to forgive? So I would say like what I did, how I learned how to forgive, is like, which I always tell people. From people that hear, one of them I think is like empathy play a major part. Everybody say what that everybody what the heck? Everybody say what it is and all this other stuff, or they want it so bad, but they can't even do it themselves or whatever. So empathy, I look at empathy as in just like, which they mean just understanding people's emotions and your own or whatever. But I look at it as in also like put yourself in other people's shoes, or sometimes really realizing that I could have been this person, or saying like, like I was mentioning earlier, sometimes you going to, this is how this person chose to react. I don't know what this person may have been through. I don't know if they lost their mother. I don't know if they lost, somebody that was deep in it. I don't know how they got raised. And if I know better or something like that, why do I need to stoop to them? But most of the time people can't take themselves out of it because they always be like, well, I went through worse and I, forget what they talking about. You don't know what I've been through. But the thing is, I think once you stop putting yourself in the midst of it or centering yourself, which I mean, it goes back to that empathy thing, you start realizing like, people is different. Like, I think that's number one. It's like knowing that you're a human, but that's coming with forgiving yourself first, So it's like realizing I'm a human. If I'm a human, why wouldn't I think that other people is not humans too? So it's like, okay, I'm gonna mess up, I'm gonna slip up, I'm gonna do that. And I will, if I want somebody to forgive me, why not? So that's the reason why I be like trying to show empathy, because or looking at things from both sides, two-sided sometimes. Because sometimes we be harsh on one side. What the heck? Sometimes we be harsh on one side and not looking at things from a different perspective and stuff. We always be like, no, they supposed to know wrong. They supposed to do that. Like, okay, a lot of us supposed to know a lot of things, but we do the exact same thing. But then we want to make an excuse when we do it though. But like it's just really just breaking down in detail and just getting people, to really just relate to them so they can understand what forgiveness is and what loving yourself look like. And, it's just really giving examples for people to relate, because like just making it broad and saying love yourself, or making it broad and saying forgive them. If they don't know what it is, that's just like talking. That's why like even some of the times back then, I used to stop using the Bible as examples, right? Because some people don't even understand the Bible or even believe it. So it was like kind of invalidating everything I'm saying, because that's all I knew was that. So I had to use real life examples and things that they can relate with. That way I can let them know, like, okay, and now that you understand that this is also in scripture for you to get to get the validation of the things that you live in right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's really just like I said, some things gotta come to you. I mean, come in a certain way for them to relate, for them to understand, and that's just how that is, though. So,
Kev, you just proved a good point. So, what is the difference between forgiving an unaliver, somebody who unalives somebody else, and the P word, the somebody who violates somebody? SA. Let's just go that
so
way.
what's the difference? Nothing is difference. Neither one of them is the difference with me, because I forget everybody.
Right. Exactly.
So I mean, the fact that we make a comparison about that, it shows that people don't really know what forgiveness is.
Exactly. So a lot of people are out here trying to compare sin, trying to compare trauma, trying to compare understanding, misunderstanding, miscommunication, gender wars, men, women, marriages, single women, men who are raising their kids, single men, raising their children. So where does the forgiveness come in? Does the forgiveness come from you? Does it come from God? Does it come from, or are you expecting somebody else to give you that?
I think it's all three. It just depends on the type of person. So it's not no one. I don't think it's a one way, but it depends on the person.
I think one, God, first of all, obviously with Jesus, right? And what Jesus did on the cross, God chose the first example of forgiveness. So it's like the thing is, it's like, we would say we set the pace, right, Brother Kev? So if we're going to do something, we set the pace. We show how it's done. God set the example. He showed what it looks like. He says, now follow my example. And that's simply what it is. God is saying, hey, I'm showing you how this thing is done. Now, since I'm showing you how this thing is done, just take my example and follow my example. And this is how you're supposed to live your life.
Yep.
Well, period.
Yep. I knew he was going to take your words, twin.
Yeah, because I was literally about to bring that example. What Jesus did on the cross. That's a huge one.
Yeah.
That's a huge one.
And what was the biggest thing he said on there? Forgive them, for they know not what they do. And that's a straight fact.
And that's the thing, because people say, like, oh, they should have known this if they don't.
Right.
They do. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you do. They do, but they don't know. They don't know to the degree that you as a believer knows, right? Of what these things and what they don't know. Like, they just don't. They don't. So I think that's just what it is. And God's showing us, like, you see how these people done did me? They done did me all kind of ways, but I still had the ability to forgive. And it comes with a price. Forgiveness is not cheap. What Jesus did on the cross, that wasn't a cheap thing. That wasn't just something, that was a big deal. Forgiveness is big, but the blessing from it is also is greater. And that's what we don't understand. That's what we have to remember is that although he did that, what came from that forgiveness and that level of forgiveness brought so much freedom that we can't even, calculate. So I think that's like what's the point what Kev had said earlier in that point, how he said it earlier. You don't realize what's like how you're hindered from things that you don't forgive, because God remembers it. He remembers when we don't forgive. He remembers how we treat people that we don't forgive. All those different things is adding up, because we like to say, well, this person did me worse than this and that. And God's like, well, let me tell you how you did me. Let me tell you what you did to me. Let me tell you the things I've been forgiven from you. But the thing is, you're going to hinder how God forgives, because how we don't know how to do so. So it's just imperative that we learn it. And it's something that you have to, analyze to yourself every day to build that, right? Because it's something that God requires. He requires that of us. It's not even a, hey, if you ever feel like forgiving, today will be a good day. He's like, no, I require that of you because I've forgiven way more than you can count against yourself. So I require you to forgive because there's so many different things, not just from what you have done. People like, well, I ain't done nothing. Well, what you gonna do tomorrow? You're gonna need to forgive. You're gonna need that that forgiveness tank to be a little full.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Twin, because that's why I brought that the difference between an M person, somebody who an unlives person, and somebody who is a P word. And I was violated as a child, but I actually ended up taking care of that person later in life. I forgave them. They didn't never violate me again, but I took care of them until they passed away. So my forgiveness didn't come from me or from that person. It came from God. It came from the Most High. That's where my forgiveness comes from. That's from where my grace comes from. My gratefulness comes from. It doesn't come from me. People want to own so much of their own self that they forget what God does for them.
And see, and this is the side. This is the side that is really important for you to understand. No one is saying, okay, for someone that has been sexually abused, no one is saying that's okay. No one is saying, okay, that the person that did it, that hey, it's okay. No one's saying that. They had no right to violate you, okay? They had no right to do what they did to you, to violate you. No one, that was not okay. But what people are really trying to say is, but it's when we forgive someone that has done something horrendous to us, it is never about them. It is never about them. It's about us giving God this heavy burden that's weighing us down, that's destroying us, that's poisoning our very soul, our mind, and our heart, and saying, God, I don't want this anymore. I want to be healthy and full and lively. I don't want to have this poison in me anymore. And when you forgive that person, when you let it go and you release that burden, there's a freedom you have. It's like the chains have fallen off of you and now you can walk free. And now there's nothing holding you down. There's no burden, this heavy weight on your shoulders anymore. And now your mind isn't weighed down. And it doesn't mean that you might not still have to see a therapist. It doesn't mean there's still some days that you say, Lord, I'm really struggling today. I'm really going through. But it's different. It's not the same. You're not weighed down like you used to be weighed down. And now you can be in this state of going through healing with God. And it's amazing to experience that. It's amazing to experience when all that weight is no longer on you and you can move freely. And now you can step into what amazing opportunities God says is yours without anything holding you back. And that is a beautiful place to be in. I'm going to land my plane.
Hey, let me say this real quick, though.
I want to say something to you, Kev, because I know you can speak on this. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I just want to say, I do want to throw this in the air that I do understand. I do understand that it's not easy. I know that forgiveness itself, we probably make it sound like it is though, but I think we're just saying the ending of like the results you get out of it and the freedom that you have once you learn it. But it's not easy at all. And I would say that because like it do be some things, and I had to talk to myself a lot, right? It'd be maybe some deep things that may happen to me, right? But it's just really habits and really just like even with life itself, it's habits though. and it's just keep building a habit or trying to figure out how to do it. Because it been some things that Lily been having that happened in my life, and I just keep trying to figure a way how to forgive. That's because I want to, right? I want this thing to get away from me, and I want to figure out how to do it, especially when I want to become a better person. But some people use that as an excuse to be like, well, it ain't easy and stuff, and forget that and whatever. No, I'm the person that always, and that's probably why I am the way I am now, because I'm always the person that try to fight, and I always take on challenges. Because it's like, and instead of challenging everybody else, let me challenge myself. And people don't do that. They want to think that, oh, I got the worstest mouth. How about having the most shut it up his mouth, right? They ain't doing that one though. But they do everything that's the opposite to make them, oh, let me show you how tough I am and all that stuff. No, how about show you how humble you can be? You know, everything is backwards, but you realizing that these things that you keep trying to compete with, it's damaged you more than anything. You come on this boy crying every day about the same situation, so it's obvious that you taking on the wrong challenges and stuff. But yeah, every day, like I said, like I was talking about with it is like I said, it's a hard thing, and it is some things. And I would just say you would have to continue, like if you want to become better and you actually do want to know how to forgive and stuff, you're going to take that time and invest in, like, you know what, I got to find out many different ways. And a lot of prayer you are going to need a lot of prayer to figure out or keep calling upon God. Like, man, can you please just show me a way how to let this go? Give me something in my mind that that I may not have never thought of or something like that. That way can open me up to have a clear mind as how I should view this thing. Because it's really just point of view. You know, it's really how you look at things that help you move in a certain way or make you, so it take a lot of prayer. It take a lot of, especially because we're not going to, like I said, we don't know it all. It's going to take different interpretations. Sometimes I have to talk to people and then realize, and it wasn't me going like on an assignment to look for people, but sometimes some people have came in my life and made me realize, like, dang, I ain't never thought about it that way. Maybe that was the confirmation, right? Because a lot of times we have confirmation and we just bypass it or overlook it because we just thinking about things for ourselves, but we come in with a closed mind and stuff. But when you open up and realize, like, dang, this might have to been said for me to realize it in a different way, or this was a way a guy had to send something to me to realize that, and man, confirmation be such a wonderful thing, man. People they don't understand that because it's like, dang, I knew I was thinking this all this time, or I was feeling this way all this time. I love it. And like I said, sometimes you do have to figure out confirmations within yourself sometimes too. That's just like with the forgiveness thing too. Because I realize it goes back to that when I was saying, like, not waiting on no sorry and all this stuff, or looking for closure. Man, I wonder why this person broke up with me and all this stuff. Sometimes you might have to look for the confirmation within yourself. Like, you know what? They might have did it because we wasn't ready at that time, or maybe it was some things that, I had to, I had to just learn from that situation. And like I said, it's nothing. Confirmation could be a good thing. Not a good thing. Confirmation can closure. I keep mixing the words up. All these C's, man. So closure, it could be a good thing from outside sources, but I always just recommend it to find it within yourself first. If you could try your best. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes that closure is not going to be the way you want it. Sometimes they might tell you something that make you feel even worse about them. You know what I'm saying? Well, like I said, I did what I did, and something. That's not the type of closure you was looking for anyway. That's why it's best to try to find closure within yourself, because another human being might not give it to you the way you want to. They might not say sorry the way you want them to. You know what I'm saying? They might not be like, or just get the balling out I'm sorry, I can't believe I did you, like, because some people be just looking for like that, and some people is not going to do that because sometimes you're not going to do that to them, and they be expecting stuff that you wouldn't do out of somebody else. So it's just like, I'm gonna just leave it like that though. But it's just so much to talk about with that one.
So
go ahead, Andres.
I just wanted to say, earlier you talked about giving examples of how, yes, I've been holding on to this for a minute. Examples on how people can get better with forgiveness, or learning how to forgive, or the steps it takes for forgiveness. I would say one of the things that really helped me was when I stopped listening to secular music and started finding Christian music that I really liked, that fed into me. And as it began to feed into me, I started seeing myself the way Jesus saw me. And then after I started seeing myself the way God and Jesus saw me, that's when it was easier for me to understand what forgiveness actually was. Now, the concept didn't come into place until I had conversations with other people, but it was a lot easier for me to let loads go and truly give it to God and let him carry it, because we're sheep. We're not supposed to carry weight. You don't pack in a sheep to go hunt. You pack in a mule.
Mm. Hey man, when she said let lows go, I couldn't forget. I don't know. It was made me think about what Creole was saying earlier. I guess my mind got shifted a little bit, but I get you. I was like, what? I was being funny.
Kev, don't be bringing up my farting, okay?
Right. She said let
All
lows
right.
go. Like,
I'm gonna let that thing go.
let it go. Let it go.
I want to bring up an example because I had to learn how to forgive my own mother after years and years and years of not understanding that she is who she is, and she was who she was. I'm gonna say that because she's no longer here. But you brought up empathy, and that's one way that I had to learn how to forgive. I had to
Yep.
separate who I thought my mother was to who she is as a person. Who is Doris versus who is this person towards me as far as supposed to be a nurturer, right? And when I really sat back and thought about a lot of things that she just didn't understand, and putting the ownership of where things go, my grandparents and things of that nature, I then realized that my mother was born into a family with two parents and no siblings. And she had multiple children, so she didn't know how to share. And it was never any emphasis on her concerning sharing. So here's this person that has multiple children to create a household, and it was a nuclear family, but to create a household, and you don't even know how to share. So how can you share time with children? You see what I'm saying? And if it's not made of importance by your parents or anybody else, and nobody's calling it out, you're not going to correct the issue because you don't see a problem. Even with her growing up through Jim Crow, it's a lot of things I did not understand of how she viewed the world. And instead, after years and years of her exhibiting what she exhibited towards me and not being able to express it in a way of understanding because she just didn't know, I then forgave her based on the fact that you don't know everything and you are just doing this and winging this in life the same way I am. So I was able to forgive her back when I was young. I was very young because she just kind of just gave up on life and just kind of clocked out. But the power of forgiveness is real. And once you have empathy and separate the two and say, okay, this is what I'm expecting, and expectations are not reality. It's just what you're expecting. And then here's this person that has all of their adult stuff going on that I don't know anything about personally. I can only empathize with them or sympathize with them, but I don't know how they feel. You know what I'm saying? After that, then you realize, well, the connection I have with them is not reality. It's what I want it to be. And, she did what she did in life, and she paid for those burdens the way she's going to pay for those burdens. But I had to forgive her a long time ago. And I'm glad that I did. She didn't know how to forgive. That's one thing she told me about. She was like, I'm glad you have the ability to be able to forgive. And I'm like, because life moves on. It's not anyone I can't forgive for something. Because whatever you did, and that's your story, and those are going to be your burdens. And what I do, and I have enough that I don't need to create a book with somebody else's chapters in it. For what? So do people know how to forgive most of the time? Absolutely not, because they're too stuck on the scenario and what they're expecting out of other people, and they don't want to say, you are as human as I am. You wake up in just as many mistakes as I do. You know what I'm saying? So that's it.
Let me say something, Jane, on what you just said, because you just proved a good point. And I put that in the comments. Sometimes we are forced to forgive. We're forced to forgive. It kind of reminds me of Kev's talked about this, and a lot of us have talked about this in the comments. Is like, it reminds me of like, suck it up, buttercup, get over it, get through it. You need to figure it out. But sometimes we're forced to forgive, but forgiveness doesn't come from force. It comes from grace.
Yeah. I was about to type it, but I was about to say, no, what we really force is just to say, I'm sorry or I forgive you. We're not really forced to forgive because we don't even know what it is. So that's the only thing we getting forced to, because we don't even understand what we're doing.
Yeah, because some
But
people will try to give you advice or give you, like what we were talking about, what motivational was talking about, what you were talking about earlier, is that a lot of people will try to put you in a position to take that forgiveness in, but maybe you haven't got through the pain or the hurt or the unkindness. Is like, ooh, are we taking the advice, or are we just saying like let it go? Like, remember you sang the words earlier, let it go, let
About
it
my
go.
farts. About my farts. But you gotta think about it like this. If this is your last day, like it could be any of our last day or last moments, what are you holding on to them seeds for when they belong to somebody else? They not your seed. So you're gonna live your last day through being bitter? Or you're going to say, you know what, the easiest thing for me to do is to forgive. Because at the end of the day, I am no idea of perfection. I do nothing perfect on this planet. Not even cooking when I think I can cook very well. It's still going to be either too seasoned for somebody else or not enough seasoned for the next person. Right? But at the end of the day gonna end. And it may be your last moment. And sometimes things are not just forced, but you got to focus on what you gonna do. You know, even with situations where you was talking about to the most extreme, what am I going to do as far as an outcome? You can become an advocate, not saying that people have to get over pain and hurt on a quick standpoint, but if this is your last day, are you going to really leave out of this thinking about what somebody probably not even thinking about? You're going to think about the goals you have to end your day the way you want to. Because I live my day like it's my last. I'm not nobody's judge, jury, and I'm definitely not God. So therefore, every moment is my last moment, and I'm gonna live it to the fullest. And I'll be damned to sit around and live it to the fullest, thinking that I'm gonna be bitter or unforgiving because somebody else is just as human as me.
Exactly, Miss Jane. Do you think that people who don't know how to forgive stay in the victim mentality mindset?
Because my mama did. My mama went out of this world talking about my daddy, and they got divorced in 1997. Her last moment, she was talking about my daddy.
There you go. Oh, I like what motivational say. Do you choose bitter or better? Um, mm,
For real, for real. That's a good question. Because she literally left out of here, and I'm like, he didn't got whole married, lives a great life, forgave you a long time ago, can have casual, cordial conversation, and here you go talking about this man when you about to go on to glory or wherever you gonna go. That's crazy. And she taught me how to forgive because she didn't know how to. You got to take what you can take from the situation. You can't just look at it as turmoil or trauma and things of that nature. If you survived it, it is something you are surviving from. Therefore, you have to find something in it to continue to go on.
And Kat, I know, but I want to do a quick commercial break because I know Jane, motivational, Pamela, Twin, Huntress, and
Mike.
all of us have had beautiful. Because can we do a commercial break? Because we're at 36K. Let's get to 40K, and then we'll get to 50K. We got 11 people in here, and then go back up to maybe up to the top with motivational, and just work our way down. Motivational, what you got to say, my brother? And then Huntress, you're next, and then Pamela. Okay.
No, I love what she said about sister, and I apologize. Who was speaking last that said that thing about she learned how to forgive because of her mother's unforgiveness?
Yeah, Jane.
Sister Jane, that's a wonderful thing. Absolutely. Sometimes people show us what not to do, right? And that's an important life lesson too. It's an important life lesson to look at, and it's not saying we're judging someone. We're just reading the room. We're reading reality for what it is and saying, hey, that's not the way I want to live my life. Like, that is not getting the best results. Like, there's nothing about what they're doing that I'm seeing the fruit of that. And I'm like, that I want that. I want that. You're like, nah, like whatever the opposite of that is, that's what I want to do. So sometimes we can appreciate somebody for being authentically whoever they are and however they carry themselves and be like, bet. So that's what life looks like if I act like that. And then we can say, I want the other route. And it's rather really helpful because I'm not saying we're happy for people when They don't necessarily make the best life decisions, and they go through some things based off the bad life decisions. But it can be very valuable for us not to have to experience that because we decide to choose differently. And that's the point right there. I'm gonna land my plane with that.
Thank you, my Miss Huntress. Oh, go ahead, my sister.
So you guys pretty much covered all the things I was covering. I was sitting here, I was like, what am I going to say? And the only thing that kept coming to my mind is that it's very important that in times where you feel like there's a dark space and it's hard to forgive in those moments, go outside and let the sun hit your face for 30 minutes. Write a letter that of all the things that you're grateful for in that moment, because that will lighten your heart and make it easier for you to think through the problem, because you're not able to think logically when you're upset or mad. And I lay my plane there.
Okay, Miss Kerry, you got anything to say, or we go to Miss Pamela?
You know I'm last.
I know you are. Go ahead, Miss Pamela.
Basically, like I said, everybody said everything. I've just been soaking in all the jewels everybody been dropping. But I will add hell, I don't even have anything to add. Y'all done said everything. Just when things get dark, just remember, like what I do is I go volunteer. You know, I try to help someone that's doing worse than me, and I try to pour into someone that needs more than me, and that gives me that help. That lets me know that, hey, whenever you're at your darkest moments, there's someone that's worse off, and you can pour into them. So that lets you know that it ain't that bad. You're not that bad off, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Comparison versus competition, man. That's one thing. Everybody mix that in.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I look at life. It can always be worse instead of acting like I am the worst. I think that's the two different mentalities. What you got, lovely? You supposed to tell that to yourself.
Kept gonna bring me back to the Chicago Bears game today when it was comparison versus
You better forgive them.
and we lost it at the last. And it reminds me of comparison and competition, because I grew up an athlete, and you know, your competition comes from your discipline, but you're also comparing somebody to the other team. How are you going to treat the other team when they lose or they win, or however? It's so powerful. It's so powerful. I'm like, yeah, no, I just I see it. I see it in everything. I see it in life. I see it in the education. I see it in every system, beyond what system. But at the end of the day, when you wake up in the morning, like what we talked about when Middle was up here, everybody's been up here, you know, how we treat people, how we treat people in comparison to ourselves. And I've always said this: if you don't give to yourself what you feel that you've been lost of, or what you, going back to, I think it was Middle that said, where do you think God gives this to us from? It's from before birth. So we already know what we know, what isn't right or isn't wrong, what is good, what is evil. So we're already trying to strive for something that is better, for something for ourselves, but also something for other people. I don't think a lot of people see that. It's like, you gotta have a balance. You gotta do both. Or else you're not gonna be able to strive, because you learn a lot from other people, just like people learn a lot from you. Don't take away from yourself. Don't take away from the grace that God gave you.
Somebody eating good in the neighborhood. No.
Oh,
For
that's
real?
me painting.
Oh, I'm like, they scraping a mess out that play, boy. What Miss Alter got? She better not be asleep. Wake up.
Hey, Kev, I want to say this, bro. First of all, bro, I love you. I appreciate you, man. I love your platform, bro. I love what you do over here. And I would love for us to man, do something together sometime, bro. I mean that. I would love for us to do something together sometime, bro. I think it would be super dope. I think it would be it would be awesome. It would be off the chart, bro. Man, I love everybody on this panel. Miss Pamela Shelby, man, listen, the victory is yours. Man, the victory is yours. You have this. You have hey, you have God. God is with you. You are with God. That's everything you need to overcome, to be victorious, to be the head and not the tail. The victory is yours. I love you, but most importantly, God loves you. And that's the most important love we can have. Alter ego, you already know it's nothing but love. Lovely, come on now. You know I love you. Hey, Huntress, man, hey, you are a phenomenal person. Engaging with you and your wisdom and just your talking points and how just highly intelligent and deep you are. Fantastic. You're a wonderful, wonderful person. And Brother Kev, you already know, man. It's nothing but love, bro. You are a fantastic, deep brother, highly intelligent. Your perspectives, your ability to see things from different perspectives, brother. It's like iron and sharpening iron, bro. It's like iron sharpening iron, and that's a beautiful thing to have. That's a great thing to experience. I love and appreciate every single one of y'all. I'm about to take it easy and get off this TikTok world. Y'all have a blessed night. Blessings to you and your families. And hey, we'll meet up real soon, but I'm serious, bro. We need to do something together, man. We need to make something happen. You guys have a great night.
I appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
My brother, yes. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah. Well, if Arthur ain't saying I might be calling it early then, because it ain't early, but I was about to get.
Well, I'm in Cali time, and I'm gonna call it early too.
Oh, yeah, you for sure early. Yeah. It's about to be 11 o'clock here, so I gotta get up for work.
Oh yeah, I got a paper due in about 30 minutes that I gotta finish.
All right, but yeah, all right, y'all. Man, I got 3% on this thing too, though.
You have a beautiful night, Kev. I love you as always.
Good night, everyone.
All right, good night. Good night, y'all. Appreciate all y'all too, for sure. And I see you around.
Bye bye.
Oh, sleepy head. Fell asleep. All right.